I was having that dream once again. That dream. Same thing every night. But it's all forgotten in the morning, as usual. Maybe it's for the best. Only a glimpse of memory will remain, of gates, half opened, as if inviting me somewhere, with two frozen stone pioneers standing close by. And also that strange girl who keeps asking me. Will you come with me? Come? But where? And why? And where am I, anyway? Of course, if it all happened in real life, I would certainly have been scared. Well, what else would one expect to feel? But this is just a dream, the same one I see every night. There must be a reason. You don't have to know where or why to realize something is really happening. Something desperately seeking my attention. Since everything that surrounds me here is real. As real as things in my own flat. I could open the gates, hear the hinges creak, brush the crumbling rust away with my hand, inhale the fresh cool air, and shiver from the cold. I could, but to do that, I would need to pick myself up, take a step, move my hand. But this is a dream. I understand that. But what of it? What does my understanding change? Because here it's just like on the other side of the cracked screen of an old TV, which struggles to fight against static noise and strives to show its audience everything without missing a single detail. But the picture is getting blurry. I must be waking up soon. Maybe I should ask her something. The girl. What's her name? About the stars, for instance. Why the stars, though? I'd rather ask about the gates. Yes, the gates. She would be so surprised. Or better, why the dot over an I was called a tittle, but the dot over a J was called a superscript dot. Nice letters. As if they don't exist anymore. Still, what do letters, gates, and stars have to do with this place? Because even if I'm having this dream every night, which will be forgotten soon anyway, I've got to look for answers here and now. And there, if you look carefully, you can see the Magellanic Clouds. As if I ended up in the southern hemisphere. In a dream, there are the small things that catch your attention. An unnatural color of the grass, impossible curves of straight lines, or your own distorted reflection, while the real danger, which could put an end to everything right here and now, seems trivial. It's natural, since here you cannot die. I know it for sure. I've done it hundreds of times. But if you cannot die, is there a point in living? I should ask the girl. She's a local, she should know. Yes, exactly. I should ask her about the owl, for example. One strange bird it is. Though it doesn't matter. Will you come with me? And every time I have to answer. It's the only way, otherwise the dream will never end and I will never wake up. Yes, I'll come with you. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. Where am I? What am I doing here? Who is she? And why does so much in my life depends on this answer? Or maybe it doesn't. It's just dream after all. Just a dream. The computer screen stared at me as if it was alive. Sometimes it really did seem to me that it was conscious of itself, had its own thoughts and wishes, ambitions, that it had feelings, could laugh and suffer. As if in our relationship the screen wasn't an instrument. It was me who was a lifeless piece of plastic and textolite. There is some truth in that, probably because the computer provides 90% of my communication with the outside world. Anonymous image boards, some chats from time to time, rarely ICQ or Jabber, and forums even more rarely. People on the other end of the internet cable simply do not exist. All of them are simply creations of its sick imagination, an error in the source code or a kernel bug, which started living a life on its own. If one looked at my existence from the outside, such thoughts would seem crazy, and a psychologist would surely give me a bunch of sophisticated diagnoses and maybe write me a doctor's referral to the loony bin. A small apartment with no signs of repair or any semblance of order in it, and always the same view out the window on the grey megalopolis running somewhere day and night. Such are the conditions of my life. Well, of course, it didn't start like this. I was born, went to school, and finished it, liked all the others. I was accepted at the university, where I spent a year and a half trailing behind and struggling. I drifted through several jobs. Sometimes it was working out quite well, sometimes I was even getting a decent money for it. But it all felt like it was not mine, as if taken from another man's biography. I wasn't living life to its fullest. It was looping over and over in monotonous circles. Like in the movie Groundhog Day. It's just that I had no choice in how to spend my day, and every day repeated itself, the same vicious spiral. A spiral of emptiness, misery, and despair. For the last few years, I just sat in front of the screen all day. Sometimes there were menial jobs. Sometimes my parents helped me. All in all, I was able to provide for myself. No wonder really, since my needs are quite minor. I hardly ever leave my home, and my communication with other people almost exclusively consists of online correspondence with the anonymous, who have no real name, no gender, no age. So, in brief, a quite typical life of a quite typical antisocial person of his time. Kind of Donnie Darko on a minor scale, without doomsday related visions. Maybe some highly respected author will write a novel about me, and it will become a contemporary classic of modern literature. Or I will write one myself. However, what's the point of fooling myself? I tried many times, but couldn't even come up with a simple short story. I tried to learn many other things as well. Not gifted enough to draw. Programming got bored. Foreign languages takes too much time. The only thing I loved doing was reading, but still I never would have called myself a scholar. Perhaps I was an ace at watching anime and grandmaster of lame internet jokes. If I were to get paid for it, I would probably be a happier person, and a richer person too, but I doubt it would fill the hole inside me. Today was another typical day of a typical failure's typical life. And today is the day when I have to go to my university reunion. Frankly speaking, I really didn't want to. What is the point? The time I spent with them was so short. However, I was persuaded by a friend, my former university mate, and one of the few with whom I kept in touch other than through the internet. A frosty evening, bus stop, waiting. I never liked winter, though hot summer is not my season either. It's just that I see no reason to point out any particular time of the year. It doesn't matter much what the weather is outside when you stay at home 24/7. The bus today was running so late that I was about to curse it all and spend my last few hundred rubles for a taxi. The idea of just returning home didn't cross my mind for some reason. As usual, millions of thoughts flew through my mind, but there was not a single useful one to seize on. Such a thought that you could bring into existence, give a shape, turn into an idea, and put into practice. Maybe I could start my own business. But where would I get the money from? Or maybe I could go back to working in an office. No, no way. Maybe I should try freelancing. But what skills do I have? And who would want me after all? I suddenly remembered my childhood. Or rather, my teen years. The time when I was 15 or 17 years old. Why exactly those years? No idea. I guess it's because back then everything was much more simpler. It was easier to make decisions, so complicated now and so simple then. Waking up in the morning, I knew exactly how my day was going to pass, and I was eagerly looked forward to the weekend. Then I could get some rest and have time for things I liked: computer, football, going out with friends. And then, at the beginning of the next week, I'd take up my studies again. Back then, there were no such worrying questions like why, who needs it, what will change if I do it, or what will not change. A simple lifestyle so casual for any normal person and so odd to myself today. that careless childhood age. It was also then that I met my first love. Her appearance and personality have vanished from my memory. Only her name remains, like a brief line from a social network profile, along with the feelings which overwhelmed me when I was with her. Affection, tenderness, the desire to care for her and to protect her. Sadly, it didn't last long. Today, I can hardly imagine something like that happening. I would probably like to meet a girl, but I don't know how to start a conversation, what on earth to discuss, and how to attract her. Well, I haven't met any suitable girls for a long time. But where could I meet one anyway? The sound of an engine brought me back to reality. A bus pulled over. There was something abnormal about it, I thought. Then again, it doesn't matter. Only the 410 runs this route. Street lights pass me by. It's as if their cold light sparks inside of me, trying to ignite feelings long dead. Or maybe not ignite, just awaken them. Because those feelings, they have been living in me for a long time, slumbering and waking up again. The driver's radio was playing some very familiar tune, but I wasn't listening to it. I was watching the cars passing by through a fogged up window. Because people are always rushing somewhere, chasing something they need, stuck in their own little worlds, why would they care about mine? They probably have their own serious problems, or maybe they have much easier lives. You can't know for sure, since all people are different. Or are they? Sometimes someone's actions can easily be predicted, but if you try to look inside his soul, you will only see impenetrable darkness. The bus was approaching downtown, and my thoughts were interrupted by the bright city lights. Hundreds of billboards, thousands of cars, millions of people. I watched this slideshow and somehow I got terribly sleepy. My eyes closed just for a moment, and then day one. Bright daylight struck my eyes. At first, I didn't pay attention as I wasn't fully awake yet. On their own, my legs carried me towards the door. Damn, looks like I fell asleep and missed my stop. But there was no door. I looked around the bus and realized that it wasn't a good old worn-out Lias. Instead, the bus was an Icarus model, a new one. I froze in shock. How? What? Am I dead? Have I been kidnapped? No, I must be dead. I patted myself down feverishly, slapped myself painfully in the face a few times, banged my forehead on the back of one of the bus seats. It's clear. Either I'm still alive, or you can still feel pain when you are dead. But how could this happen? Maybe I slept for too long and ended up at the bus depot. And then what? Did they just put me onto another bus? I rushed out and took a look around. Greenery wherever I looked. Tall grass on the roadside, trees, flowers. Summer! But how? It was winter just a moment ago. My head was aching unbearably, as if it was going to explode. Slowly, I began to remember. A lone road running off into the distance. Forests, plains, fields, lakes, and forests again. I think I was sleeping, but then how can I remember all of it? And then, a gap. Some girl leaning over me. She softly whispered something into my ear. Then, a gap again. And then I woke up here. Who was that strange girl? Or was she just a dream? For some reason, thinking about her made me feel better and calmed me down a little. I felt warmth all over, coming from the inside. Could it be her who brought me here? Then I need to find her. And the best place to look for her is away from here. I rushed to the left, then to the right, then stopped, hesitating over where to go. Finally, I ran into the direction from which the bus had probably came. Physical exercise does refresh one's mind. Thoughts became clearer, and it gets a little easier to evaluate the surrounding reality. Not in my case, however. I was sitting on the roadside, wheezing and trying to ease my sore throat by gulping breaths of hot air. In any case, the run did its job. The fear withdrew for a while. Maybe I really am just dreaming. Though, recalling my self-harm on the bus, I immediately rejected the idea. I am neither dreaming nor dead. A narrow road ran through the field and far into the distance. That exact same road from my dream. I must be very far away from home. And it's not just that it was winter yesterday and it's summer now. It's a whole new environment. Of course, summer is usually like this, green and hot. But here, everything is not entirely lifelike. Everything looks like it was taken from the painting of a Russian landscape artist of the 19th century. The grass is just too lush. The bushes are not like what bushes should be. They are so thick that you can't see anything through them, like treetops, honestly. And the trees themselves. The forest was quite far away, but the trees looks like if they had closed their ranks and were now just waiting for the order to advance onto the fields and plains. I caught my breath and looked at the bus, which was now barely visible. That was a good run. Fear overtook me once again. Those power lines. There must be people here. But what does it mean? In fact, that means nothing at all. Couldn't they have power lines even in hell? Roasting sinners over hot coals? That's so last century. I must have reached the point of no return, after which you should either lose your mind completely or finally try to understand what is going on. And while I still have a choice, I should pick the second option. I slowly headed back to the bus. Of course it was scary. But I am not likely to find an answer in the fields or the woods, and this wretched bucket of bolts is the only kind of link that I have with the real world. I should carefully scout the area. A brick wall and its gates crowned with a Soyonok sign, statues of pioneers standing on either side, and a road sign nearby showing the bus route number. 410. The trip's taken a bit too long today. I smirked. A person may start acting inappropriately in extreme situations. Something like that is probably happening to me now. This place didn't look abandoned at all. No rust on the gates, no damage to the walls. Sovionok. What could have a name like that? Judging by the pioneer statues, it could be a kid summer camp. Moreover, it appears to be open. Of course, the simplest explanation, logically speaking, explains nothing at all. The strange girl, the altered bus, summer, the pioneer camp. Thousands of theories went through my mind instantly, from alien abduction to lethargic sleep, from a hallucination to a time and space shift. None was worse than the other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Then it occurred to me, I can try to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed the first number on my contact list. But instead of signal strength bar, the screen was showing a thick cross. All right, there may be no signal in such a remote place. Though I cannot be the only one who came here. Buses don't drive themselves. I examined the bus from all sides to make sure that it wasn't a hallucination. Beads of dirt on the bottom, some rusts here and there, faded paint and worn-out tires. No, this is definitely a very ordinary Icarus. Yeah, exactly the kind of bus which takes you to place beyond your understanding if you carelessly fall asleep. I gave a nervous chuckle. It came out by itself, sporadically, because this wasn't the right place or right time to laugh. But where on earth is the driver? I cautiously sat down on the curb beside the bus and started to wait. My patience didn't last long. My anxiety seems to have reached its peak, and I started to go slightly mad. In such a situation, anyone would have probably felt something similar. Aliens and parallel universes were gone from my imagination, leaving only void and darkness. Is this how everything will end? How my life will end? But I wanted to do so much. There were so many things that I have no time for yet. I was overwhelmed by the idea this was definitely the end. But why? It's not fair. Surely I'm no worse than anyone else. God, why? Tears were burning my eyes unbearably. I curled up and started rolling in the grass. Why? What did I do? Why me? But my cries were only heard by the speechless statues of the pioneers and a bird on a tree which immediately flapped its wings and took off, crying out something in its own bird language, as if laughing at the idiot who dared to interrupt its after-dinner nap. I was left breathless from weeping and just lay quietly, sobbing occasionally. After a while, I managed to pull myself together. My mind cleared up a bit, as if terror and the fear of death gave me a little break. All in all, if someone wanted to kill me, what is all this for? It doesn't look like an experiment either. If this is just some crazy coincidence, then there's probably no threat. Anyway, for now it seems there's no danger. The panic was soon gone. Of course, the blood was still pounding in my temples, and my hands were still shaking, but at least I could think clearly now. Right now, there is nothing I can really change anyway. So, no matter how much I think or how mad I get, it would only make things worse. Until some actual facts appear, there is really no point in making guesses. In any case, I won't learn anything by lounging about here. This camp, if of course it's really a camp, looked like the only place where people could be, so I decided to go there, and hardly had I reached the gates when a girl came out from behind them, wearing a pioneer uniform. My logic didn't let me down this time. Then again, a pioneer uniform in the 21st century. And then again, a girl, here. I froze, unable to take a step. I felt very much like running away. Running as far away as I could from this place, far from this bus, gates, statues, and far from these bloody birds with its siesta. Just running, free like the wind, faster and faster, waving to the planets passing by, winking at the galaxies. Running, becoming a pulsar ray, and turning into vestigial radiation, running to face the unknown. Run, no matter where, as long as it's far away from this place. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and smiled. I could not help but notice her beauty, even though I was trembling with fear. Human instincts work independent of consciousness, and while only 5% of the brain is responsible for cognitive processes, the remaining 95% are always busy sustaining life, and in particular, ensuring stable functioning of the hormonal system. I desperately wanted to get less complicated and stop thinking in formal quotes from an encyclopedia, though my thoughts appear one by one, being stupid, out of place, as if taken from an internal monologue of the hero of some junky softcover crime fiction book. A pretty Slavic face, long braids that looked like 2 armfuls of fresh hay, and blue eyes you could drown in. "Hi, you must have just arrived." I was frozen in astonishment. The girl looked perfectly normal, just like an ordinary human, but I still could not utter a single word. It's too late to run. "Did I say something wrong?" It took a monumental effort to answer. Yeah." "What?" "Oh, nothing. I mean, I've just arrived." I replied quickly, beginning to worry that I might have blurted out something wrong. "All right then, welcome." She smiled broadly. Strange, it looked as if I had just a normal girl in front of me. Bah, I shouldn't have returned here. The woods and fields seemed better. But what shall I do next? Try to speak with her as if she was a human, or run away? Or what? The blood was pumping unbearably in my head, tearing it apart from the inside. A little bit more, and the poor pioneer girl would be splattered with the gruesome contents of my skull. "What's so funny about that?" The girl looked me over. It sent shivers down my spine, and my knees started to tremble. Nothing." "Great then." "Great? What's so great about that?" Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. To hell with all! Forget about the bus behind me, the fact that it was winter yesterday and summer today. I wanted to rip off my itchy sweater and just accept that all this is actually happening. Everything is as it should be, and this is for the best. "Would you happen to know?" "You should go to our camp leader. She'll tell you everything." "Look, you go straight ahead to the square, then turn left. You'll see several small cabins." She pointed at the gates as if I knew what was behind them. "Well, you can ask someone where Olga Dmitrievna's cabin is." Got it?" Of course I didn't. "Well, I've got to go now." The girl waved her hand at me and disappeared through the gates. It seems as if to her I was something ordinary. And all this show with the bus and the travels while awake or asleep were troubling only to me, while everything here is just the way it's supposed to be. Camp leader, pioneer uniforms. What are they doing? Historical reenactment here? I hope I won't find Lenin standing atop an armored car in this square. But even that would not surprise me right now. After standing alone for a while, I headed into the camp. A mere 50 meters ahead, a small one-story house popped up on the left side. The sign near the door said "Clubs." I was about to come closer when the door suddenly opened and a short girl wearing a pioneer uniform came out. Her pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole of mankind with a truly universal sorrow. As soon as she saw me, the girl froze, as if frightened. I froze too, considering what was the best to do, to approach first, or wait until she showed some initiative. Or maybe run away after all. Although this last option was constantly being suggested only by my self-preservation instinct. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Not the worst human instinct, but far from the most logical. If this instinct played poker against deductive abilities, the outcome would be predetermined. And those deductive abilities, or at least their semblance, were hinting to me that there was no need to be afraid of this girl. Suddenly somebody jumped out of nearby bushes. A girl wearing a bright red t-shirt with USSR written on it. Such a perfect reproduction of the age. She looked quite short from the distance and was probably younger than both pioneer girls, the one at the gates and this girl at the door of the clubs. At last I decided to come closer, but the USSR, as I called her in my mind, jumped towards the first girl and started telling her something while wildly waving her arms. The other girl in turn seemed confused and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I would have probably continued to observe their amusing dialogue, but the USSR suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and started waving it in front of the first girl's face. This something turned out to be a grasshopper. Eee! The first girl squealed. She must not be too keen on insects, as she instantly rushed off towards the place where Lenin presumably made his speech about the workers' and peasants' revolution. That is to say, towards the square. The USSR glanced at me, grinned playfully, and dashed after her. Not a bad start to the day. I have absolutely no clue where I am, besides that There are some kids here role-playing as pioneers. And, as far as I can tell, this place is located thousands of kilometers away from my home. It might even be a different reality. And this was indeed a reality. I mean, everything around me seemed so real, if a little embellished, that I was starting to think that in fact my previous life could have been just a dream. And what am I supposed to do now? I was picking at the cracked paving stones with my shoe and staring aimlessly at the club's building. Just few more seconds before I have to come up with some decision. That's when I recall myself rolling on the grass, weeping. I cringed in disgust. Perhaps it's another instinct. When all energy for whimpering and self-pitying is used up, the body either goes into hibernation or mobilizes its reserves. Mine seemed to have chosen the second option, because out of the blue, I found the determination to figure out what was going on. And in order to do that, I had to act like a man, like a human, to maintain the dignity of representative of my own world. I followed the path to the left, on the right side of which stood small cabins, apparently the homes of the local pioneers. Actually, they looked quite cozy from the outside. Even though I was born in the Soviet Union, I had never been part of its children organization, neither the pioneers, not even the younger October children. I imagine the daily life of a typical pioneer camp a bit differently. A huge barracks with long rows of metal bunks, wake-up call at 6 o'clock played by a siren, 1 minute to make your bed, then joining the formation at the drill square. Or wait, could I be confusing it with something else? Suddenly something struck me on the back. I staggered but remained on my feet, turned around and prepared to fight heroically for my life. But all I found was another girl standing before me. My mouth hung open in surprise. "Pick your jaw off the ground." I closed my mouth. The same pioneer uniform, but the way she was wearing it looked, let's say, provocative. Like all the girls I had met here before, this one was rather cute, but her overly arrogant expression killed any desire to get to know her better. "New here, are you?" "Fine. See ya." She threw a threatening glance at me and walked past. I waited for the pioneer girl to turn at the corner. Who knows what else she might have been up to? The most interesting thing was that even this hostile girl seemed completely normal to me. She did not give off the feeling of some deadly danger. Except maybe the danger of getting punched in the nose. At last, I managed to make it to the square. There was no Lenin on an armored car, although one could easily expect something like that after all this had happened. Instead, however, a monument to a certain comrade towered in the middle of the square. The letters on the pedestal read Genda. Must be some big figure in the party. There were some small benches at the sides. It's quite pleasant here. Where did the girl tell me to go? To the left or to the right? To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And why am I going there anyway? All right, I've decided to pretend to be normal. So, to the right. Through a small grove, I came out at the pier. I must have taken a wrong turn. Hey, wrong way! I turned towards the voice. That first girl stood before me. Now, what did I tell you? Take a left at the square, wasn't it? She had changed from her pioneer uniform into a bikini. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Slavia. Actually, my full name is Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia, so you can too. Yeah. I still felt a bit confused, so I could not come up with more meaningful answers. And what's your name? It felt like she could see right through me. Semyon. Nice to meet you, Semyon. Alright, I'm almost done here. Could you wait here for a minute? I'm going to change and we'll go to Olga Dmitrievna together. Agreed? Agreed. After this exchange, she ran off. I sat on the pier and let my feet hang into the water. I was wearing heavy winter boots, but in such a weather there was nothing wrong in getting my feet wet. Furthermore, it let me cool myself a little. Looking at the river, I was brainstorming and processing everything that has happened. If this is some kind of conspiracy, it's a weird one, even too friendly at times. No, it really looks more like a random event. Some entirely incomprehensible random event. Shall we go? Slavia was standing beside me, dressed in the pioneer uniform again. Let's go. I've been here for a very short time, but all the people I've met, she looked the least suspicious. However, this fact is already suspicious itself. We walk to the square. The USSR girl and the girl who hit me on the back were there chasing each other. Is that some kind of game they are playing? Ulyana, enough running! I'll tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. Aye, aye, Captain! I decided not to question Slavia for a while about what was going on or the local residents. Better meet with this mysterious Olga Dmitrievna first. Sounds like she's the boss here. We walked past the rows of almost identical cabins, some of which looked like fat beer barrels, while others looked more like household sheds. Finally, Slavia stopped in front of a smallish one-story cabin. It looked like an artist painting. The faded paint, chipping here and there with age, was sparkling in the sun. The window's shutters, slightly ajar, were swaying almost unnoticeably in the wind, and huge lilac bushes were growing at the sides. It seemed as if this ramshackle hut was drowning in a storm of purple silk, and the lilacs, like some elemental force, were inexorably destroying the troop leader's house. What are you standing around for? Let's go! Slavia snapped me out of my daydreaming. And stop teasing Lena already! Rena? Sounds like there's someone inside. Indeed, a moment later the door swung open and Ulyana ran out and dashed past with the same mischievous grin. The pigtailed girl came out next. Don't let it bother you, Lena. So her name is Lena. Gotta be thankful it's not Rena, at least. But I don't... Instead of finishing her sentence, she blushed and quickly headed towards the square. For some reason, I felt like turning and following her with my eyes, but Slavia said, Come! We entered the cabin. Inside, it looked something similar to what I'd imagined. 2 beds, a table, a couple of chairs, a simple carpet on the floor, a wardrobe. Nothing special, but at the same time it felt homelike and cozy, although this room was almost in the same state of disorder as my own flat. The girl standing near the window appeared to be about 25 years old. Nature had obviously gifted her with a pretty face and a good body. At least one thing can keep you happy in this pandemonium: the locals are beautiful. You're finally here! Excellent! My name is Olga Dmitrievna. I'm the camp leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Semyon. I decided to talk as if I wasn't surprised by anything that was going on. She came closer. We've been expecting you since early morning. You've been expecting me? Yes, of course. And when does the next bus come? 'Cause And why do you need it? Yeah, right. Why do I need it? Guess I shouldn't ask direct questions. The people here might react to them quite unlike how I prefer. And I doubt I get any answers. No reason, just curious. By the way, where are we exactly? Our mailing address, I mean. I wanted to send a letter to my parents to tell them I got here fine. For some reason, I had the desperate idea that if I played along, I would find something out. Oh, but your parents called just half an hour ago. Send their regards to you. Now, that's a surprise. So, can I call them? 'Cause I forgot to tell them something before I left. No. She gave me a sweet, spontaneous smile. Why not? We don't have a phone here. Then how could my parents make a call to here? I've just come back from the district's central town. I talked with them there. Ah, so that's how it is. And can I somehow get to the town? No. She kept the same smile. Why not? Because the next bus only comes in a week. I decided not to inquire how the troop leader managed to get here and back. I would get no answers anyway. All this time, Slavia was standing next to me and seems to find nothing odd in our conversation. Oh, we need to find a uniform for you. I've got absolutely no desire to put on pioneer shorts or to wear the ridiculous red neckerchief. However, wearing winter clothes in summer isn't a great idea either. Right, thank you. I wonder if I'm the only one here who finds it strange that someone's wearing a coat and winter boots in such heat. Rightio, I'll be off then, and you can get yourself acquainted with the camp. Don't forget to come to dinner in the evening. Having said that, she walked out of the cabin. No, walked is not the right word. She rushed out. I ended up alone with Slavia. I must go too. Got things to do. Take a walk, look around the camp a bit. See you in the evening. If there is no threat or catch to this, then this reality, as embodied by Slavia, becomes more and more appealing. For the first time today, I realized that it was awfully hot here. Although, obviously my winter clothes were to blame for that. I took off my coat and dropped it onto the bed. My pullover followed it. I was now wearing only the shirt. That's much better. All I could do now was follow their advice and go look around the camp. I'll try to find something out in the meantime. Passing the local residential district, I saw a pioneer guy coming my way. And it was really a pioneer guy, not a pioneer girl. Apparently, there were men even in this kingdom of Amazons. Hello! You're new here. You must be Semyon, right? And how do you... Everyone knows already. I'm electronic, by the way. The real one. You can call me that. Electronic. The real one. Things were going from crazy to completely insane. All right. Ulyana also calls me Cheesy. Cheesy? On toast with mushrooms? Because my last name is Chizikov. I see. Let me show you around. I accepted his offer, as it would have taken much longer to get to know this place alone. Fine, let's go. We ended up at the square again. As if this place was all there is to Discan. Lena was sitting on one of the benches, reading some book. Electronic confidently approached her. Hello, Lena. Meet the new guy, Semyon. He started briskly. Hello. Well, you could say we've already met, in a way. Yes. She looked away from the book for a moment, glanced at me, blushed, and went back to reading, as if not noticing that we were still here. All right, let's go on. I was at first surprised that meeting this girl was reduced to a couple of words, but then I thought that it was better this way. Electronic's vigorous activity did not fit well with Lena's shyness. Let's go. Next, we came to a building which I instantly identified as a canteen. And this here, I know, this is where you consume organic food. Yeah, something like that. On the canteen's porch stood the unfriendly girl who hit me on the back earlier. At the sight of her, my joking mood vanished in a blink of an eye. Really, now is not the best time to be pulling this guy's leg, even though he's quite hilarious. First I need to figure out what's what here, or at least where I am. Her, over there, that's Alisa Dvachevskaya. Be careful around her. He spoke in a whisper. Don't ever risk calling her Dvache. She doesn't like that. What did you say? What did you call me? She must have heard him. In the blink of an eye, Alisa jumped down from the porch and dashed towards us. All right, you'll manage from here onwards. Electronic took to his heels. I decided that I had no wish to come across this aggressive Alisa girl again and darted after Electronic. Running to the square, I lost sight of him. But Dvachevskaya wasn't chasing me either. However, I really should not risk calling her that, even in my mind. After catching my breath, I wondered why I had reacted like that. All right, she's a girl, an aggressive one, but why run away? Failing to find a good answer, I sat down on a bench and stared at the monument to Genda. Looks like I'll have to kill some time alone, waiting for dinner. I decided to go east. At least in the direction where east would be in my world. Soon after, I found myself near a football pitch. A game was in full swing there. I guess watching it for a bit wouldn't do any harm. In my childhood and teen years I was not a bad player myself and even thought of going professional, but a few injuries in a row killed my desire to risk my health for the sake of uncertain chance in the game. Kids of different ages were running around the pitch. I could see a boy of about 10 and a girl of about 14 years old. A girl. Hey, that's Ulyana. Alright, so she plays football. What's so surprising? She seems a restless one, after all. I was standing quite far from the pitch, but she still noticed me. Hey, you! Ulyana shouted. Wanna play? I didn't know how to answer. On the one hand, running around for 10 minutes is no big deal. On the other hand, Any wrong move in my situation would be my final one. But in any case, my attire wasn't suitable for this weather. If I played in winter boots and warm jeans, I would sweat like a pig. And playing barefoot and without jeans would be simply unethical. Maybe another time, alright? I shouted in response, turned around and walked back. I was followed by Ulyana's screams about my pants or about me being pansy or something like that. Evening was falling, making me feel tired and empty after a day wasted with no real purpose. I came back to the square, sat down on a bench and gave an exhausted sigh. I better sit here and wait for dinner. After all, it's easier to search for answers when you are not hungry. They do give food to people here, right? You know, it's curious how the simplest human needs can break the will to ponder on things, to strive for something. For example, I feel hungry now, so I care much less about where am I or what is happening to me. Could great people also be affected by this? And in that case, how did Spartacus start the slave uprising in ancient times? I can only conclude that I am not a great person, and it does not really matter which mechanism I serve as a gear in society, matrix, or a weird pioneer camp. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of bell chiming from the loudspeaker on a light pole. It must be the dinner call. I headed towards the canteen. It was a good thing that now I knew where it was. Olga Dmitrievna was there, standing on the porch. I stopped and looked closely at her, as if I were expecting something. She looked back at me for a while, but at last came closer. "Semyon, what are you waiting for? Come in already." Guess nothing bad can happen if I go with her. My stomach backed me up here. The two of us went inside. The canteen looked like a canteen. I had a chance to visit a factory canteen at some point of my life. This one was exactly the same, just maybe a bit cleaner and more modern. Metal chairs and tables, glazed tiles on the walls and on the floor, unsophisticated tableware with the occasional crack. Guess that's what a canteen in a pioneer camp's supposed to look like. "Semyon, wait a moment. We'll find you a place to sit." She looked around the place. "Dvachevskaya, hold it right there!" Olga Dmitrievna shouted at Alisa, who was passing by. "What? What's up with your clothes? Anything wrong with them?" Indeed, her attire looked somewhat provocative. "Get your uniform nice and neat right now." All right. Alisa got her shirt right and walked past, shooting an unpleasant glare at me. "So, where can we find you a place to sit?" There weren't a lot of free seats. "Go over there, next to Ulyana." Maybe Yeah, it's fine. The food's already on the table, too." I had no other choice but to accept. Of course, there was the probability that the cutlets were poisoned with curare, the mashed potatoes generously seasoned with arsenic, and the glass filled with excellent antifreeze instead of compote. But it all looked so tasty that I had no chance to resist. "Hey! What do you want?" I replied rather rudely to Ulyana, who was sitting next to me. "Why didn't you play football with us?" "Because of my clothes," said I, pointed at the source of the problem. "Oh, all right then, eat." However, there wasn't much left to eat. My cutlet was missing from the plate. Only she could have done it. No, more precisely, none but Ulyana could have done it. Give me back my cutlet. In a big family, you snooze, you lose. It can cost you a cutlet if you are careless. Give it back, I'm telling you. I looked at her menacingly and was about to reach out my hand. See, I don't have it. And indeed, Ulyana's plate was empty. It seemed that this little girl eats as fast as she steals someone's cutlets. Take it easy. We'll work something out now. She grabbed my plate and ran off. There was no point in following her. If they wanted to poison me here, they could have done it in much easier way. About a minute later, Ulyana returned and handed me the plate with a steaming hot cutlet on it. Here's one for the starving. Thanks. It was all I could say. I was so hungry that my suspicions were gone in a flash. I picked up the cutlet with my fork and... What a... Some bug! No, not a bug! An insect! It got legs and it's wiggling! The plate fell to the floor and broke into pieces. The chair hit me hard on my leg while falling. I've disliked insects since I was a child, but when these creepy crawlies appear in my plate, that's just way too much. You little... Ulyana seemed ready for such a twist and was already at the door, laughing as if she just heard a fresh stand-up comedy joke. I dashed after her. We ran out of the canteen. We were just a few dozen meters apart, and I felt I would catch this little girl easily. We ran through the square, past the club's house, and ran onto the forest path. I started to gasp for breath. I should have quit smoking, I guess. Ulyana passed out of sight on the next turn. It can't be true that she managed to get away from me. It simply can't. I stopped and tried to catch my breath again. Night was falling. Looks like I'm lost. It's a bad idea to stay in the woods at night. Better get back to the camp. However, I had absolutely no clue which way to go. Well, gotta choose at random. I wandered for quite some time in the forest and even thought of crying for help, but finally I saw the camp's fence beyond the trees. Everything fell back into place. The bus is gone, I mumbled quietly. On the one hand, there was nothing strange about that. The bus couldn't just stay there forever. On the other hand, it meant there was someone driving, because buses do not drive themselves. Or do they? This world seemed too normal, but every event here had at least two explanations for it. An ordinary, real, everyday explanation, and a surreal one. Certainly, the driver could have just been off for a snack, and I left too soon, and that's why. In any case, this is not the place for me. Whether that bus drives itself or not was probably an important question, but it was much more important to know how I had got here at all. And where this here was. The fields and the woods stretching towards the horizon had no answers. There was nothing familiar about them. A strange, odd, and alien world. However, at the same time, it was absolutely not frightening. Either my self-preservation instinct decided to resign from its job, or all this running around the camp and the local pioneers had lulled me so much with their carefree normality that I was simply forgetting what had happened to me just a couple of hours ago. although I probably just had no strength left to worry. All I wanted was some peace, calmness. I wanted to just have a break from it all, and only after that would I continue looking for answers, ready and reloaded. However, that would be some time later. And what about now? Can I allow myself to relax? It got completely dark, and in any case, it was better to spend the night in the camp. I was about to head back when someone came up silently from behind. "Hello! What are you doing here so late?" It was Slavia standing before me. I was so surprised that I jumped. "So you didn't catch Ulyana, did you?" She smiled. I nodded disappointedly and sighed. "No wonder. No one ever has." Yeah, she's a real rocket girl. She could have found a better use for her energy than looking for adventures. "You must be hungry. You didn't manage to have dinner after all." Indeed, I had completely forgot about my hunger, but after these words of hers, my stomach drew attention to itself by giving a traitorous rumble. Slavia smiled. "Let's go then." "What, is the canteen still open?" "It's all right. I have the keys." "The keys?" "Yes, I have keys to all the facilities in this camp." "How come?" "Well, I'm something like the camp leader's aide here." "I see. Well, let's go." It was an offer you can't refuse. When we reached the square, Slavia stopped in her tracks. "Excuse me, I should warn my roommate that I'll be late. She's so punctual herself that she'll be worried otherwise. You go on to the canteen, and I'll come in a minute, all right?" "All right." I really did not expect to find somebody aside from myself here at such a late hour, and that somebody was apparently trying hopelessly to open the door. Without any secret thoughts, I walked up onto the porch. The lockpicker turned out to be Alisa. I should have probably kept off and waited. She looked at me intently for a while, then said, "Don't just stand there. Give me a hand or something." "Meaning?" "Help me open the door." "Why?" "'Cause I want some buns and kefir. Dinner wasn't big enough." Is that really a good idea?" "Aren't you hungry yourself, huh? Ulyana didn't let you have a normal dinner, did she?" She smiled sarcastically. "It's true, she didn't." It's fine. Slavia will come now and..." "What?" Guess I shouldn't have said that. "I'm off then, and you'll pay for this. You owe me 2 already." Having said that, Alisa disappeared into the night. And what was the first one? Slavia didn't keep me waiting for too long. "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, why are you asking?" "No reason. It's nothing." It would be better if I didn't tell her about Alisa. "Everything's fine." I said that and immediately heard a note of dishonesty in my voice. "Well, shall we go?" As for Slavia, she seemed not to have noticed anything. Or at least she was pretending she hadn't. We entered the canteen. "Wait a bit, I'll go get something." I sat down on the chair and obediently waited for my savior. My dinner was simple, a few buns and a glass of kefir. No wonder, I bet hungry pioneers finish everything off. However, even that was far better than most of my usual diet. Slavia sat across the table and looked at me while I was eating. "Is there something on my face?" "No, just..." She smiled. So, how did you like your first day in the camp? Well, I don't really know. It's silly to ask someone who suddenly found himself in a different reality whether he liked the food in the canteen, the camp leader, or his assigned hut. It's alright, you'll soon get used to it. Slavia stared out the window dreamingly. Frankly speaking, I have no desire to get used to such things. But as for her, she doesn't know. Or at least, she wants me to think that she doesn't. Well, all in all, it's nice here. I had to somehow break the awkward silence. Do you think so? She asked without any interest. Yeah, this place is so... I wanted to say retro, but I managed to hold that back. After all, it was retro for me, but what about them? It might be the only kind of life they knew. If the term life was applicable here at all. So how? She watched me closely, as if something important depended on my answer. Well, I don't know. Lovely. Yeah, it's lovely here. I guess you're right. She smiled again. It's very good that you think so. Why? Well, not everybody likes it here. And what about you? Me? Yes. I love it here. It's great. Then you don't need to worry about what other people think. Well, I don't really worry. Slavia laughed. This conversation seemed to be leading me as far astray from where I wanted to get to. And you're worried yourself. Really? Why do you say so? Well, when someone is chewing so intensely... I'm sorry. It's okay. I couldn't bring myself to be more cautious around this girl. But why her in particular? Why not any other local inhabitant? Every one of them looked completely normal to me. Precisely normal. So normal it sends chills down my spine and into my marrow. Normal, not like a neighbor with a power drill in one hand and a subwoofer in the other. Not like a passenger you can often meet in a subway or a public transport. Not like a coworker at the next table in an open plan office. And not even like a friend who only differs from other humans in his constant insistence. All of them looked normal, as I would expect them to be, with their own downsides but without any superpowers. And Slavia was also cute? I glanced at her stealthily, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, I wanted to show you the camp, but I was ran off my feet. I didn't miss anything while on my own, I guess. Are you sure you haven't missed anything at all? She smiled so brightly that I had to drop my eyes in confusion. Well, how would I know? It's my first day here. Okay, and what have you seen so far? I've seen the square, this canteen, the football field. And what about the beach? Just from afar. You really should go there, or let's do it together. Yeah, okay, we will. Her naturalness started to scare me, but then I thought, what if everything that happens here is how it's supposed to be, and this world looks strange only to me, while for them it is normal? Maybe I was thrown into the past. Yes, that would explain a lot. Can I ask a stupid question? No. Slavia smiled and stood up from the table. It's late. Can you find the way to Olga Dmitrievna's by yourself? Of course I can, but why should I go there? She'll settle you with someone. What for? Probably this question seemed stupid, because Slavia burst into good-natured laughter. You need to sleep somewhere, right? That makes sense. Fine, I'll be off then. Good night. Night. It's strange that she left in such a hurry. A bundle of keys left in the door lock caught my attention. I was going to catch up to Slavia, but where does she live? And knocking on every door during the middle of the night didn't sound like a bright idea. I'd better take them. I'll give them back tomorrow because who knows what happens here at night. Such thoughts gave me chills. It's me who needs to be careful here in the first place. The night, though dark, wasn't silent at all. One could hear chirping crickets, the songs of the night birds, and rustling trees from everywhere. A sudden desire to follow Slavia's advice and go to camp leader's cabin appeared. I don't know why, but the sight of the unknown bronze builder of communism put me in a constructive mood. I sat on the bench and started to recall everything that happened today. That was all my constructive mood could offer. Here was much brighter than near the canteen, and tardy pioneers were running by, so this place didn't seem scary at all. Bus, summer camp, girls. I was so tired from everything new and strange that I could not come up with a single explanation for what was going on. I heard a barely noticeable rustle nearby. I shivered and looked in that direction. A girl, reading a book. Lena. I decided to move closer and talk. She was the only new person I had met here without exchanging even a few words. Hi, what are you reading? Lena was so surprised that she even jumped. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Never mind. She blushed and stared at the book again. So, what are you reading? On the cover was written, Gone with the Wind. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits her very well. Lena didn't seem to be interested in continuing the conversation. Well, if I'm bothering you... No, she answered while still looking at the book. Can I sit beside you for a while? Why? And really, why? Maybe just because I was very tired and having company is better than being alone. And maybe I wanted to try to find something out from her. I carefully examined Lena. But no, I doubt that. Well, I don't know. I'm not allowed to? Feel free. But if I'm bothering you... No, you're not. I can leave. Just say. Everything's alright. Okay then. I sat on the end of the bench carefully. After such an intense talk, staying here was the last thing I wanted, but it wouldn't be nice to just stand up and leave. That didn't really go well, huh? Lena hasn't answered anything. It seemed I made a fool of myself. I bet if Ulyana was here, she'd be having a good laugh at me. Do you enjoy being here? I recalled the Slavia's question and thought it would be a good start for a conversation. Yes. She smiled slightly. I guess I like it too. Lena definitely isn't very sociable and probably can't carry on a meaningless conversation as easily as Slavia. But there was something about her that attracted attention. Like a momentary glimpse of reflection in the glass on a rainy autumn evening, which makes you turn around and stare into darkness, searching for something that you saw out of the corner of your eye. Of course, you weren't able to distinguish or understand what it was, but it still felt so tempting. Lena was still reading the book without paying any attention to my presence, and I had no intention of asking her anything about this camp or this world in general. Beautiful night. Yes. How in the world would you start a conversation with her? It's late. I have to go. Yes, it's quite late. Good night. Night. There was something strange about this girl. At first glance, she's a typically shy and modest pioneer girl, but the mystery of Lena took its own place in the massive list of mysteries about this camp which I had started to put together in my head. A lazy evening. There's nothing like a good time with nothing to do. I headed towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The light in the house was on. Hello, Semyon. You're quite late. Yeah. I went for a walk to look around the camp. All right. You will be sleeping here. She pointed her finger at one of the beds. Right here? I was a bit surprised. Yeah, it's something wrong? We are out of free cabins anyway. The camp leader smiled, but I rather think it was just out of politeness. Do you want to be a decent pioneer, don't you? There was a clear emphasis on the word decent. Yep, sure. I was lost in thoughts for a moment. Don't you mind it, mademoiselle? She looked at me oddly, with surprise and some offense in her eyes. A pioneer should respect their elders, Olga Dmitrievna said strictly. Of course he should, no one argues with that, I blurted, now realizing what was wrong. Shouldn't you also? She stared at me. Under such a gaze, even mithril forged by the best dwarf masters from the deepest dungeons would melt. Should I what? What's up, Toots? Annoyance and lack of understanding made me raise my voice. You must address adults appropriately. Yes, of course, there are a lot of strange things here, but this girl is just a couple years older than me, or maybe even younger. But I decided not to argue. While just a few minutes ago I would never have called her an adult, I have to admit that she was also given a strong character. And in any case, I wasn't in position to argue. As you say, ma'am, I mumbled. That's much better. That is how a decent pioneer should conduct himself. And now it's time to sleep. Honestly speaking, I was going to become neither a decent nor an indecent pioneer. Just yesterday, I wasn't going to become a pioneer at all. But do I have choice now? If you don't want to, we'll have to make you. This is the motto Olga Dmitrievna was probably going to use. I climbed onto the bed and closed my eyes only to realize how tired I was after today. Something hammered in my head awfully, as if my brains had started a night shift. And they seemed to be aimed more at rolling steel than working on something more sensitive. The bus flew through my mind. And the square with the monument. The canteen full of pioneers, and the malicious face of Ulyana. Slavia. Lena. And even recalling Alisa didn't give me too much of a negative feeling. What if I'm here for good? Day 2. I was having a dream. It seemed like I was in some kind of vacuum with nothing but nothing around me. But not only around, I was the only creature in the universe. As if the universe had returned to a state of singularity right before the Big Bang. And something was just about to happen. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I could not make out the words, but it sounded familiar. The voice was whispering something gently, as if soothing me. And then I realized it was the voice of that strange girl from the bus. The girl from the dream. But what is she trying to tell me? Who is she? I woke up. Bright sunlight struck my eyes. It was almost noon. After stretching lazily on the bed and yawning, I started to recall the previous day. In few seconds, all its events passed before my eyes. The bus, the camp, the local inhabitants. No, that's just wrong. Not this whole situation, not me being here. It was wrong by default. My attitude towards what was happening was wrong. Because yesterday I fell asleep here just like that, and before that I chatted nicely with the local pioneers, even managed to crack a few jokes. How could I act like that in such a situation? I should be frightened, startled by every little rustling, should avoid all contact with the potentially hostile creatures. The last day's events were getting hazy, like I had a hangover. This really feels like the morning after a heavy drinking party. Yesterday's natural, flawless, absolutely normal conduct becomes a nightmare in the morning, a grotesque illustration from the Divine Comedy. Yes, it's just like that, and I can't change the past now. Then again, I had probably assessed the situation and was acting accordingly. I glanced around, trying to figure out whether I had been thrown somewhere else, but Olga Dmitrievna's cabin looked the same as yesterday. Everything seemed to be in its place, except for a pioneer uniform which was hanging from the bedhead. I fumbled with it in distrust and tried on. At least this is better than walking around in winter clothes. Wish I could see myself. Bet I look like a clown. And for that, I needed a mirror. At least the tiny one. I finally found one on the wardrobe door. Holy! I looked at the newfound pioneer and jumped away in surprise. There was some teenager on the other side of the mirror. He resembled me, but he wasn't me. Where did the weak stubble go? Where were the bags under my eyes? The slouch, that deadly fatigue on my face. It seemed that I had not been thrown back in time or into a parallel reality, but instead had simply changed bodies with someone else. Right, that's real simple. Such things happen every day. I took a closer look at this stranger, and only then I realized that it actually was me. It just wasn't today's me. Maybe the one from between my school and university years. Well, at least that's something. There you go. The person in an extreme situation did fail to notice the elephant in the room after all. But the camp leader noticed it, and last night she told me off for addressing her without proper respect. Ah, screw that. I doubt my appearance affects anything else. If the clock was not lying, breakfast was long over. Oh well, I'll try to find something in the canteen. It worked out well yesterday with Slavia, didn't it? Those memories made me smile involuntarily. The sun was shining brightly outside. A light breeze was blowing. A beautiful summer day. I had not felt so good in the morning for several years. All problems were gone, vanished into clouds that were white as snow. Olga Dmitrievna came out of nowhere. "Good morning, Semyon!" "Morning." I smiled, doing my best to show that, no matter what, my morning was indeed good. "You only arrived yesterday, so I decided not to wake you up. But breakfast... Never mind. Here, take this." She handed me something wrapped in paper. Judging by the oily stains, there had to be sandwiches inside. "Oh, thank you." "Now, go wash yourself." I was about to leave. "Wait a second." Olga Dmitrievna quickly ran into the house and came out to shove a small bag into my hands. Inside it I found a toothbrush, soap, a small towel, and something else. I did not look too closely. "A pioneer should always be clean and tidy. Let me do your neckerchief properly this first time. Yours is askew. You should do it yourself once you learn how to." "Do we have to? I'm going to wash myself now." "Yeah, right. It could get hooked on the tap and strangle me." "Fine, later then. And don't forget about the lineup." Pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. "What lineup?" "What do you mean, what lineup?" She frowned. "It's Monday today." Weird. By my approximation, it should have been Sunday. Then again, a shift in the day of the week is hardly the worst thing. "Usually we have lineups early in the morning before breakfast, but it's Monday today, so we are having it at 12 o'clock. Don't be late." "All right, but where?" "At the square. Where else?" There was no reason to argue. I headed to the bathing place. I knew I could forget about separate showers and toilet, but at the sight of this malfunctioning symptom of decay in socialism, a funny turtle within a tin shell, paw taps and ceramic belly, I felt sick. I was not a squeamish person, but nevertheless, standing here I realized that there was still some minimal level of habitual comfort which I found it troublesome to do without. It's often like that. When you lose things that you thought were ordinary and common, you suddenly understand just how essential they were. Ah, screw this, as if I have any choice. The water was ice cold. While washing my hands was not an issue, washing my face and my mouth became a big problem. There was no toothpaste in the bag which Olga Dmitrievna gave me. I could brush my teeth without it, but there was a small round box wrapped in the towel. Tooth powder. Cute. 1 point for me being somewhere in the past. I washed myself quite quickly, also due to the ice-cold water. Someone was coming quickly, or more like running towards me. I turned around. It was Slavia, dressed in a tracksuit. The girl would probably look good in anything. Pioneer uniform, bikini, probably even a spacesuit. "Hey there!" "Oh, hi, I mean, what's up? Good morning." "Yeah." "Oh, yeah, real smooth." "Why didn't you come for breakfast?" "I overslept." I said it as if I was proud about it. "But Olga Dmitrievna gave me some sandwiches." "Oh, great then. Don't forget about the lineup." "Yeah, sure." As if I could forget. "Right, I gotta run. Enjoy yourself." She waved goodbye to me and disappeared around the path bend. Looks like it's a couple of minutes until the lineup. I should quickly pass by my home to drop off my washing bag and eat the sandwiches and then head to the square. I swung open the door of the camp leader's cabin and rushed inside, as if jumping into the last car of a departing train. It didn't turn out to be the best idea, because inside I found Olga Dmitrievna, who was changing. I froze on the spot, trying not to breathe. Finally, the camp leader noticed me. "Semyon!" I looked away immediately. "Have you heard of knocking? Now get out!" Yeah, that was real clumsy, although I did enjoy the sight. Olga Dmitrievna followed me out in a minute. "Here, take this. Now it's your home too." She handed me a key. I put it in my pocket. Home. Of course, if you disregard how fantastical the current events were, this camp was far from being the worst place on earth. But to call it home, just after one day spent here, I doubt I'll ever be able to do so. "All right, let's go. We are late." "But what about the sandwiches?" "Just eat them on the way." We were passing along the lines of the pioneers' cabins while I was tucking into the ham sandwiches, and Olga Dmitrievna kept on talking and talking. She was buzzing like a game of operation with Parkinson's. But I cared about nothing but the food. "Understood?" You weren't listening." "Sorry." "Today is the first day of your new life as a pioneer, and you should do your best so that it becomes a happy life." "Ah, yeah, definitely." "I'm serious. A pioneer has many duties. Great responsibility is conferred upon him. To participate in social work, to help his juniors, to study and study and study again. We here are all like one big family, and you will become part of it." Yeah, a part. I'd even sign a party membership card if it could save me from listening to this nonsense. "I hope that after your term here is over, you'll keep the most pleasant memories about our camp. Memories that will last your whole life." "And when will this term end?" "Why do you keep asking silly things?" It seems I won't get any information from her. A shame, really. This world appears to be so friendly, but it never bothered to introduce itself to me. Perhaps now I can take things somewhat easier than yesterday. It seems like I have some unspoken ceasefire with it. It isn't trying to hurt me, but I'm forbidden from asking questions. Of course, the situation isn't a pleasant one, but what can I do about it? A bad peace is better than a good dispute. The most important thing for you now is to make the best of the time you will spend here." "I do my best." Honestly, I was very tired of this conversation. It would be good to know where that here is. But we came to the square. The pioneers were already lined up. "What, is somebody not here yet?" Nope, all here." She looked around her brave pioneer troops. "All right, go stand somewhere." Weird. Why did she tell me there are no more sleeping places? While the chief was running her mouth about our plans for the week, I stared at the people. A few heads away from me stood Electronic, a little further Lena and Slavia, and at the end of the line, Ulyana and Alisa. Everyone I had met was here. Olga Dmitrievna spoke about some competitions, and I turned my attention to the monument. Genda. I could not remember any revolutionary with a similar name. He had a weird posture too, as if he was looking around with distrust, maybe contempt, or even disdain. Probably some local leader. "Daydreaming again?" Slavia brought me back to reality. Olga Dmitrievna stood nearby. "Still remember the plan for the week?" "The plan? I will never forget the plan." "Perfect!" She looked at Slavia. "Did you bring it?" "Yes." Slavia handed me a piece of paper. "It's a checklist. Here are 4 tasks to check off. Do it all today. Before you start, sign up for a club. There are some clubs in the clubhouse and a musical club in the separate building. Then visit the infirmary. And finally, visit the library. Got it? Yes. The checklist seemed like a good chance to find out something, since I had to go to places I haven't been before. Then come on, start right now! What about lunch? Don't worry, I'll bring you more sandwiches. The checklist is more important. Good luck! They departed too fast for me to ask anything else. Missed breakfast, now I'll miss lunch too. This ain't good. Maybe I'll manage it in time somehow. Lunch starts at 1 p.m. Then again, if I go there, I might miss a place from the checklist. Okay, it's too early to go to the canteen anyway. Nonetheless, I decided to go have lunch. The checklist isn't going to run away. I'll get it signed later, while my stomach clearly won't wait till dinner. With these thoughts, I entered the canteen. There was almost nobody inside. Apparently, most pioneers had lunch already. A lunch lady of impressive proportions provided me with a glorious meal of 3 dishes. A soup, Ypres broth, goulash from Lavrenti Pavlovich garnished with potatoes boiled according to the craziest fashion of 15th century, and a periodic table compote. Hardly a menu 5-starred restaurant would envy, but I was too hungry to care. After all, compared to my usual meal of ramen, or macaroni and cheese, this indeed wasn't too bad. I sat at the nearest table and concentrated on chewing. My focus was soon disturbed by a sudden mighty slap on my back. I even choked. Ulyana was standing in front of me with a victorious look on her face. "I'll choke the life out of you one day. Catch me if you can!" She stuck her tongue out. "You tried once and couldn't." "Alright, then I'll ambush you somewhere." "That's not fair." "Look who's talking, Miss Fairplay." I grinned. "Okay, you wait. I'll get some food and come back. We'll eat together." I could do without such company. Better hurry up with my lunch. However, Ulyana came back after just half a minute. She had a huge roast beef on her plate and a few large boiled potatoes. Compared to my royal feast. Where did you get that?" "Gotta know places." She looked at me and grinned with her all 32, or however many she had, teeth. I won't stand for this. I never was a master of pranks, and in school I often found myself on the bullied side. But I had to get back at her somehow. "And what if Olga Dmitrievna finds out about your stealing food?" "I'm not stealing!" She flared up. "That's what you're going to tell her. I wonder if she'll believe you." "And how would she know?" "Well, that depends on many things." "Like what?" Ulyana looked me in the eyes. "Bring me a bun. A sweet one." "Where am I supposed to get it?" "Well, the same place where you got all this." I pointed at her plate. She hesitated. "Alright, 1 bun. And promise you won't tell Olga Dmitrievna." "You have the word of a pioneer." She ran off towards the kitchen. Without hesitating, I opened the pepper box and emptied it into her drink. Just as I finished, the restless girl came back. "Here, you racketeer!" Looks like she didn't notice. "Okay, now, who drinks his compote last carries trays." "Don't be silly." "Silly? Watch me. I won't play these childish games." "Look who's talking." I smiled maliciously. "Ha! You watch me then. 1, 2, 3. She didn't even let me grab my glass, and in one quick motion downed her drink. In just 1 second, her expression changed to that of authentic terror. Her cheeks went red and her eyes were about to pop out. She jumped from the table and rushed to the table with the drinking water, spitting and yelling as she went. You! 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 I decided not to wait for her and went outside, giggling to myself while finishing my bun. What's the point of visiting the infirmary? My health was fine. The fresh local air clearly did me some good. I felt fresher than usual. But I just have to visit it. I entered. A common infirmary, like my school doctor's room. A middle-aged woman sat at the table. Obviously, she was a nurse. She gazed intently at me, assessing me while continuing to write something. "Well, hello, pioneer," said the nurse without being distracted from her work. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I have something—" "Sit down, please." I looked around the room. "On the couch." I sat down. "Strip." She said all of it with an even tone. "What for?" "To inspect, to auscultate, to check on your health. You know. By the way, my name is Violetta, but you can call me Viola." She turned to me. "What are you waiting for? Strip." But I have no health issues. I've got this." I neatly gave her the paper. "Later." She took the stethoscope off her neck, seeming like she intended to probe me with it. But then someone knocked on the door. The nurse answered unwillingly. "Come in." In a moment, the door opened wildly and Electronic rushed inside. "Hello, I fell during the football game. Nonsense, of course. I'm okay, but Olga Dmitrievna—" There was a massive bruise under Electronic's eye. I doubt that this could be a football injury. "Sit down, I'll have a look," she said to him. "And you, pass me your checklist." The nurse quickly signed it and continued. "If something hurts, come to me immediately. Pioneer." I decided not to answer and went out, closing door behind me. That nurse is surely something else. Actually, I love reading, but spending my days in a library under the current circumstances was well beyond my scope. So I'd better hurry up with this checkpoint. As I stepped inside, a memory from my childhood emerged in my head. It was very vivid. I'm 7 or 8 years old. I'm at the library with my mother. While she's looking through the books I might need for my studies, I am sitting in the corner and looking through their collection of comic books. Back then, I didn't know why they had so many or why couldn't I take some with me. The notion of collective property was something my mind hasn't grasped yet at that age. However, back then, the whole concept of property was pretty hazy to me. These memories seemed even stranger now, while I was standing in this particular camp where they might have managed to build communism in 3 years. Soviet symbolism was all over the place and the shelves were full of related literature. Of course, I wasn't planning to read any of these. Getting acquainted with a full collection of books by Marx was the last thing on earth I would think of. Where's the librarian? I didn't spend much time looking for her. I looked closely. Short hair, thick glasses, rather cute face. She was snoring so peacefully I couldn't just wake her up. I can wait. If she doesn't wake up in half an hour, maybe then. I couldn't just sit there, so I took a random book from the nearest bookshelf. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation. I opened it roughly in the middle and started reading. The life of a man, with its endless upkeep, wants, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the procreative act. That is, the absolute claim of the will to live, and furthermore, it is also the reason the man owes nature his death and thinks with anxiety of his death. Is this not the evidence that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist. From time to time, paying with death for our birth, we always exist and alternately bear all the joy and sorrow of life, since neither of both can pass us without some effect, that is a result of our stated will to live. Thus, the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really elusive, but just as elusive is the impulse which has attracted us into it. This attraction itself may be seen objectively as the mutual longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live, in its affirmation. How gentle and tender it is! It wants happiness and quiet pleasure and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. Someone knocked on the door. I closed the book quickly and put it back in its place. What a nice habit, knocking on the door. I should pick it up. It was Lena. Oh, hi, I smiled. Hi, I just wanted to return a book. She had the copy of Gone with the Wind that I saw yesterday. Oh, Zhenya is sleeping. I'll come back later. I'm awake. I turned around in surprise to look at her. She eyed me closely from behind her table. What is it you wanted? I need you to check here. Give it here. She quickly signed the paper and gave it back to me. She had this look on her face that made me want to keep quiet. Lena came up to her to return her book. I thanked Zhenya and went out. I went to the clubhouse. To tell the truth, I never really liked extracurricular activities. At school, I used to find any excuse to skip extra classes. At university, I had no interest in participating in the student council. I wasn't interested in boxing, aeromodeling, or sewing. So I came here just to check off the box. Nobody was there. I found myself in something like a hut of a junior robot enthusiast. There were wires and simple printed circuits scattered everywhere, chips, and on the table proudly stood an oscillograph. I heard voices from another room, and then two pioneers appeared. One was electronic, the other one I didn't know. Hi, Semyon! We've been expecting you! It seems he knows everything about everyone. Why were you expecting me? Well, of course, because you came to sign up for our cybernetics club, didn't you? He didn't let me answer. And this is Shurik. He's in charge here. I assume there's only two of you in the club. Well, you can say that it's three now. Shurik came up to me and assertively offered his hand. His face was somewhat familiar. Welcome to the club. Yep. Now I'll show you around. Make yourself at home. Guys, I just wanted to... We are always welcoming new members. He said it in such a way that the anthem of the Soviet Union suddenly started playing in my head. It's amazing, I even remembered the words. In the first grade, I had a textbook with the lyrics in the back. No, I wanted you to sign my checklist. Yep, You sign to the club, we'll sign your checklist. He grinned. I was getting ready for a long and boring argument, but then I heard someone enter. I looked back and saw Slavia. Ah, Semyon! I hope they are not giving you any trouble. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the future of the motherland's robotics industry. I know these two. They can. Well, actually, I just need to get my checklist signed. I decided to take advantage of the situation. No problem. Give it to me. Slavia took the paper and marched up to Shurik. Sign it. Hold on. We are not done yet. You are done. Sign it now. She gave Shurik such a threatening look that it made him lose every possible objection. He wrote some squiggles on the checklist. I thanked Slavia, then I moved on in a mellow mood. The music club, a small one-level building, was located some distance from the other camp buildings. I opened the door and entered without hesitation. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here. Drums, guitars, even a piano. I spent some time looking closely at every instrument, wanting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly I heard a crawling sound coming from underneath the piano. A girl. Seemed like she was looking for something. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Excuse me. Ah, who's there? She tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Ouch! She struggled out. Sorry, I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Ah, yes. My name is Miku. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me, but it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building. Well, it wasn't him who was building. He's an engineer. And he was working on a nuclear power plant there, or a dam, or a bridge, whatever. She was talking so fast she swallowed half the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Semyon. Great! Want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us then. Do you play anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords, but then I forgot about it, since I quit everything that required more than a couple of hours to learn. I wasn't planning to do anything like that really. Oh, it's okay. I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example. How about a violin? I know it all, honestly. There was no point in arguing with the orchestra girl, since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure. Give it to me. Be sure to come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs, or maybe if you are not into that, something more contemporary. Sure, thanks. Gotta go now. Of course, come anytime. The end of her sentence stayed inside. It might be nice to hang around with a guitar in the evening, but in such company. I turned to leave and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? The checklist. Got it signed? Yes. Then move it. Alisa went inside and I hurried to leave the place. Finally, I got all the signatures. Now I had to go back to Olga Dmitrievna and give it to her. She was sitting in front of her cabin, reading a book. Doesn't look like a good role model for the perfect pioneer that she was planning to turn me into. I wonder if her responsibilities extended beyond giving fiery speeches at the lineup, scolding Ulyana, and getting involved into my moral physical and ideological growth. Here, I offered her my checklist. She placed it in her pocket without even looking at the signatures. Great! I could have signed it myself without going anywhere. Perfect! So, did you meet our nurse? Yes. For some reason, her question sent shivers down my spine. Which club have you signed up for? I didn't. I need to think first. That's a pity. It's vital for you to sign in somewhere tomorrow. Of course, sure. Right, it's time to go to dinner. About time. I was getting hungry. I headed to the canteen together with Olga Dmitrievna. I looked at the sky and noticed that sun was already setting. On the porch stood Alisa, Electronic, Ulyana, and Slavia. As we came up, I heard what they were talking about. And never call me Dvache again, or you'll get another one. I didn't call you that. You are hearing things. He did. I heard it all. You weren't even there. I was in the bushes. Come on, you guys, stop it. So it wasn't a football injury Electronic suffered earlier today. The nurse did a good job. I couldn't even see his black eye. Olga Dmitrievna came up to them and asked about the ruckus. What happened? Alisa and Chizikov. I didn't do anything. She shrugged with antipathy and went inside. Right, dinner time. I entered last. There weren't too many free seats. There were few free chairs near Alisa across the canteen, but I'd sooner starve for a week or two than risk my head near her. There was also a seat near Ulyana, but I'm not into traditional Chinese whatever crawls cuisine. Finally, a free chair near Miku. Looks like I'll have to pick my poison. You mind if I sit here? Oh yeah, sure. No, I don't mind. Yes, you can sit here. I sat down. Look, it's buckwheat today. Do you like buckwheat? And chicken? I don't like chicken. Well, not that I don't like it, but if you'd ask me what would I prefer, say stroganoff beef or ragu? No, maybe just the hamburger. Or a rump steak. Do you like rump steak? I'm not that picky about my food. And that's the simple truth. Oh, is that so? But the desserts, they aren't really good here. I like ice cream. Do you like ice cream? I love 48 kopecks and Leningradskoe. Oh, sorry, I keep talking about myself. Maybe you like Eskimo better. Dinner was starting to get on my nerves, thanks to such company. And I'm not the kind of person that can just ignore someone who's talking to them. Even her. We are at the same table after all. I once bought a waffle cone and started eating, and then you know what? I found a screw there. A real screw. Can you imagine that? Or was it bolt? I don't really know. Screws are those that you tighten with screwdrivers, and bolts are those that you turn with a wrench, yes? If there was a speed eating contest going on, I would probably be in the top 3 winners by now. Right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. I got up and headed outside. Miku was saying something, but her words were drowned by the crowd of loudly dining pioneers. I went out and sat on the stairs, waiting for my dinner to settle down a bit. I just sat there and watched night falling. Everything is so lively here during the day. Kids laughing and yelling happily, fooling and running around, constant chatter, games going on, and swimming at the beach. But after dark, the camp changes entirely. The sounds of day were swapped for silence, only now and then broken by crickets chirping or a night bird. The camp was going to sleep. In every shadow you could see things. Maybe a ghost, or a spirit of the forest, or a wild animal. A human being would be the last thing to expect. That is how it looked last night. And now. The locals followed their routine very strictly. In the day, the camp was theirs. In the night, it belonged more to the forces of nature than to humans. Someone touched my shoulder. I looked back. It was electronic. Let's go play cards. Cards? Yep, I invented a new game. A good one. Good? Like how? Well, first we got to find the cards, then I'll tell you. Then go find them, what's the problem? Only Olga Dmitrievna has them, and she won't give them to me. Why so? Well, the last time when we... Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia came out onto the porch. Olga Dmitrievna, Semyon just wanted to ask you about the possibility of getting playing cards. Actually... For what purpose? We invented a new game. Not we, you did. What game? I need the cards to show you. I don't like this. Well, if Semyon is with you, then perhaps it's okay. To be really honest... We'll go fetch them together, Olga Dmitrievna. I'll go get them. Fine, they are in my cabin, in the desk drawer. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's place. Why did I agree anyway? Then again, what choice did I have? There is nothing to do here at night, at least I'll have some fun. But my mind kept nagging me about this not being a good time for having fun. On the other hand, if there actually exists a camp with pioneers, then it must be someone's doing. And even if it's not true, then the most logical thing is to seek answers here, not in the forests or fields. But at this very moment, the answer is going to play cards. I opened the door with my own key and went inside. To my surprise, there were no cards inside. Instead, it was full of cups, forks and knives, plates, scotch tape, scissors, rubber gloves, a piece of rope, few plastic bags, pencils, and few broken pens. Everything except the playing cards. Maybe I should look in the closet. It was full of Olga Dmitrievna's clothes, but a small drawer with a keyhole at the top caught my eye. I pulled, but it didn't open. I wonder if she's hiding something. Forcing it open wasn't the best idea, even if the cards were in there. I was just turning to leave as I remembered something. Slavia forgot her keys yesterday. They are here. What if... For a moment I hesitated, but then approached the closet and started picking a key for the lock. Of course, it would be strange to expect a result. Indeed, why would Slavia carry a key for Olga Dmitrievna's personal chest? But to my surprise, another key slid into the lock and turned a few times without a problem. Suddenly the door squeaked behind me. I jumped and turned around, but there was nobody in the cabin. Was it the wind? I carefully looked outside. Not a single person in sight. Perhaps it was nothing, but I still felt uneasy. I even looked in the bushes by the cabin, but then decided to go back and seek out all the dark secrets of our chief. Semyon, what's taking you so long? Yes. With shaking hands, I turned the key and jerked it out of the lock. Slavia came closer. Ah, my keys! I thought I'd lost them. Where did you find them? They were in the bushes, outside. Found them just now. Thank God I managed to close it before she saw. Shall we go? I wanted to get out as fast as possible, and preferably forget about my attempt to violate someone's privacy. When I got back, Olga Dmitrievna informed me. Sorry, I remembered that cards were at Slavia's cabin. She fetched them while you were looking. I looked at Slavia. She meekly smiled. Come on, you guys. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa. Her gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Not a nice one. You want something? I asked carefully. You are going to play this stupid game? Yes. Something wrong with that? Nope, nothing. She was turning to leave, but then slowly looked back and smiled. So you play cards? A little. I couldn't figure out what she wanted. So only Durak and that's it? As if you are a poker star. Well, yes, technically. Then you don't have a chance. Why? Because. So you know the rules? Of course. Well, then you have the upper hand. I couldn't see why would we go on talking and motioned towards the door. Why do you keep trying to leave? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Let's make a bet. What do you mean? You're such a slowpoke. The cards, what else? And what do you want to bet on? That I'll win. That's quite a possible outcome, I agreed calmly. So, are you afraid? No, I am not. I'm not big on bets when I don't like my chances. And you are not big on taking risks too. Such an astute observation. I'm impressed. Right, then No, you're not. Now what? I sighed in exhaustion. She was starting to annoy me with her rubbish talk about some pointless bet. If you won't bet with me, I'll tell everyone that you tried to seduce me. What? You heard me. I could imagine her doing this. Don't be stupid. Who's gonna believe you? I've been here less than 2 days. Besides, want to try your luck? Right. And what will happen if I win? I won't tell anyone anything. And if I lose? Slowpoke mode again? I'll tell everyone you tried to seduce me. I told you already. So you are telling me now that I have to work to prove that I didn't do something when I didn't actually do it? If that's how you want to look at it. Not a simple decision. On the one hand, it was stupid to agree. I didn't know the rules and gambling wasn't my thing. On the other hand, she could really make my life hell. Then again, can I even trust her? She can do it even if I win. So, have you made a decision? I was going to answer, but suddenly Lena came around me from behind. What? Nothing. Lena hurried inside. So? No, I'm not going to participate in your shady business. Sorry about that. You wuss! She shrugged and went up the stairs. Before she went inside, she flung at me. Prepare to face the consequences. Consequences? What if I made the wrong decision? After all, she can really complicate things for me here. On the other hand, I just couldn't allow myself to be pulled into something so reckless. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. A few pioneers stood there, chatting. The tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. I looked around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came closer, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. My name was among the players. And who came up with all this? I patted Electronic, who was standing near. Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jokingly. This made me uncomfortable to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago, I thought I still had a slim chance to evade this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Alisa's revenge for not betting with her. But now, that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence. Except that I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. While there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room, I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no windows and doors. Will there be any prize? I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Electronic was about to answer when Ulyana came out of nowhere and started jumping around him. Prizes! Prizes! I heard something about prizes! Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. She made a wry face and jabbed Electronic in the ribs. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. Really, if they came up with this stupid game, at least they could have given the winner a chocolate medal or something. Ulyana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So, what about the rules? Wait a bit! Not everyone is here yet. I looked around the canteen. Alisa, Slavia, Lena, Miku and Shurik were here. It seems like everyone's here. Not everyone! Zhenya isn't here. Does he feel uneasy? Or is it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something, I don't know. He can't go, he's the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga Dmitrievna, Electronic whined. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course, who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess. Okay. I dragged my feet towards the door. Please, hurry! What's Electronic's problem anyway? Night is coming soon. I was going to take my time, so I slowly paced towards the library. But I found Zhenya before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench at the square, staring at Genda, who was silent as always. What are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to. She looked away. Why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. I surely didn't sound like myself there. A couple of days ago, I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Zhenya looked at me with surprise on her face. So, everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I gestured with my arms, wondering. I don't know how to play cards. So what? Same problem here. Then how can you play? What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course! She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live in Antarctica. Zhenya smiled. Doesn't matter, it's just an example. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right, I agreed sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about that? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway, obviously everyone has their weak spots. In a minute, we both were back at the canteen. Everyone looked at Electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of a draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, he looked at me, since the number of players is just 8, we'll have only 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered. And what about the prizes? The prizes, what are they? Ulyana, cut it out! Slavia stepped forward and tried to catch Ulyana. I won't rest until the prize is mine! Seemed like this girl alone had enough energy for a warp jump to Alpha Centauri. Prizes! Prizes! She repeated it over and over. Stop it! Slavia tried to reason with her. Electronic seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. Let's start already, I said calmly and added to Ulyana. Or you won't get any prizes. Looks like my argument got through to her, so she took her place. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. I approached the table that Lena sat behind. You don't mind? She looked up and blushed. Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself. And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? I sat down. Turns out we'll have to play the first round together. Yes. Finally, Electronic started to explain the rules. Electronic, who was silently watching our game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we are getting somewhere. Now, during the round, opponents trade cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes. I chuckled. Penetrate. What's so funny? Oh, never mind. I tried to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment, then moved on. And then we turned the cards up to see whose hand is better. Electronic went back to his diagram. I won! Seriously, it's hard to play a game that was made up on the spot and not by yourself either. But I won! Although the moment of glory was tainted by the fact that it was Lena who was the loser. She's not very confident in general, but now she's lost. I am too embarrassed even to look at her now. Probably I should have lost to boost her self-esteem. Meanwhile, Electronic proudly announced that the first round is over. A list of those who made it into the second round appeared on the scheme after a little while. Semi-final pairs consisted of Alisa versus Zhenya and Ulyana versus me. A doomed sigh escaped me. Ulyana immediately took a seat in front of me. Ha! She glared at me, grinning. How did you manage to outplay Lena? Cheated, perhaps? I'm not you. I just know how to play cards. At least that's what I want her to believe. And how could you outplay Shurik? Nah. Ulyana waved her hand, showing how easy it was. I threatened to join his club. She grinned yet again. Would you hold back too? Not a chance. Ugh. Then I'll choose which card I give to you myself. Did you hear the rules? Ah, screw them. It looked like she really didn't care. Okay, but I choose the cards to give to you too. Deal! Inspired by my victory in the first round, I ventured upon this dangerous move. I could have argued, appealed to electronic, and eventually had my own way, but somehow I felt truly confident in the outcome of this round. Yes, we were breaking the rules, but I was in the same boat as Ulyana. I looked up at electronic. "It's time to begin the semifinals," he commanded. I carefully checked my cards, ensuring that Ulyana couldn't see them. At least I won a single round. I left the canteen. It was still too early to sleep, and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? The events of the past day kept flashing brightly in my head. That stupid, useless checklist, this foolish tournament. Tonight I had no intention of doing anything or to talking to anybody. The investigation of my complicated situation was the last thing on earth I would do this evening. I headed to the north. At least where I thought it was. It was my habit from my youth, to go to the north. I like this part of my hometown more than the southern districts. Traveling to the Black Sea resorts was never my thing either. Boundless forests and fields were much closer to me than beaches and barcans. Several minutes later, an open-air stage consisting of several wooden benches and a platform appeared before my eyes. I climbed onto the stage. So much varied musical equipment, loudspeakers, a microphone stand, and even a piano. I imagined a crowd of people in front of me, everyone screaming, shouting my name, myself blinded by the spotlights. I imagined a guitar in my hands and attempted to play a long and striking solo. I suppose it looked pretty funny from a stranger's point of view. A weird guy swinging his arms on stage, jumping around like an ape and making faces. I hope no one can see me here. "Hey!" piped up from somewhere above. I looked up and saw Ulyana hanging over the beam under the stage ceiling. "And what are you doing here?" "I'm just..." Denial is obviously futile. "You saw it, didn't you?" I said in frustration and turned away. "Oh, I see you wasted guitar talent in you." I said nothing. "Hey, come on, don't frown. It was funny enough." She giggled. "Funny enough, eh?" I huffled. "Yep," Ulyana answered calmly. "Come up here, dude." "Where to?" "To me." "I ain't gonna get up there. Don't even try to convince me." Not that I have a fear of heights, it's just that climbing up there is pointless, isn't it? "No, just get over here." I felt in my bones that something was going wrong, but still slowly headed her way. When I found myself standing under Ulyana, she cried out, "Catch me!" and jumped. Thousands of thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. How would I catch her? Is it worth trying? What if she dies? What if she breaks my something? Why the hell is this happening to me? That's her own fault. No more fooling around. Wow, what a number of thoughts come and go within a blink of an eye. When sometimes many years are not enough to come up with a single idea. At last, logic and self-preservation instinct won the battle, and I stepped back. Ulyana landed gently, tumbled, instantly jumped to her feet, and looked at me with offense. "Holy moly! Why didn't you catch me?" "You didn't get hurt," I answered, shifting my glance. "What if I did?" "But you didn't. What's up with you? Watched too many B-movies recently?" "So don't you care about me?" She grinned. "Well, in this situation, certainly, I do care." "I'm flattered." Hey, don't get any ideas. Okay, you're forgiven for the cards. And you are not. I had no time to finish the sentence. Ulyana jumped off the stage and vanished in the dark of the night. Yep, one more childish trick from the silly girl. Sure, I was worrying about her at the moment, as I would for anyone else in her place. After once again cursing Ulyana in my mind, I headed towards my cabin. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrievna must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped, and laid on the bed. When you think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I spent the whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only a few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long time I felt really tired, not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired, psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to show off, starting with my own thoughts. I wanted this mess to somehow resolve by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Day 3. The night left a feeling of anxiety behind. I woke up exhausted both physically and mentally. It happens to me all the time. You see incredibly lucid images in your dream, as if you fell into a Hollywood blockbuster with a plot full of twists, well-paid actors, and multi-million-dollar visual effects. And then you wake up in the morning without remembering a thing. That's what I was trying to do, to restore the images shown by my relaxed brain, but that part of my memory was empty, either archived or formatted completely. It's 7 a.m. according to the clock. I seem to be an early bird today. Olga Dmitrievna was still sleeping, wrapping tightly in her blanket. Wrapping so tightly, in a hot summer. Ugh. I got up, stretched, and went to the mirror to have a look at myself. I'd better shave. Strange idea. Before twice a month was enough, but now nothing depends on the way I look. I haven't found a razor anyway. Why do I even need it if I look like I'm 17 at most? So, breakfast can't start earlier than 9 a.m. and this means I have plenty of time, which I can spend on walking and washing, for example. The water didn't seem so ice-cold as the previous day. On the contrary, its refreshing coolness helped me to brace up and come back to reality, whether all these events could be called real. The tooth powder didn't seem to be such an outdated thing. A quick thought struck me that it's not that different from toothpaste. When I returned to the cabin, Olga Dmitrievna was already up. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her hair. "Good morning, Semyon!" "Morning." Because of lack of sleep, my head was still singing and my thoughts were all jumbled together. However, I didn't regret waking up instead of my usual habit of sleeping in for 2 or 3 hours more. "How come you got up so early?" "It just happened." "And no neckerchief once again. Let me." "I'll do it myself, not a big deal. On my way to the canteen." I don't think so. Do it now. Did you forget about the lineup before breakfast? How could I ever forget? And what's the lineup going to be about today? We'll discuss the agenda for the day. So, what's the agenda? Frankly speaking, I didn't care for what might be on the agenda for our courageous pioneer troop. I was mostly interested in where our brave leader will send our little pioneer army for the following 12 to 15 hours. Maybe I could manage to avoid enemy locations. You'll find that out at the lineup. She gave me a wily smile. Olga Dmitrievna, you know, my stomach is getting upset. I'd rather... Well, you know, I believe that's okay to miss the lineup once. It could get all nasty if I fail to control it right there. Where did all this courage come from? You have 5 more minutes. I'm afraid I need more time. Could you tell me right now, please? Sure, I'll try, but just in case it all goes down. Oh, fine. On our list for today is cleaning the camp locations, organizing the books in the library, some other minor tasks. And, of course, we have a ball in the evening. Watch yourself. You must take part in the camp activities today. You bet. Definitely. And now I rather... Come on, let's hit the road. I came out of the cabin and hid in the bushes behind it, waiting for Olga Dmitrievna to leave. Actually, I didn't have any particular reason to behave this way. But the voice within me kept telling me that I have nothing to do at the lineup. After the camp leader left, I went back to the cabin and decided to wake for breakfast there. Well, I am not planning on taking part in community life today. Cleaning and organizing, that's not what someone in my situation should be doing. 2 days have passed, and I'm still right where I started. All the residents seem to be perfectly ordinary people. They weren't involved in any conspiracy, weren't communicating with aliens, and had no idea about time warps. Of course, each of them is a bit peculiar, but those peculiarities do not seem out of line at all. Moreover, if I had met any of these pioneers in my familiar world, I wouldn't suspect anything wrong. They seem to be even more normal and natural than, let's say, yours truly. This line of reasoning was quite logical. The illogical part was the absence of answers. Ordinary people in an extraordinary place. I've heard and seen that already, somewhere. Dozens of pioneers, or even more, live their familiar lives and do their regular stuff day by day. They don't understand that the world around them is not what it looks like. Okay, but this is their point of view. As for me, I'm not acquainted with the world of the Soviono camp and its residents, even if they seem to behave the way normal people would under the same circumstances. I have to decide here and now, are those people involved in what's happening to me? Can they give me any answers? Or do I have to seek the truth somewhere else? It seems I overdid it a bit with the thinking. There's no usual crowd of hungry pioneers near the canteen. Or even inside the canteen. Most of them probably had their breakfast before 9 a.m. That's even better. Two's company, three's a crowd. Lena was sitting in the farthest corner of the canteen, lazily picking with her fork at an amorphous lump that vaguely resembled porridge. Having a breakfast with her seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. Or at least try to have one. I was on the way to her table when suddenly somebody grabbed me by the sleeve. Zhenya, the librarian. Get your meal and come. We need to talk. What are you waiting for? I was a bit confused. Pardon, isn't this a bit too sudden? What's wrong? Get your meal and sit down. I suppose that she considers her behavior completely normal. Fine, wait a minute. I'm not sure why, but I accepted the invitation. What if I can learn something new? She's such a bookworm. Minute later, I was sitting in front of Zhenya with a tray and a simple meal on it. Porridge, 2 eggs, 4 pieces of white bread, a sausage and a glass of compote. Bon appétit! Thanks. I decided to act as politely as I could and also eat more neatly, without chomping and spilling crumbs of food or drops of compote. So, what do you want to talk about? Today at the library. I wasn't listening from this point onwards. I immediately recalled Olga Dmitrievna's words about the scheduled events for today. Don't forget! Oh, what? I said, don't forget to visit the library after lunch. What for? Were you even listening? Nope, I admitted honestly. Zhenya's face turned red, then appeared green, then took on a soft purple color. Today, after lunch, you, in the library. Got it, Duns? Duns? What kind of curse is that? Though a pioneer must never use a curse word, how could I forget this rule? Oh, yeah, sure, I apologize. Of course, I'll be there. Actually, I wasn't really planning to go anywhere, but if you want to make someone speak, you need to sacrifice a bit first. By the way, what year is it now? I totally lost count. I decided to play fair. She looked at me perplexedly and answered. Have you gone completely bananas? Honestly, that's how I felt for the last few days. Zhenya didn't reply. So, what year is it? I smiled kindly. Listen, why don't you visit the infirmary? Will they tell me what year is it there? Oh, certainly, and even more. Zhenya stood up and headed to the exit. Wait, you didn't finish your meal. But it looks like she won't turn back. I was finishing chewing on the sausage, which tasted like a twisted pear cable. I wonder if they have internet access here. I guess not. A pioneer sitting at the next table noticed me talking to myself and stared at me. I smiled and waved to him in return. After such a friendly greeting, he, for some reason, left the canteen quickly without finishing his breakfast. Done with the food, it's time to search for some clues. Some time later, I finally came to the infirmary. I have nothing to do in that place. Though the nurse seemed quite caring, it's better to keep a distance from her. Such benevolence is actually scary. She may know something, but I just hadn't the courage to enter the infirmary. Moreover, I had no reason to. Not a single one. Immersed in my own thoughts, I didn't notice the nurse who was standing on the porch. Hi there, pioneer. She came closer. You must be sick. Did you come for medicine? No, I was just wandering around. Oh, a truant, I see. But if you are here, I have a serious task for you. I gave her a look of inquiry. The word task made me feel uneasy. It sounded like something inevitable. The nurse smiled spitefully. You both will help me to make an inventory of the supplies medicine which arrived today. Both? Who are we? Perhaps I misheard. But what word could be confused with both? Hi. Lena emerged from behind the nurse's back. It seemed strange that I hadn't noticed her until now. Come here after dinner. I have explained everything to Lena. She will tell you what to do. Medicine, huh? Supplies today? but Olga Dmitrievna told me that no bus would arrive in the next couple of days. So there were visitors in our camp today? Yes, they arrived from the city this morning. Why are you asking? Just curious. All right then, Pioneer. So tonight, after dinner, you'll be here. Maybe Lena was barely noticeable this whole time. Surely she is able to remain invisible like a skilled ninja. I could do it on my own. No way! There are lots of boxes. And the Pioneer is always ready. Isn't that so, Pioneer? She gazed at me and smiled menacingly. I don't want to spend the whole evening doing something like this, and also I've got more important things to do. But rejecting this request would be really improper. If it wasn't Lena who was standing here, I would definitely think of my way out. You know, Olga Dmitrievna asked me to help her tonight. Maybe I shouldn't have lied to her. I should think before I say something. Oh, really? And what exactly are you going to be helping her with? It was turning out bad, but I decided to stand my ground. Her cabin. She asked me to clean it up, sort out the things and so on. Bet you know what a mess the cabin is. Sure, she asked you to tidy up her closet too? The nurse looked at me so intensely that Napoleon's fiasco at the Battle of Waterloo seemed now a small annoyance compared to my current flop. I was going to say something, but she continued to speak. Okay then, Pioneer. We'll manage it without you. I apologize, but you see... I sat and looked at Lena. She stood looking at the ground like before, blushing more and more. It's all right. I'll manage it on my own. Okay then. An awkward silence followed. I wanted to sink into the ground because of my lame lie that had probably offended Lena. Well, goodbye then? Bye! The nurse was still smiling spitefully. I turned and walked away, almost running. Although, in fact, I really wanted to run, common sense advised me not to. I came back to my senses when I reached the square. So, what's next? I decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. I don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. Though having a wristwatch is much easier. Suddenly I heard a different tune, which was cutting through the usual noise of the camp. I listened to it carefully. Sounds like an electric guitar. 3 repeating chords, no more. But this melody felt somehow warm, as if a vacuum tube-based audio amplifier was used. Could there be such a luxury here? The sound was definitely coming from somewhere near the stage area. I wonder who that could be. Who cares? I better keep on looking for answers. Whoever that is, what's the big deal? I have better things to do. I came back to the leader's cabin. Olga Dmitrievna was lying lazily on her bed and reading a book. Semyon, what are you doing here? That's what I could ask her too. I've forgotten something, so I came back. You were absent at the lineup. Oh, yeah, I apologize. Alright. Nevertheless, you should do something useful today. Just as I planned. But I have my own vision of what useful means. Like? You could go to the square to help with the cleaning. Slavia is in charge there. Strange. I just been there and I hadn't seen anyone. Or you could visit the boys at the electronics club. They asked me for a hand. Those fathers of invention again. Finally, you could help at the sports club. What are they up to? They are renewing the pitch, fixing the benches, changing the goal nets and so on. Honestly, none of those options suited me. Why is she always trying to burden me with work? Seriously, except for Slavia, no one ever works here, while some people in particular are enjoying their free time with a joyful spirit. Every one of the leaders' attempts to keep me busy seems to serve only one purpose: to prevent me from finding out my current location. Really, all the deep and vital questions concerning my existence are swept away by a broom, together with all the rubbish and litter. In my case, taking some time to work would probably pay off, but just like someone suffering gangrene and rejecting an amputation, I will stand by my beliefs. You know, I already had my own arrangements. Oh, really? What kind of arrangements? She buckled up. Well, I can't just tell her what I'm really thinking about. On the other hand, why not? No, it's too dangerous. At least now I maintain a fragile balance and nothing is threatening me. Everything seems that way. Just as I thought. What exactly she thought remained secret. You probably have not yet realized how important it is to participate in social life. This is the only way to become a pioneer capable of being a role model. I didn't want to sit through another long lecture, so I decided to accept one of the offers. Sometimes the answers in this world can be found in the most unexpected places, or at least so I wanted to believe. So, should I choose for you? The leader's voice turned authoritative. I can do it myself, thank you. I mumbled and left the cabin. Fine, I'll help the sports club. I was hoping that I could escape the obligatory work if I pretended that I'm helping the sports club. They obviously have tons of members and could probably do just as well without a single extra pair of hands. However, I'd better visit the sports ground, at least to check in there. Just in case Olga Dmitrievna finds out that her ideal pioneer slacks off and dodges community service. You never know. I could imagine worse punishments than a public telling off at a party gathering. I wasn't really planning for that to happen. All of a sudden, I saw no cleaning, painting, or repairing, but a football match. They were playing 5 versus 6. I took a closer look at the players and recognized Ulyana. I won't interfere, I'll just watch. The teams were obviously mismatched. One team consisted entirely of younger kids that looked about 12 years old. The other team consisted entirely of teenagers. Besides, they had one extra player, Ulyana. Mind you, what can just one extra person, moreover one girl, do? Soon enough I realized that I was mistaken. Ulyana had a good dribbling technique, cutting through the defenders one by one. She obviously lacked teamwork skills, but they weren't even required at this level. She scored with enviable regularity. I came closer to the pitch. Hey, come and join us! They are short one man on their team! I guess that's what counts as community service here. We've already finished everything, said Ulyana, sounded insulted. I looked over the sports ground again. The benches were freshly painted, new nets placed behind the goals. How did they manage to get through all this stuff? Come, join their team! Well, given that I escaped the last time, I should indeed play now. Ball at the center. We start. With the very first touch, I put the ball into the top corner with a delicate strike. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. The pitch was at most 50 meters long, and the goalkeeper of the opposing team couldn't even reach the crossbar. Sometime later, we tied it up, despite our team being 7 or 8 goals behind at the start. Objectively speaking, one should note that Ulyana's team scored a couple of goals during my time here too. More precisely, she scored. You couldn't say that she had Ronaldinho's tricks or precise Beckham's shots in her pocket. She would just kick the ball into open spaces, and coming up towards the goal, she just toe-punted every time. However, such a dull strategy brought positive results. I could not keep an eye on every opponent, and my teammates were not much help. Certainly, I played better than all of them, and theoretically I could have scored as many times as I wanted, but it seems unsportsmanlike to me. Winning isn't everything, it's taking part that counts, isn't it? But after Ulyana's words, "Penalty shootout! The winner wins the game!" I made up my mind that I don't want to lose. At the time, it was 11-9 in our favor, so it wasn't reasonable to object. "You're in goal! I'll shoot! We switch then!" "One shot each?" "Yes!" I stood at the line and got ready. She took a run and sent it straight into my hands. "That's not fair!" "What's not fair?" "I'll shoot again!" "Okay, just do it," I said, smiling. The second shot would go better in rugby. "One more time?" "Absolutely not!" she sniffed. "But you shall never score a goal against me." "We'll see." I put a ball into the low right corner of a goal with a precise kick. Ulyana didn't even move. However, there was no point. Penalty kicks like that are uncatchable. "Looks like I won." She answered nothing and just looked at me resentfully. I needed to lighten the mood. "Don't get upset. I just..." And that's when the music started playing, calling the pioneers for lunch. "All right, I'll get even with you some other time." She laughed, waved her hand, and ran in the direction of canteen. I juggled the ball a little and followed her. "Who's marching forward in a row? It's our pioneer squad." Pioneers in a row usually march to the canteen in the Soviet camp. I was looking for a place where no one would disturb me, like what happened before. Just so I can eat in peace. And for that I have to at least not be the last one to come. But I was pretty sure whatever happens here happens whether I want it to or not. The canteen was crammed as full as an egg. Olga Dmitrievna was standing at the entrance, guarding it like a hawk. "Well, Semyon, were you working hard today?" "Hard enough." "Well done, truly well done, and the hardest is yet to come." I just bet. "Fine, take a seat next to the girls." She pointed at the table next to the pillar. Slavia, Ulyana, and Lena were already sitting there. Not a bad company, at least not the worst. I got my meal and went up to them. "Do you mind if I sit here?" I caught myself sounding a bit clueless. There were no other free places anyway. "No, of course not." "Please do." Lena remained silent. Today the meal consisted of a plate of borscht. I suspected there was some meat lurking in it, but I had no evidence. Some poultry, chances are Chickenus domesticus, with fried potatoes and traditional glass of compote. I found myself liking the local food more and more. I guess I just came to the conclusion that I have no other choice, which means that there's no use in complaining. Thank God there's something to eat. "Coming to the ball tonight?" "I don't know." "He'll come. He got nowhere to go," Ulyana said happily. "You will come for sure." "Of course. I can't miss the opportunity to watch you make fool of yourself." She got it right, so I decided not to reply. "And what about you?" I asked Lena. "Yes," she replied briefly. "See, you should go too then," said Slavia as if leaving me no choice. "Don't forget to wear your tailcoat." Apparently Ulyana was so pleased with her joke that she laughed out loud. But I really had nothing to wear. My wardrobe was just pioneer uniform and my winter clothes, which would be inappropriate even in the evening. "And what will you be dressed in, entertainer?" "Secret." "Will it be a little dress, just like in kindergarten's matinee?" Ulyana turned red. Looks like I managed to offend her. "No, I will wear a biohazard suit, just so I don't catch an infection from you." I wonder what kind of infection are you afraid of catching from me? Enough, you guys! Don't quarrel! Idiocy, of course! Looks like Ulyana was highly pleased with her, as she thought. Brilliant answer again. You know, if you already have the flu, you can't catch a cold. Two can play that game. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I looked away slyly. Do you mean that... She went red again. I don't mean anything. Guys! Given that it was Lena who interfered, it probably really was time to stop. You're asking for it. You're gonna get it. What, you'll finally wise up? Instead of replying, Ulyana grabbed her plate filled with borscht and tipped it over my head. This game made an unexpected finale. Oh, you little... She jumped up and tried to run away. But this time she won't get away. I grabbed her hand. And now what? I can't just smash her head against the table. This pantomime lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, Ulyana skillfully grabbed a glass full of compote and splashed it in my face. That way, she managed to get free of my grip. She dashed off towards the counter, and I chased her. This resulted in several flipped tables, a pile of smashed tableware, 5 pioneers crippled by various injuries, and a full exhaustion of both parties. A draw, sort of. A belligerent draw, with too much belligerence. We stood before each other and breathed heavily. Tell me you won't behave this way again. And you? Olga Dmitrievna snuck up on us from behind. When you think about it, such a riot couldn't go unnoticed. Well, are you satisfied with yourself now? Her voice appeared to be calm, but I was sure she was just about to explode. And who's gonna clean up all this mess? Exactly what happened. Who? I'm asking you, who? Him, replied Ulyana with complete confidence. Her, I objected less confidently. Both! The camp leader brought a conclusive end to this ongoing argument. Generally, I wasn't sure that my share of blame is more than hers. Although Ulyana didn't have a drop of guilt on her face. Beat it! I'm not cleaning! Ain't nobody got time for that! This is his fault! He started it first! No, it isn't. Oh, yes it is! I am not going to sort out all this nonsense. Semyon, go grab a mop, a bucket, some clothes, you know, that kind of stuff in the closet, and as for you... She looked at Ulyana with such a burning gaze that I felt a bit sorry for the girl. You! Start to pick up the broken tableware immediately! Olga Dmitrievna took a deep breath and continued. You are nothing but trouble! How many times have I told you? I decided to skip the lecture and went to the closet that appeared to be near the exit. Suddenly, a perfect idea flashed in my head. Why don't I just run away? Sure, Olga Dmitrievna has called us already, but I'm not the one to blame. Of course, I'm not that true pioneer she keeps talking about, but in comparison to Ulyana... Anyway, she's the principal culprit. It's not like I have nothing better to do than cleaning up the mess here. I have to seek answers. The truth is out there, somehow flashed through my mind. Nah, running away is hardly a good idea. For starters, Olga Dmitrievna has caught me already, and dashing off would only aggravate my punishment. As well as that, I was indeed partly guilty. Of course it was all her fault, but if I hadn't reacted like that, probably we could have avoided this thrashing. Probably. I opened the cabinet and took out a broom, a mop, and a dustpan. Olga Dmitrievna wasn't anywhere near Ulyana by the time I returned. She's gone. can't you see for yourself?" Ulyana looked upset. All her youthful spirit vanished without a trace. "Okay, hang a sec. I'll go and wash myself a bit first." I shot her an angry glance and headed towards the exit. I washed the scraps of lunch off myself and returned to the canteen. Well, no escaping it. We have to clean it up. "It's all because of you!" Just a single gaze from her gave me the creeps. "Of course it is! It's me who's guilty of everything. It's me who's a local natural hazard." "Oh, shut up!" Still, it's kind of strange that she's not trying to avoid this cleanup duty. Ulyana had a solid opportunity to just run away and leave me alone, but somehow she did the exact opposite, diligently gathering broken plate fragments, mopping the floor, picking up chairs and tables. In fact, she was so fast that I had a tough time keeping up with her. "Well now, aren't you suddenly acting all goody-goody?" "It's not like I want to spend the whole day here, you dork!" She still sounded irritated. "Listen, you've got to understand that you can't behave like that. At least not to such an extent." For some reason, I decided to try and give her a moral lecture. "I haven't done a thing. It was you who was calling me names." Ulyana grabbed a bucket and a mop and went to the farthest corner of the canteen. Looks like she's still angry. Looking back at the mountain of broken tableware, I finally began to understand the scope of the catastrophe. We're lucky that at least the forks and spoons are made of metal. We still have something to eat with, but there are hardly any plates left. "Hey!" Ulyana called me with a shout. I went over to her. "I don't get it. Why do you hate me so much?" Her face became so serious that I was ready to believe that it wasn't just yet another trick of hers. "Why do you think so?" "I have no idea. That's exactly why I'm asking you." "I don't hate you. It's just that sometimes you behave like, well, you know." As simple as that, but still true. "Like what? I have no idea." She lifted her gaze to me, boiling with curiosity. "Well, for starters, what's the big idea of pouring the compote all over me?" "You were asking for it." She smiled for the first time since we started cleaning. "Yeah, sure." I heaved a deep sigh. "So, what do you expect from others then?" "Nothing," she replied acidly. This discussion was over, so I just continued cleaning up in silence. It took us a few hours to fix up the canteen. At last, all the broken tableware was gone. Chairs and tables were in their designed places. The floor looked clean. We were sitting together with Ulyana next to the food counter, breathing heavily, deservedly resting. "Now you see how much effort it has to be put in because of silly trick." "But I'm not tired at all." Though the sweat pouring down her face told the opposite story. "Oh well, good for you. So, what are we gonna do next?" "I don't know about you, but I'd rather go." "Nope, that's not all. You have to..." She hesitated. "To help me with another little thing." "Thinking of another silly prank?" "You bet!" She was smiling broadly. "I'm not your man here. I'm more than fed up with just one punishment for today." "Okay, here's the deal. If you help me now, there won't be any more pranks." Sure, that was an inviting prospect, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to trust Ulyana even for a moment. Well, it wouldn't hurt to ask. "So, what is your cunning plan?" "We are gonna steal the candy." "What?" I should have expected something like that. Candy is for kids. "Soon, the chief will go out to dump the trash. Nobody's gonna see us." "Count me out." "Ah, whatever." She grunted and turned away. "Then I'll do it myself. And I won't allow..." I couldn't even finish the sentence as Ulyana already jumped over the counter, ran to the cabinet, opened the door and started rummaging through it. "Hey, cut that!" It's not like you haven't got enough problems with Olga Dmitrievna. She didn't reply. You won't get away with just cleaning duty for something like that. Ulyana closed the cabinet. She held a huge bag of candy in her hands. Ah, you little... Put it back! She stuck out her tongue at me and dashed off through the back door. I couldn't just leave it at that. I darted off in pursuit. Sure, the girl has a quite head start, but I still funneled all my energy into the chase. I won't lose her again. We ran through the square, turned at the music club building, and came out onto the forest trail. I'd almost caught Ulyana when she stopped abruptly. I couldn't pull up as sharply, so I crashed into her, sending us sprawling. We rolled down onto the grass. Gotcha! I gave a victorious shout. No, you didn't, she replied with an ashamed tone. Ulyana was lying under me. Her face was right next to mine. I felt her erratic breathing and the heat of her body. Sure, right now she's only a child, but soon enough she'll become a woman. It was pretty embarrassing. You gonna rape me? She said, coming back to her senses. You want me to? Anyway, it was more like a game to her. Sure, do! She gave a cunning smile and snorted quietly. Or was it just my imagination? I am not really in the mood. Ah, whatever. Ulyana reached up and bit me on the nose. I wasn't expecting that and even pulled back a little. Just the moment of hesitation was enough for her to wrestle out and run a dozen feet away. Watch it! You're gonna regret this later! She laughed out loud and disappeared into the woods. The candy bag was left lying on the ground near me. I wonder if she dropped it on purpose. It's getting near dinner time, so I had to hurry up and return the candy. And preferably, very preferably, stay under the radar. Of course, I'll explain the situation. It was Ulyana who had stolen them, but who's gonna believe me? Olga Dmitrievna was already waiting for me at the entrance to the canteen. Good job, Semyon! On what? I hid the bag of sweets behind my back. The bag was transparent and too big to put in my pocket. I was talking about the cleanup. Everything is clean and tidy. Well, yeah. And where is Ulyana? I wish I knew. She'll come soon. Okay then, go and have your dinner. I entered the canteen. To my utter lack of surprise, it was full. Now I really don't know how to return the bag without being noticed. Sure, I could do it in the evening, but what do I do with it now? Semyon! I turned around. Slavia was in front of me. Wow, what's that? She looked at the bag that I didn't manage to hide in time. Caught red-handed, or more like sweet-handed. Time to prepare for a scolding. These are... sweets. Where from? I stole them, damn it. Got them from Ulyana. Oh, I see. Same old song and dance? What do you mean? It's not the first time she's stolen sweets. And why am I not surprised? Let me handle this. Thanks. Slavia saved the day yet again. She took the bag and headed to the buffet. I had no desire to listen what she was going to say while returning the sweets, so I started to look around the canteen, looking for a place to sit. It seems that I will have to share a dinner table with Electronic and Shurik. There were no more places to sit. What's happening, gentlemen? Every time I had to deal with them, I got an itching desire to tease them, or at least to drop some cheeky or cocky banter. It might be too risky to behave that way, but the Electronic brothers were my primary source of positive emotions. How are you doing? Fine. What about you? Hits and misses. Did something happen? Lots of stuff. Mind sharing? Nah, some other time maybe. Suit yourself. He made a helpless gesture. We are going to the ball after dinner. Electronic giggled. I know that. Who would you want to ask out? I hadn't thought about it yet. What about you? Well, I... It seemed that this question caught him off guard. Ask Ulyana, that would make her happy. No thanks! Electronic furiously waved his hands. And you, Shurik, you gotta ask Alisa out. Thanks, I'll pass. He looked calmer than his mate. Oh, come on, guys, it'd be fun. And in any case, we've got things to do. We still have to finish the robot. Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Ask your robot out. Can it dance? It can't even walk yet. Shurik probably missed the point completely. Why, it would be a great demonstration of our achievements in front of the camp. And what would we show to them? Yeah, you're right. They both stared at their plates disappointingly. Dinner was over and the pioneers started to disperse. What will you wear for the ball? I asked Shurik and Electronic. We don't have anything special to wear. We'll go as we are. He indicated his pioneer uniform. They don't seem to care about their appearances at all. Well, why should I care then? Wearing my winter clothes isn't an option, so I'll go just like this. When does it start? After 9 o'clock. Got it. I left the canteen and deeply inhaled the fresh evening air. I remembered those rare dances I used to go at school. Hesitation, insecurity, even fear. I couldn't dance. I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. I wouldn't dare to invite someone myself. All in all, I felt pretty uncomfortable about it. And it was even more unpleasant to watch others having fun. It wasn't envy. More like it was a disconcerting feeling that people were able to enjoy something so odd for me. I thought that there was still lots of time till the ball, so I could sleep a little to be fresh in the evening. Entering the camp leader's cabin, I flopped onto the bed instantly and shut my eyes. Strangely enough, I got up right on time even without an alarm. The clock was showing 9. Such a rare thing to happen. I felt sluggish though. Probably it wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day after all. Well, I have to go. In a couple of minutes I was standing at the square. The loudspeakers and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. Ah, a typical country ball. A lot of pioneers were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on the bench and waited. I don't have to dance, after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Hey there, sad face! Ulyana. Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance! It's way too early. There isn't even any music yet. Bah, you are so boring! Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such event. She ran away. So Ulyana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Hi, Slavia. Hey, she sat down by my side. How's the evening? Fine. Why are you so sad? I'm not. Okay, well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I wouldn't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Lena came closer. Oh, hi. You're here too. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay, gonna light this party up? The joke fell flat. Lena blushed and looked down. Well, maybe it's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Okay, then I guess I'll... Yeah, she left. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. The pioneers formed large groups, talked, joked around, and laughed. At the DJ's panel, Ulyana argued loudly with Olga Dmitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I didn't know the band or the song, but if you asked me, I really felt that I would tag it Soviet pop classics. The pioneers just stood there for some time as if not hearing the music. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you are pretty sure that you'll be the only one who would take it. Ulyana seemed not to grasp that simple truth. She reached the center of the square with few bounds and cried out loud, "What are you standing around for?" and started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. You couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. "Hey, Semyon!" I pretended I couldn't hear her. "Stop pretending! Come over here!" I kept ignoring her. The pioneers slowly realized that they weren't too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked really silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arms and legs to the beat of long forgotten hits. Come on, get real. Of course, I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. "Hey, Semyon, what are you sitting there for? Don't you wanna dance?" I was so deep in thoughts that I hadn't even noticed Slavia. "Not really." "Are you sure?" She smiled. "Maybe later." Damn, what am I even doing here? Slavia left. I probably should not refuse her after everything she did for me, but I wasn't made for such activities. The pioneers kept on dancing. At least they liked the ball. Olga Dmitrievna danced too. I considered that not really appropriate. The leader has to keep order around. Especially since she's not 17. Olga Dmitrievna came over to me as if she felt that someone doubted her professionalism. "Why are you not dancing?" "I don't really want to." "Your choice." She smiled cunningly. "Then I have a perfect task for you." "A task, which is..." Any other activity seemed better than dancing. "You cleaned the canteen well today, but I think you haven't fully atoned yet." Ulyana!" "What?" "Come here." Ulyana came over to us reluctantly. "I see you've had enough dancing for a long time to come." "No, I haven't." She was sweating like a pig, so it seemed that the leader was right. "I have a task for you and Semyon." "But Olga Dmitrievna..." Ulyana begged. "It's dance time now, and it's late." "It won't take much time. Slavia was sorting the books in the library, but hasn't finished. You have only a couple of shelves to do." "But..." "No buts. For goodness sake. I don't like public work, but dancing..." "I'm ready." "Good job, Semyon. That's my boy, a real pioneer. You should follow his example, Ulyana." Ulyana didn't appreciate such an example though. "So do it. The whole camp is relying on you." "I'll remember this," she hissed. The camp in the evening was beautiful. Silence and peace calmed me. Only the distant music from the square reminded me that I am not alone here. And Ulyana, who just came back. "You could do the cleaning in your dress, though." I grinned. "This is all your fault." She breathed heavily and her face was as red as a tomato, so I wouldn't have been surprised if steam started coming out of her ears. "You! It is all your fault." Why me again? If only you'd just been quiet. What would have changed? She'd make us to do it anyway. You! She wasn't able to speak normally and just hissed. So what if I kept silent? Do you think she would let you keep on having fun? Ulyana looked at me. She seemed to calm down a bit. Really, you don't care at all. You can't even dance. So what if I can't? If you had danced with me, it would have been fun. She returned to her usual childlike mode. I might have, but you see how the things turned out. We won't have a chance to see who's better dancer. We approached the library. It was already dark outside. I was slightly surprised by Olga Dmitrievna's request, or more like an order, to sort the books at night. This is so bizarre. There was no light inside and the switch didn't work, unpleasantly clicking with every push. It might have actually worked properly, but the lights weren't turning on. Wait, I'll get the candles! I was just about to ask how she knows where the candles and matches are when two small lights appeared on the table next to me. That's better, Ulyana said, satisfied with herself. What's next? What's what next? She looked at me inquiringly. What will we do next? Pfft, how should I know? She chuckled. Great. I walked around the bookcases. Olga Dmitrievna said something about a couple of shelves. I touched the books and made sure that there was no dust on them. It looked like somebody did a really good job before us. Having examined the whole library, I didn't find anything to clean. The leader must have made a mistake. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from behind. The old, cracked floor was squeaking, so Ulyana wasn't able to sneak up on me unnoticed. Boo! I turned around. Oh my god, I'm so scared! Please! Ah, whatever. She turned away resentfully. It looks really clean in here, so... The dimly illuminated rows of books looked at me reproachfully. Unknown authors from long-forgotten years. I wonder if anyone still remembers them. Zhenya must remember. I'm sure that she remembers everything. Okay, sit down. Ulyana moved a chair over to me. I sat on it. So, what's next? Let's tell scary stories to each other. We have 2 chairs and 2 candles, so there should be 2 stories, one mine and one yours. Okay, I agreed without thinking. I hadn't the slightest intention of going back to the dance, and going by my experience, there was nothing to do in the camp at night. Especially as I knew a couple of nice stories which would be able to really scare Ulyana. And that was awesome. You first. Okay. She made herself comfortable, embraced the chair's back with her arms, and moved the candle as close to her face as possible. Once upon a time, in a village far away lived a boy. Just a normal boy. He went to school, played with other children. There was nothing special about him. One day, he made a bet with his friend that he wasn't scared to go to the abandoned house. Ulyana left a long pause. So, what was in that house? Don't interrupt me. Inventing it on the fly? She pouted her lips and continued. They say a witch have lived in that house, and people still see her ghost there in the night. Nobody knew for sure, but everybody was scared. The boy had said that it was all nonsense, and he was ready to spend a whole night in there. So he did, but he didn't return in the morning. He was found hanged. Ulyana stopped talking again. Thrilling. Did he hang himself with his shoelaces? I said skeptically. She frowned again. Is that the end? Of course not. They buried the boy. The way it was supposed to be. The coffin and stuff. His relatives and friends grieved, but they couldn't bring him back. After a few days, people started to disappear in the village. Nobody knew how or why. They just vanished into thin air. The villagers wanted to call the police, but a friend of that boy, who hanged himself in the witch's house, told them that he'd seen the boy. Nobody believed him at first, but people kept on disappearing. Then the villagers decided to dig up the coffin. There were long nail scratches on the inside of the lid, but there was no body. Where did he go? Ulyana moved the candle away from her and made a scary face, or at least what she thought was scary. In the end, all of the villagers disappeared, and occasional passerby near the witch's house tell that they saw two ghosts. Ulyana blew out her candle and stopped talking. It looked like the story was finished. Wonderful! I applauded. Not quite Pulitzer Prize worthy, but... Are you scared? Frightened? Oh, I'm just shivering all over. Oh, whatever. Tell your story then. I'm sure I won't even flinch. I collected my thoughts and decided to tell a story I had read on the blog of an acquaintance of mine a few months back. He was quite a good storyteller. At least I liked his style. So success was guaranteed. I certainly didn't remember the story word for word, so I told it with my own words. There was a faraway space station, the last boundary of humanity, located on the border with a hostile civilization, the third month of the ceasefire. It can't be really called a ceasefire, more like not a war. A small group of survivors is exhausted by a long siege. On one hand, they can't retreat, leaving the outpost. On the other hand, they understand that they won't last even a minute if the enemy attacks. Despair is the best word to describe their situation. The food is running out. There is ammo only for a few shots, which will only seem like greeting fireworks. There is only plenty of air and water, owing to the regeneration systems. People didn't talk to each other for weeks at a time. They may just not see the point of wasting their time on communication while death is at the door. Or behind meters-thick station armor, to be precise. It is really better just to wait for the rescue or enemy's attack. Both outcomes will lead to the end of this torture. This situation looks like a chess game against an invisible opponent. It's the hardest part, endgame. Any wrong move will lead to defeat, yours or your enemy's. But does the enemy know about it? They may be afraid of making a wrong move too. Meanwhile, the humans may move their king, but only one square forward and then one square back again. Any other move will automatically lead to defeat. A step forward is an implied threat to attack, and a step backward is a deliberate necessity of defense. The game would be much easier if the opponent was sitting in front of you. Even an experienced chess player can't hide nervous eye moments, the occasional drop of sweat or shaky hands. On the one hand, everything is futile. Everyone realizes that the situation is hopeless, because no one would decide to make a move to escape the imminent defeat. On the other hand, when seeing the opponent in front of you, understanding that he is totally like you and can make a mistake, you can more easily stake everything. The opponent may feel the same difficulties. These are the circumstances of the few men and women on the edge of the universe. There were no orders from headquarters for several days. Though the last orders had contained nothing useful, only the usual demand to keep on defending. One square forward, one square backward. The swinging of an internal pendulum. At the beginning of the fourth month, the commander decided to retreat. He reasons that the lives of the soldiers are more important than the mythical ideals of humanity. No one will judge him for this. Moreover, they can't change anything. The preparations don't take much time. The greatest asset you can save from a sinking ship is your life. The whole station crew board the rescue vessel. The launch sequence starts. 3, 2, 1, and nothing. The bay doors don't open. They send mechanics to check for malfunctions, but they don't find anything. The doors should open, but they don't open the second time or the third time. The commander orders his crew to leave the station in rescue pods, but they can't launch either. They explain it as a technical malfunctions. The crew tries to communicate with headquarters in vain. After a few days, the executive officer notices that there is nothing on the radars. Nothing at all. No planets, no asteroids, no enemy ships. Just an endless darkness. They run out of food in a month. Everybody thinks that that is the end. But no one dies. Not after a day, a week, not even after a month. As if there is no need for food to sustain human life. At this moment, the majority of the crew goes insane. Some of them just stay in their rooms and pray. Some wander around the station. Some try to commit suicide. But neither point-blank shots with a plasma gun, not hydrotanks diving, not even simply slitting the veins brings any results. Days pass by, months, or maybe even years. Nobody keeps a track of time. Insane people recover their minds again and normal people go insane. It repeats many times. In the end, the crew accepts its condition. They start to make up occupations, theatrical stagings, sports tournaments, readings of self-written books. A lot of family couples appear and many more break up. It is an infinite flow of time, an enclosed loop of a human life. And only the darkness on the radar reminds them of the emptiness outside. But there is an emptiness inside the station too. In the end, people stop living. They just lie in their rooms and sleep. Not 24/7 at first, but as the time goes by, they learn to fall into a trance. Every person has his own dreams. One returns to his childhood, one gets his lost love back, one defends the ideals of humanity with a blaster in his hands. Some other just wander in space. Shabby from skirmishes with the enemy, a rescue vessel docks with the station. The boarding squad gets inside. The whole station looks like a piece of scrap metal which has floated in space for thousands of years. The reactor had shut down a long time ago. There were marks of the laser shots in the walls. The equipment was all smashed. They found decayed skeletons of people who died horribly defending the frontier of humanity in almost every room. And only one cryptic message sent to the headquarters implied that something was wrong. Save us. We just want to die. I finished the story and looked at Ulyana. Her face was concealed by the darkness. So that's the story. I blew out the light. Ulyana shrieked, rose up and threw herself towards me. I fell on the floor. What's up with you? Nothing. Her voice sounded very scared. Looks like my story hit the jackpot. I mentally congratulated myself. Ulyana wasn't having fun though. She embraced me, shivered and sobbed. What's wrong with you, you silly thing? I patted her head. It's just a story. It's not real. You and your stupid stories. Ulyana cuddled up to me more. Were you that scared? Yeah. Frankly, I didn't expect such an honest answer from her. Everything's all right. Time heals all wounds. She'll calm down. Listen, Semyon. What? Never mind. It's nothing. She buried her face in my chest. Minutes passed. Okay, I understand. Maybe we should go? I listened. Ulyana snored quietly. Hey, wake up! Can you even fall asleep from fear? Wake up, I said. No reaction. I tried to stand up. Ulyana certainly didn't weigh more than 40 kilograms, but imagine yourself lying under such a weight. It's really not easy to stand up. You would think that Ulyana was dead if not for her breathing. I certainly could make more effort, but then I'd wake her up and it all will start again. Such an unenviable situation. There is the option to wait until she wakes up by herself, though. She certainly won't sleep all the way until morning after such a story. I looked through the window at the starry sky. I wonder if there's really a distant outpost with a ghost crew. My eyes slowly closed and in a moment I fell asleep. Day 4. I felt warmth in my dream. It happens sometimes. Your brain is not completely awake yet, but you still feel the sun shining in your eyes, and when you wake up, you blink for some time to get used to the light. It was a wonderful morning. The birds were singing, the air was fresh and fragrant, and the world was bathed in daylight. I'd stay in bed for some time longer, but something was not quite right. All yesterday evening's events flashed through my mind. Scary and not so scary stories. Ulyana, who was cuddling up to me tightly and snoring, not quite like a little girl would. But I didn't worry at all. After all, it's still early, surely no later than 7 or 8 o'clock. Who would want to go in the library that early? I sat back and looked out the window. In a couple of minutes, the sun will hit right in Ulyana's eyes. That's when you're gonna wake up. It's interesting how did she manage to hug me so tightly. Indeed, I couldn't free myself at all. Theoretically, I was ready to spend 1 or 2 more hours lying this way, but suddenly I heard footsteps. Sounds like trouble. Wake up! Do you hear me? Wake up! I started carefully but insistently shaking Ulyana by her shoulders, tried to loosen her grip, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, the footsteps were getting closer. I have to save us at any cost. Standing up seems unworkable. That's what I learned already, so I decided to crawl. My moves strongly resembled reservist training, which I never attended. A soldier dragging his injured officer while under an artillery attack. The officer is unconscious, the soldier is exhausted, and layers of barbed wire surround them. I barely managed to crouch behind a bookstand and hide Ulyana when the library door opened. Zhenya was standing on the doorstep. She seems a bit overcommitted to her work, since she's coming in at the crack of dawn. Wait! I heard a familiar voice. Huh? A visitor? So she indeed does have a reason to come here. Why couldn't she come yesterday, or today, but later? Science waits for nobody. Science. It was electronic. Hold on for a second. I'll find it. She headed towards us. I barely managed to turn Ulyana around so that she was on my back and crawled on all fours to a nearby bookshelf, where I collapsed and tried to catch my breath. What was it? Cybernetic mathematics? Or mathematical cybernetics? It seems she didn't notice us. I'd like something about the electronic bombardment of photovoltaics. Are you crazy? Why would we have something military? That's not military at all. For some time they both were silent. Zhenya? What? Let's go down to the river tonight. What for? Well, just... I have a lot of things to do. Come on, get moving. Your robot is waiting for you. Okay. The door slamming was like an epitaph of electronics love struggles. Seems like he's not a cold-blooded robot after all. I chuckled quietly. Anyway, laughter seems a bit inappropriate. We have to escape the library somehow. Waiting until Zhenya goes for breakfast seems to be the easy solution at the moment. She's a communist labor worker after all, not one of electronics' mythical robots. She has to at least eat sometime. Meanwhile, Ulyana wasn't going to wake up. At least she's not snoring anymore. The library went silent. I didn't see Zhenya, but was more or less satisfied with the situation. All of a sudden, incomprehensible noises came from her desk. Clicks, cracks, and music started. The Soviet anthem? Just great. It would have been alright, if not for Zhenya, who started to sing along. United forever in friendship and labor. I could only envy her patriotic feelings. Unfortunately, she had some vocal issues. The Soviet pop scene definitely didn't miss out on a star called Zhenya. The anthem ended, and an unfamiliar voice started to talk about an overachievements of a 5-year plan of crop harvesting. It was a radio, obviously. I started listening attentively. Maybe they would say something interesting. But after the list of agricultural achievements, the voice started to disappear and was gone in a few minutes. Signal disturbance, probably. Zhenya stood up and headed towards us. The situation's hitting rock bottom. I managed to unclench Ulyana's grip with a titanic struggle. I was free to go, but was so cramped from all this crouching that I didn't have the strength to get up. It's time to prepare for the worst and start thinking of excuses. Suddenly, the steps stopped. Seems like Zhenya was standing on the other side of the bookshelf. I heard the sound of books rustling. Probably she's looking for something. She took a book and returned to her desk. The door slammed open. Semyon! Have you seen him? Olga Dmitrievna was definitely out of breath. Ulyana! No, Zhenya answered with surprise. The door was slammed as loudly as the previous time. Seems like everyone is looking for us, and Zhenya will start to look around the library. But fortunately, that very moment the bell sounded in the distance, calling pioneers for breakfast. Zhenya, being a punctual person, decided not to linger and left the library in a few minutes. There was only me and Ulyana in the library. Then it was time to decide what to do with her. No longer afraid of being caught, I bent down and shouted in her ear. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey! She instantly jumped and started to look around. Noticing me, Ulyana's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Playing at spies. Huh? Never mind. Did you sleep well? Yes. Seems she is not yet completely conscious. Breakfast? Yes. We left the library. At last. Now it was certain that I won't have to explain anyone the what, how and why of Ulyana and myself being in there all night long. Sorry for falling asleep like that. It's alright. I guess my words sounded too insincere because she looked at me with disbelief. Wait a minute. What were you doing in there all this time? You wouldn't believe me. Wait a moment. That means... Ulyana giggled, stepped away from me and shouted loudly. I'm the first for breakfast! Not a big surprise after such a deep sleep, I said, but Ulyana already couldn't hear me being far ahead. It was unusually crowded near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that pioneers loved as much as the canteen, but why they were all crowding on the porch? I came closer and tried to find out what's happening. It looked like all the camp had gathered at the porch. There were all the familiar girls, Olga Dmitrievna and Electronic. They were having a lively discussion. I drew closer. Ah, Semyon! Where on earth have you been? I waited for you all night long and have been searching since early morning. Ulyana told me that you left the library together yesterday. I looked at Ulyana. She was grinning acrimoniously. Well, we'll deal with this later. Have you seen Shurik today? Nope. What's the matter? We haven't been able to find him since early morning. Disappearing pioneers. Well, that's something new. But he was with you yesterday. She was talking to Electronic. Yes, he was. So you woke up this morning and he wasn't anywhere to be found? No. Why didn't you come to me immediately? Well, I thought that he got up earlier and went to wash up or something. Did he mention anything yesterday? Interjected Slavia. For example? That he was going somewhere, for instance. Nope. What exactly is so horrifying about that? It's only 9 a.m. He might have decided to go for a walk. You don't know Shurik. She looked over at me seriously. Well, no, I don't. But I didn't see anything suspicious in this situation. Okay, let's stop panicking. We'll find him. How could he miss breakfast? Ulyana grinned. Exactly. Time to eat anyway. The pioneers proceeded into the canteen. Yet again, I had no choice where to fit in. The only free place was at the table with Alisa and Ulyana. Take a seat! She pointed at the chair next to her. I sat down. Aren't you gonna get your food? Good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Today's breakfast didn't look much different from yesterday's, but it looked more appetizing. Or maybe I was just very hungry. Or maybe I was eager to finish it off as soon as possible to avoid yet another Ulyana prank. Wanna go to the beach with us today? When? Right after breakfast. Generally speaking, relaxation wasn't on my agenda today, but if I was going to spend my time thinking, why shouldn't I do it while getting a suntan? Sure, why not? Ah, cool! She smiled nicely. I bet you're planning another prank. No, not at all! Ulyana waved her hands at me. She sure is! Alisa grinned. She's always like that. No way! I think she's right. Nobody believes me. Ulyana took her tray of dirty dishes and stood up. Enjoy your meal. She said in such a way which left no doubt. Nothing good awaits me today at the beach. Me and Alisa were left alone. You know, I guess I shouldn't go with you after all. Why's that? Well, I've got something to do. And what exactly would that be? She looked in my eyes and I couldn't even find an appropriate excuse. I don't even have a swimsuit. Try mine. You think it will fit me? Give it a try. I don't think it's worth the effort. Don't be a wimp. We'll find you some swimming trunks. Those words only added to my fear. Wait for me by the canteen. I'll be back soon. Okay. There's nothing wrong with waiting for her, is there? Finishing my breakfast, I left the building and sat on the stairs. Pioneers, all having their own business, hurried past me one by one. No one stopped by me. No one even looked in my direction. It seemed they didn't consider me a stranger, but exactly the opposite. Just another teenager their age, their comrade, you could say. I caught myself thinking that I had started to consider this camp and its inhabitants with not as much caution as I had on the first day. Indeed, Alisa was back in a couple of minutes. Ready? Ready for what? She gave me the trunks. Though you hardly could call them trunks. They looked like pink boxers decorated with butterflies and flowers. Actually, they were boxers. I almost afraid to ask, but where did you get these? Too scared to put them on? Well, you know, I have not the slightest intention of doing so. I appreciate her joke, but wasn't going to make myself a laughingstock. Put them on, she said roughly. Why don't you try them on instead of me? I think that the color of this swimsuit would set off your eyes very nicely. Let's make a bet. I had no desire to accept her bets. No thanks. Alright, you either go to the beach wearing them or you swim naked. Weighing the pros and cons, even the second option seemed better than the first. I'm not planning to go anywhere at all. Then I'll tell everyone that you left these trunks in my cabin. Why would I do that? How should I know? She burst into laughter. I didn't want to argue with Alisa, so I decided to go to the beach in the end. But not in those flamboyant trunks. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't be late, She ran off after saying that. I dragged my feet to the leader's cabin to get a towel and to hopefully find something like trunks. Olga Dmitrievna was waiting for me in the room. "Semyon, did you hear anything about Shurik?" "Same as half an hour ago." I walked to my bed and took a towel. "Are you going somewhere?" "Yes, to the beach." "Wait, do you have swimming trunks? You came here without any luggage, as I recall." Strange, that fact didn't seem to surprise her during our first encounter. "No." "So what will you wear?" "Good question. What?" "I don't know." "Wait a minute." She walked to the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer. In a moment she had a pair of normal black trunks. Where did she get those? More importantly, why? Someone from the previous session might have forgotten them. Considering all the strange things in this camp, it wasn't really surprising to find men's swimming trunks in Olga Dmitrievna's room. "Thanks." The trunks were just my size. I got change behind the cabin and went to the beach. A lot of pioneers had already gathered there, but I recognized only Alisa and Ulyana. "Come here!" I walked over to them and sat on the sand. "I see you found something better." She stared at my trunks and smirked. "As you can see." "Come on, let's swim!" "I don't want to. Maybe later." I was not a fan of swimming. "Suit yourself!" The girls ran into the water. Why did I come here? Why am I not out looking for answers? Should I care about it now? Sovionok seemed normal. Certainly, a lot of strange things had happened to me during these 3.5 days, but not one of them, taken separately, seemed at all supernatural. Especially since I didn't get any closer to finding so much as a clue. On the contrary, everything that has happened has only confused me more. What alternatives do I have? I won't get any truth from the local residents, though I doubt they even know it. Should I try to leave this place? But how far can I walk, considering that I don't even know where I am? It turned out that my only option is to wait. After some time, the girls came back. Ulyana held something in her hands. "Look!" I looked up and saw a crayfish. Just a normal crayfish. Ulyana lay next to me and started to torment it. "Leave the poor animal alone." "Why? It's just a crayfish." "So what? It has a right to live too. I'll rip its claws off and ask the cook to boil it for dinner." As if we have nothing else to eat. I looked at Alisa. She seemed to be totally uninterested in Ulyana's fun with the poor sea creature. "Tell her." "What's wrong?" "It's a crayfish. It deserves it." It looked like the girls missed their lessons on nature in primary school and lacked empathy for the environment. "Give it!" I snatched the crayfish off Ulyana. "Suit yourself!" I was a little surprised that she didn't resist. I looked into the eyes of the poor animal. They didn't express anything at all, but I thought that if it could speak, it would certainly be outraged. Maybe it would even go to the UN Convention of Human Rights. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure that would help. I took the crayfish to the river and set it free. "Never mind, I'll catch more. There are plenty of them there," said Ulyana. "No doubt about it," I mumbled. Time passed and I was getting sleepy. I fell asleep. I don't remember what I was dreaming about, if I was dreaming at all, but I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Olga Dmitrievna stood next to me. "Did you come to swim too?" I asked, still half asleep. "No, it's almost time for lunch and we still can't find Shurik," the leader said, standing before me in a wet swimsuit. "And I want you to look for him. It seems like I'm the only pioneer in this entire camp." I was sincerely outraged. Every time it was getting clear that Olga Dmitrievna considered me her errand boy, to be used like a slave, or vice versa. If I came to you, then I want you to help me. Why exactly me? However, after giving it some thought, I decided to agree. After all, my shoulders and back got sunburned while I was sleeping, and searching for Shurik would let me get acquainted with unexplored locations of the camp. Okay, it was not exactly right to wander around wearing only swimming trunks, so I should get changed first. 10 minutes later, I stood outside Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, deciding where to go. It was obvious that Olga Dmitrievna and her pioneers have already searched every nook and cranny of the camp, roamed the length and breadth of it. So probably it's not worth looking for Shurik in the canteen or on the beach. Or in the cybernetics club. It was his second home. Or maybe even his first. Thus, it might be worth looking around the surrounding forest. I didn't plan to go far into the forest. Otherwise, it might be me who they'll be searching for tomorrow. I didn't really visit the countryside often. I just stayed in the country house every summer during my childhood. But that one was very close to the city. But in this camp, it was possible to find everything I hadn't seen for so long: overwhelming vegetation, singing birds, and fresh air. I found a meadow and I sat on a stump. How peaceful this place is. But where in the world is Shurik? Actually, he could have been taken against his will. This camp is far from normal, so pioneer disappearances should not be all that strange. An intriguing possibility. Could it be the work of whichever force sent me here, or is it just some separate local entity's doing? Lost in my own thoughts, I didn't notice how the grass before me started moving. I looked closely and saw a squirrel. It approached me carefully and stared at my hands, probably used to getting fed here. Sorry, friend, I don't have anything with me. Of course, the squirrel could not understand me and continued to just sit there waiting for treats. I felt sorry for it because I didn't have even a crumb of bread in my pocket. I realized that I'm even ashamed to look it in the eyes and decided to move on. After some more wandering, I came to the washstands. Turns out that he is not in the forest either, at least not in the surrounding area, and going farther is just frightening. I walked to the washstands, took off my shirt, and tried to wipe myself down because I was all sweaty. However, it wasn't so easy. I won't be able to get into the wash bowl, and there isn't even a ladle. Suddenly, I heard footsteps from behind. I turned around. Electronic was walking my direction. Looking for Shurik? Yes. You too? Me too. Listen, you know him better. Where could he have gone? I don't have a clue, he answered sadly. Well, I just don't understand why everyone has made such a fuss. During the night, wasn't he in the cabin with you? Then he can't have been gone for too long. Maybe he went for a walk. You don't know Shurik, said Electronic excitedly. He is fanatically dedicated to his work. His life consists of robotics and cybernetics. People like him are one in a million. No, in a billion. His talent is boundless. I look up to him. He is a man of steel. No, simply triumphant. At that moment he looked like Hitler, making a speech in front of a crowd of thousands. Even his gestures matched. Okay, so what? So what? You don't understand, do you? No. He spends all of it, you see? All of his free time in our club. All! So disappearing just like that is unusual for him. Of course! Seems like Electronic calmed down. Okay. He looked at me intently. Are you going to wash? Not really. Just rinse off a little. It is hot. Me too. He looked around. I wish there was a bucket or a ladle, something to get more water with. Yeah, I noticed already. Then let's do this. He walked behind washstands and pulled on one of the taps. To my surprise, its end turned up, and rather than pouring into the washbowl, the water splashed up at almost 90 degrees. You could manage to wash yourself that way. Meanwhile, Electronic took off his shirt and then squatted, so it seemed like he pulled down his shorts. I couldn't really tell because the washstand he was behind concealed him up to his waist. He directed the stream towards himself and started to sing something quietly. "Let's clean my chimney, chimney sweep." I stood astonished, not knowing what to do. He seemed to notice it. "I'll wash myself and then let you use it." Gosh, I got such a massive chill. "Well, I just remembered that I have something to do. Gotta go." Out of all the eccentricities of Electronic, the moment I just saw was the weirdest one. "Hey, what's up with you? A cold shower in such a hot day is like the best thing ever." No, that won't do. And anyway, I have to go." I put on my shirt quickly and ran back into the forest. I wonder what's got into him. The bus stop seemed to be a fine choice. A strange thought came across me. Perhaps Shurik is in the same situation as me, and so he decided to run away from this camp, maybe by the 410 bus. It could really turn out to be true if he came here by accident too. Although the chances of that are quite slim. But you never know. What if the bus would really come? However, I could hardly believe in that. Indeed, I spent a couple of minutes waiting at the bus stop, made sure that there were no signs of Shurik or anyone else here, and headed back to the camp. Somebody rushed out from behind the gates and bumped into me. The impact wasn't strong, so I just staggered. Miku stood in front of me and rubbed her bruised forehead. "Oh, sorry." "It's alright, it's my fault. I was going to the music club, but got lost in thought about a new song. Thinking up the lyrics and music. I hadn't realized how I got here. So you don't have to apologize." Her words per minute rate obviously exceeded the recognition limits of my brain. I made an attempt to retreat promptly. Sure, gotta go. "Oh, wait!" I wanted to leave as usual without having to listen to her, but Miku grabbed my hand. Her grasp gave me the creeps as I got a clear vision of an agonizing execution by another rap session. "Can you help me a little, please? Just a teensy-weensy bit?" That definitely wasn't on my to-do list today. "Well, I'd be glad to, but it's... Pretty please!" Miku looked at me with such puppy dog eyes that my heart started to melt. She totally wasn't going to let go of my hand. "And what help exactly do you need?" "You'll accompany me. I can't manage to compose on my own. I can sing or play. I can't do both at the same time." Even our virtuoso has her weaknesses. "Well, I can't really play any instrument." "Never mind that. I'll show you everything. Come on, let's go." I should be searching for Shurik and all that stuff." Miku looked at me with frustration. "Just for a little bit." I was lost for words. She dragged me along with her. Probably nothing good will come of this, but the only way to get her off me is to wrestle my hand out of hers. But that wouldn't be very nice. Nothing bad will happen after all. Probably. Within a minute we were already standing in the music club. Miku took a guitar. "Here, have a look!" She sat down and started playing. I tried to follow her hands. The tune seemed quite simple. It seemed quite easy to repeat it. "Got it?" "Kind of." "Let's try." I took the guitar and started playing. That didn't really work out. "Let me show you one more time." She played much better than me. Looking at Miku, I wondered. Of course, she was a chatterbox. She was naive and clumsy. However, she was extremely talented in music. "Try again." I managed much better the second time. "Wow, that's much better!" she smiled. It wasn't hard. In fact, just repeat the same notes over and over. Just don't lose track. "Start on my command!" "Okay. Ready? Go!" It was a song in Japanese. Frankly speaking, I didn't understand a single word, but Miku's singing was quite good. In fact, it was outstanding. She put her heart in every note, every word. Yeah, music probably is the very thing for her to dedicate her life to. It seemed like it wasn't her who chose the music, but the music that has chosen her. The last half an hour presented Miku in a completely different light. "Oh, thank you! Did you like it? I finally managed it with you. On my own it's not so good. I either mess up with the words or miss the strings. And it's just perfect with you. Thank you so much! You really have a talent, you know? Just to play like that without any preparation." Nope, it seemed I changed my opinion about her too hastily. "Thanks for the song. Gotta go. See you. Thanks for..." The rest of her words were left behind the door. I leaned on the wall of the club cabin and sighed. Miku's song was still playing in my mind. I went for lunch with mixed feelings, with a sense of accomplishment and with a realization of time wasted. The canteen was crowded. I couldn't stay unnoticed. Olga Dmitrievna called me. "Semyon, come with us!" The camp leader, Slavia, and Electronic were sitting at the 4-seat table. I nodded and went to get my food. This time I had to spend several minutes in the queue. Today's menu didn't really differ from the other day's menus. The dishes looked the same at least. When I sat at the table and wished bon appetit to everyone, Olga Dmitrievna said, "So, what are you thinking?" "About what?" "We searched for Shurik all around. It's noon and he's nowhere to be found." I took a note of the rhyme, but I didn't want to point it out. "We looked all over the camp. I went all around the neighboring forest." Olga Dmitrievna looked at me. "And I helped too." "We must call the police." "Maybe we should wait until the evening," I asked lazily. "Maybe he went home." "That can't be. Shurik lives thousands of miles away." "By train?" "The nearest station," she paused, "is far off." Now it was getting interesting. Every time the conversation reached a point of concern in ways I could leave Sovionok, all the camp inhabitants started changing the subject. "How far is far?" "Really far." The camp leader looked at me, indicating with her expression that asking more questions was not advised. "So we should go deeper into the forest. Maybe he got lost." "Shurik always takes a compass," chimed in Electronic. "I wonder what else could be found in his magic vest, assuming he has one. If I were to get lost in the forest, a compass would be of no real use." "Police! We should call the police in the evening." "Not right now, at least." "Okay, so you'll do it later." They were all silent. "We should be able to find him before evening. We still have time." "If he actually got lost, we have no time to lose." "We cannot be sure." "Then where is he? Where?" There was some truth to the camp leader's words. Hiding the whole day just like that is suspicious. Why would he do that? Shurik seemed to me to be quite a serious pioneer. Ulyana would have been a better fit for this behavior. So there's a good reason to believe that he was gone. All that can be done has already been done. We'll just have to wait. Slavia, Electronic, and Olga Dmitrievna looked at me sorrowfully, but didn't say a word. I finished my lunch, took the tray back, and left the canteen. It's still the first half of the day. What now? The camp was drifting off for an afternoon nap. Only Genda stared at me through his glasses. Of course, he was staring somewhere else, but I had a feeling that he was constantly watching me. I bet he knows where Shurig is hiding. He just can't say anything. The disappearance of the Cybernetics Club's leader made me think. Maybe it's got something to do with my case. "Oh, Pioneer!" The nurse stood in front of me. I looked at her curiously. "Go and take my place in the infirmary. I have an urgent call. Somebody is injured." "Me?" "Yes, you. Take the keys." The nurse threw me the keys and ran away. Why me? Isn't there anyone else in this camp? What exactly should I be doing? What if something happens? Oh, what do I do now? I missed my chance to refuse. I stood in front of the door uncertainly. On the one hand, there is nothing to worry about. I'll spend half an hour or so there and she'll be back. But what if someone comes for actual help? With a broken leg or a head injury? I began to worry too much. I hope that there are no injuries more serious than bruises and scratches in this camp. But at the same time, I could not shake the idea that in a serious situation I would be absolutely useless. I don't even know how to perform CPR. A magazine on the nurse's table caught my attention. A good way to relax, I guess. This is labeled Soviet Fashion. The publication date or month were absent. However, this was not a surprise. There were much stranger things happening here. I didn't know much about Soviet magazines. Maybe they actually didn't have publication dates on them. Models dressed in old-fashioned clothes stared at me from the glossy pages. Nowadays, nobody would wear such clothes. I smirked. I wonder if Slavia, for example, considered this fashionable. I can only imagine what would happen if she appeared in my time wearing something like this. I imagine we are walking in hand. I'm wearing my coat with the hood and she's dressed in a lavish dress covered with lace and things. Seems like I'm already imagining Slavia in my world. With me. And not only Slavia. This dress better suits Ulyana. This cute sarafan would look good on Alisa. This skirt and cardigan would look nice on Lena. If only they could be real. No, I saw them, heard them, could even touch them. But still they are here and I simply don't belong in this place. It's alien to me. I'm just waiting for a chance to get out of here. Waiting because nothing is up to me anymore. I sighed, put my head on the table and fell asleep. I was awoken by the noise of the door opening. Lena stood at the door. The nurse isn't here? Then I'll come back later. I'm substituting for her. Since I'm responsible for pioneers' lives, I should do it with full responsibility. Although, in fact, I was just afraid of something bad happening because of me. Any health complaints? I tried to give Lena the most professional smile I could in order not to confuse her. Nothing special. Just a little headache. Let's do this. Some painkillers, maybe. Of course, I wasn't aware where to find required medicines, so it took me a while to find them. Finally! I handed a metamizole tablet to Lena. Thanks. She smiled. That was completely unexpected and I lost touch with reality, staring at her. What? Lena turned awkward in an instant. Listen, I've been wondering. Do you like this? I don't know what got into me, but I grabbed that magazine from the table and showed her that picture of a skirt and a cardigan, which would really suit Lena in my opinion. Maybe I went completely nuts thinking about all the girls being in my world. Or maybe I wanted to distract myself instead of just waiting for the nurse to come back. Lena looked at the picture. Yes, I guess. Is stuff like this in fashion? I guess. She got confused and started blushing. Why do you ask? Really, why? Just asking. We were quiet for some time. "How is your headache?" "Much better, thank you." She smiled. "I'll be off." "Good luck." Lena went out and I continued to look through the magazine. After a while, somebody knocked at the door again. Seems that the infirmary is the most popular place to go. Suddenly, I decided to roleplay a nurse, just the male version, and said, "Come in!" The door opened and Ulyana entered the room. "Wow, did I miss the moment when you decided to start knocking?" "Anything wrong with me knocking?" She frowned. "Where does it hurt?" "Why on earth would I tell you?" "Where's the nurse?" "Right in front of you." I imposingly crossed my legs and looked questioningly at her. "I'd better go. I'd be better to die than to be treated by you." She smiled mischievously. "You didn't even let me try." Ulyana thought for a moment. "Though you could give me some pills." "What's bothering you?" It took her some time to reply. "A heavy stomach." "Sure it's not an empty head?" I muttered under my breath. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Give me a second." I found the pills in the first drawer I opened. "Thank you, doctor." She smiled cheerfully. Watching Ulyana, I could not imagine how such an optimistic and active child could have any health problems. "Got food poisoning from the canteen?" "Considering the local cuisine, it's not that surprising." "Maybe," she smirked. "I see you are still alive and kicking." "Well, I'm not complaining." "Bye." Ulyana ran out of the infirmary, slamming the door. Again, I went back to studying Soviet fashion trends. Time passed, but the nurse was still absent. I wasn't searching for Shurik, wasn't looking for any clues concerning my situation. I was just sitting and flipping through a magazine. Just for a moment, I felt quite satisfied with this situation. So far, everything that has happened here could be seen as just a trip to a summer camp, and if nothing changes anytime soon, then I can start worrying. Again, somebody knocked on the door. Did I miss the outbreak of an epidemic? Slavia was standing at the doorway. "Oh, hi! Isn't the nurse here?" "Hi! No, she's not here. I'm taking over for today." "Great! I'd like..." She hesitated. "What?" "No, it's nothing." Strange. I wouldn't even think that such an open person as Slavia would keep something quiet. "If there's something bothering you, tell me." "That's why I'm here, to treat people." I smiled widely. "No, I mean yes, but no." Hearing that made anything possible, even division by 0. "So how can I help you?" I guess you can't." She smiled and was going to leave, but suddenly stopped. "However, could you step out for a minute?" "Why not?" "Okay." I stepped out of the infirmary and leaned against the wall. I wonder what might she be doing, something that I can't even see. After a minute, the door opened and Slavia came out. She was carrying a small bundle. "What is it?" "Nothing." She blushed. "Thank you. You're welcome." Slavia ran away. Seems like I shouldn't have asked. I looked at the time. It was getting late. I'd read the magazine backwards and forwards, but the nurse still wasn't here. Suddenly the door burst open and Alisa rushed inside. She looked at me piercingly. "What are you doing here?" "Sitting," I admitted honestly. "Okay then. It's even better without the nurse," she murmured. "Are you sick?" I asked acidly. Alisa didn't answer and came closer to me. "Move over." "Why?" "So I can open the drawer, isn't it obvious?" "What for?" She got angry. None of your business! Well, I'm kinda in charge here. She gave it a moment's thought. Then give me some activated carbon. Stomachache? Yeah. She grinned sharply. I got the feeling there was something wrong here. Really? A stomachache? Really? Doesn't seem so. What, do I have to toss my lunch all over the place for you to believe me? I don't know what terrible things can be done with activated carbon, but I'm sure you will think of something. She hesitated. And what if you're right? There, I knew it. Then I'm certainly not giving you anything. Alisa tried to get to the drawers, but I blocked the pillbox with my chest like Alexander of Maltrozov. For all her impudence, she was still just a girl, and she had no chance of pushing me aside. Whatever, I'll find it somewhere else. She turned away and headed to the exit. At the door, Alisa stopped and looked back. By the way, the camp leader and the nurse are carrying a pioneer with a broken leg. I really don't care, but they seem to be struggling. Yeah, sure. Come see for yourself. Alisa seemed to be lying, but on the other hand, as long as I can see her... I came to the door and looked outside. No one was there. Where exactly? They haven't reached here yet then. She made a helpless gesture. Have fun! I returned to the table and only then realized that one of the drawers was open. How did she make it so quick? I turned my back for just a second. Though, what evil can come from activated carbon? It was 15 minutes till dinner, and the nurse still wasn't back. I guess just leaving the place like this won't do. She asked me to look after it after all. And who knows what might happen if I leave. Though, who would want to steal anything from here? Except for Alisa stealing activated carbon. I opened the magazine again and began flipping through it for the nth time. The fashions of the 80s weren't that fun anymore. Yawning got me several times. It was already 6 o'clock, so dinner has already started. Of course, I had to be on the watch till the end, but my stomach seemed to have its own opinion on the matter. I stood up and steadily headed to the exit. A rustling sound came from behind the door. Could it be someone else who got poisoned, broke their arm, or something even worse? I sighed heavily and pulled the doorknob. However, there was no one out there. Seems it was just my imagination. I returned inside and instantly noticed that something had changed in the infirmary. To be precise, an apple had appeared on the table. But where from? Fruits can't just materialize from thin air by themselves, can they? Though in this camp anything is possible. Chances are someone just brought in here. Maybe Lena wanted to thank me, given that she's all shy and... But wait, how could she just slip past me like that? Lena wouldn't climb through the window after all, so there must be something else. I was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. What if the apple is poisoned? Though why would someone complicate things when I'm here totally helpless and can be killed way more easily? Or it might be the apple which Eve tasted in the Garden of Eden. In that case, I certainly shouldn't eat it. The same second my stomach reminded me it was there by rumbling traitorously. However, it would take time to close the infirmary, to reach the canteen, to get food. My stomach is about to eat itself. There is nothing wrong, I guess. Once again, I tried to remember if this apple was here before. In the end, it must have appeared from somewhere. Maybe it got here through the window. The shutter was slightly open. So someone must have reached in and put it here. Nothing serious, however. Finally, hunger prevailed and I started chewing on the ripe green apple with gusto. Its taste seemed normal, though I don't think that even the strongest poison can be tasted. But it's too late to think about that. It was time to go for dinner. Along the way, I ran into electronic. How is it going? Did you find Churik? No, still no sign of him. Don't worry, we'll find him. I tried to cheer him up. Too much time has passed. I'll just keep on searching. What about dinner? No, finding Churik is more important. He muttered thoughtfully. I left him at the crossroads and wished him good luck. Pioneers crowded in the doorway. I quickened my pace, trying not to be the last one in the line, at least for today. And I was lucky. In the far corner was an absolutely empty table. I took my dinner quickly and sat at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of fruit soup and a pair of buns. This set surprised me at first, but the taste was actually nice. I concentrated on eating. Lena, let's go here! Look! 3 free chairs! Lena and Miku stood in front of me. Are these taken? Wondered Lena. No, take a seat. Of course, I wish she was alone. Thank you. As soon as Lena said that, Zhenya jumped out from behind her back. I'll sit here. There are no places left, she said, putting her tray on a table and sitting down, not even waiting for my answer. Sure, make yourself at home, I muttered sorrowfully. What? Nothing. To tell the truth, I want to reduce the whole company to just Lena, though neither Miku nor Zhenya were causing much trouble. Except one was too talkative and the other one was too arrogant. But nevertheless, they were absolutely harmless, especially comparing to some others I could name. Oh, seems like I forgot my key. Don't worry, take mine! I was surprised by Miku's short reply. Do you live together? Of course! Didn't you know? Together! Our cabin is the rearmost. I mean the farthest most from here. I mean the last one. I wouldn't have been surprised if somebody told me that Lena lived with Slavia, or with Zhenya at worst. Even electronic. But silent and shy Lena and excessively talkative Miku as a pair, that's really a surprise. Did you find Churik? It's strange that Zhenya is disturbed by someone's problems. No. Surely he is at the village buying cigarettes or vodka, she snorted. Village? At that moment, the conversation got much more interesting. Got a problem with villages? Zhenya looked amazed. You mean there's a village nearby? I think so, she said uncertainly. I looked at Lena and Miku, but they were busy eating their meals and did not pay attention to our conversation. You mean you don't know exactly? Why should I care? Zhenya stared at her dish. But there must be something nearby. Listen. Listening. I don't know. Will you let me eat? Seems like I won't get anything from her. Though there is a chance that she really doesn't know. The remaining time was spent listening to Miku's talking about some nonsense. I was just going slowly mad in silence. Obviously, the first thing I did after getting out after that was inhale a great breath of fresh air. The sun was setting. I decided to take a walk. It's highly unlikely that I will find anything more exciting to do for the rest of the evening. That way, something interesting could arise quite unexpectedly. I was approaching the square when I heard a loud bang. It seemed like something had exploded. I was paralyzed. I'm in a hostile environment, not knowing the rules and laws of this place. It would be better for me to run, but at the same time I was curious. Probably I would have just kept standing there, but somebody grabbed my hand. It was Olga Dmitrievna. Why are you standing here? Let's go and see what happened. Can't you ever manage without me? I begged her pitifully. It shouldn't be anything serious, I hope. When we came to the square, there was already a crowd of pioneers. Olga Dmitrievna vigorously pushed through the crowd and approached the crime scene. Obviously, someone had tried to blow up Genda. But the attackers failed. The monument was still standing upright. There were only dim ash traces on the pedestal. Well, who did this? She looked over the crowd of pioneers. Surely it wasn't done by an organized terrorist organization. These guys all came here just to look at what happened. I noticed Ulyana and Alisa in the crowd, and it looked like our camp leader noticed them too. "You two, come here!" They approached reluctantly. "Why always me?" "If you think so." "Show me your hands, Dvachevskaya!" "What's wrong with them?" I looked closer and saw that they were smeared with black. "Now it's clear. What did you make a bomb with?" The junior terrorist seemed to hesitate over whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. "Activated carbon, saltpeter and sulfur." Wait a minute. Carbon? Carbon that she stole from the first aid kit. Why exactly the monument? What did this honored man ever do to you? The fighter for the rights of... I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding Alisa if Electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment, shouting, "I found it! I found it!" Everyone turned towards him. He held a boot in his hand. "Here!" Electronic boastfully shook it over his head. "It's Shurik's boot!" "Okay, calm down. Tell us in detail where you found it." "In the forest. On the way to the old camp." Whispers ran among the pioneers. "Old camp, the old camp." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "What's so special about this old camp?" I joined in the conversation. "It's nothing special, really," she stammered. "One of the Sovianok's legends tells the story of a young camp leader's ghost living there. She fell in love with a pioneer, but he rejected her, so she killed herself. She committed harakiri with a kitchen knife. Next day, that boy was hit by a bus." Ulyana ran out of the crowd. "Bus?" I refrained from asking about the route number. "But science doesn't acknowledge the existence of ghosts, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, somebody should go there." Suddenly the crowd started to thin out. "Olga Dmitrievna, it's almost night. Maybe tomorrow." I turned around and saw Slavia and Lena. What if at night something happens to him? No, today, right now." "By the way, where is this place?" Electronic roughly described to me the directions and told me the story of the old camp. The camp leader looked at me attentively. "If you think that You're the only man here." I looked around the area. Of course, Electronic was quick to flee. I still didn't want to walk in the woods alone. If you ask me, I would... "Count me in!" I looked at Ulyana, astonished. Her thirst for adventure seemed to have no limits. "Look! Night, ghosts, an old camp. It's great!" On the one hand, such company always promises trouble, but on the other hand, it feels safer going together. "Perfect!" Having said our goodbyes to the other girls and Olga Dmitrievna, we were left alone. "Do you consider this just an entertaining walk?" "Well, yes. What's the matter?" Ulyana giggled. "Never mind, really." I sighed. "Oh, hold on. I'm gonna fetch a flashlight." "Okay." I was just about to suggest that myself. It seemed I would not only have to visit an abandoned camp at night, but also look after a fidgety child. Well, since it's Ulyana, I should be twice as cautious. Electronic had told us the old building was built right after the war. It looked like a kindergarten, or like a barracks, I expected, and definitely could hold less pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. Ulyana skipped forward as if everything was just a game to her. I was ill at ease. Actually, that was normal for a person in my situation. In the night forest with scary animals and birds eager to swoop down on you, the full moon, and this whole other world I had come into not long ago. I might be better off alone, without needing to look after Ulyana, who was running in front of me. How hasn't she tripped over something yet? Listen, be careful! Or what? She turned around so quickly that I shivered. Nothing. You may hurt yourself. Are you worried about me? Of course I am. I mean, that's normal in such a situation. Ulyana pouted. Listen, I decided to continue our conversation. It's more relaxing and less scary this way. But what is it about that old camp? You were saying back there at the square. Yeah, it's a really scary place. They say that all the pioneers died there and became ghosts which guard their last earthly refuge. What did they die from? It was kind of hard to believe her scary tales. How should I know? I wasn't even born back then. But you say it so confidently. I got information from a reliable source. And where would that be from? From Alyssa? Not gonna tell you. So what happened next? They died and became ghosts? That's all. What do you mean, that's all? And now the souls of the dead pioneers roam around the camp and take everyone who dares to enter the world of the dead. Wow, okay. Move along. Time passed. We went deeper into the depths of the woods where the trees enclosed everything. Suddenly, I realized that the forest had gone completely silent. As if the night bird has hidden in waiting for something and the insect had dug into the ground. Even the wind had died away. I imagined that the streams of moonlight breaking through the thick foliage were ringing like plucked strings. At least trees parted and we walked out to a large glade. In the middle of it was an old building resembling a kindergarten. It was shrouded in a thick fog. It looked like we'd come out into a cemetery, and the old camp building at its center was a crypt. According to Ulyana, there were pioneer souls roaming here. Truly, it was like a massive grave. I shivered and clenched the flashlight tighter. A dreadful place, to tell you the truth. Oh, come on! She patted me on the back cheerfully, which only made me more scared. I was about to move forward when the moon shot among clouds, illuminating the glade, the old camp building, and us. Under that light, everything seems not so old. The crumbling brickwork, rustly slide and merry-go-round, the few panes of glass that miraculously remained in some of the windows, they all became more vivid. I started to imagine that unknown monsters came out to the glade from the forest, a place of eternal darkness where even the moon can't reign. I hope that they fear the light like vampires, though maybe they could turn into giant wolves at full moon like werewolves. Why have you stopped? I'm thinking. About what? Why would Shurik want to come to such a place? How should I know? We'll ask him when we find him. Yes, obviously. I mumbled and followed Ulyana. She walked more carefully now, looking under her feet, stopping occasionally and even looking back several times. That's natural. In some places the grass reached her chest height and nobody knew what could be there on the ground. Scrap metal, stones, shattered glass. We finally reached the door. Ulyana stopped and said, Well, here we are. As if you won the race. This isn't a game. You're... What? Boring. I made a displeased face and stepped confidently into the darkness. It was dangerous to let Ulyana go first. Dangerous for her, dangerous for me, and maybe even for all the humanity. The inside of the old camp building made an even more depressing impression. I even felt sad for it for a moment. Or probably for the people who lived here back then. It had surely been full of the joy of children in the past. Pioneers ran around, played games I'd forgotten, a strict leader like Olga Dmitrievna maintained order. One session ended and new one started. And now it's just standing here, crumbling, rotting, forgotten. Look! Ulyana gave me an old ruined doll, falling apart from the damp. One more piece of the past. So what? Nothing. She moved out of the light, but I noticed sorrow in her face. Sad as a cemetery. Scary! I haven't seen anything scary yet. It was indeed more relaxing in here than outside. It really was like a cemetery, as you look for a specific grave while walking among countless tombstones, feeling discomfort inside, but then you find it and your soul calms, as you lie next to it. I shuddered and let the flashlight play around the room. There was no sign of Shurik. However, what did I expect to find here? His corpse? Looks like he isn't here. What about the second floor? Shurik! I called loudly, but only my echo answered me. Shurik! Come out! See? We should check anyway. Okay. There were no sign of life on the second floor either. I sat on the stairs and hung my head, feeling doomed. Where to next? We can't walk around the whole forest, and I'm already sleepy. Why do you whine so much? Ulyana was irritated. Whining and whining, just like a kid. Oh, am I wrong? Right or wrong, what's the difference? If we are looking for Shurik, we must find him. But how? I begged. I don't know, somehow. Ulyana looked like a strict teacher and myself like a careless schoolboy. But shouldn't it be the other way around? Look! I turned the light in the direction she pointed and noticed a trapdoor in the corner surrounded by garbage. It looked like it had been opened not too long ago. He must be down there for sure! Ulyana rushed to the hatch and made a great effort to open it. Why would he go down there? It was probably, I don't know, some villagers. Is there a village nearby? I don't know, Ulyana replied, breathing heavily. She hadn't managed to open the trapdoor. I started thinking. There was surely a possibility that Shurik might be there. I didn't know much about this world after all. Actually, I knew nothing. Why should the local residents act according to my logic? Could it be that he tried to escape down there, running away from wolves? Are there any wolves though? Maybe owls. Okay, let's check it out. I strained my muscles and managed to open the trapdoor. It crashed loudly on the cracked wooden floor and, at the same moment, Ulyana leaned over the hatchway, lighting up the basement with a flashlight. It's some sort of a tunnel! A tunnel? I pulled her back by the scruff of the neck to look in there myself. Hey! Curiosity killed the cat. There was indeed a long tunnel running into the darkness. It looked like a dungeon from a computer game. There wasn't any danger at first sight, no waist-deep water, no rats, no zombies. Okay, let's climb down there to look, but be careful. Roger that, Ulyana beamed. It was really dark down there. The flashlight did little to help. It dimly illuminated concrete walls, lamps hanging from the ceiling, entangled in wires, and garbage abundantly covering the floor. We slowly moved forward. I held Ulyana's hand, fearing she would run ahead of me. Probably I was a bit worried about myself too, not wanting to be alone in this thick darkness. Maybe we should go back. Shurik couldn't have gone so far. What if he had a flashlight? Well, even with a flashlight, what would he be doing here? I don't know. Aren't you interested in what lies ahead? Not a bit. I'm more interested in... I didn't finish the sentence. A massive metal door suddenly appeared before us as if from thin air. I instantly noticed the biohazard sign. A bomb shelter? I realized. Probably. Have you heard anything about it? I don't know. Does it matter? Does it? What if there's radiation? What radiation? Where from? Yes, you're right. I took hold of the door's wheel and tried to move it. It yielded to my surprise and groaned like a dying dinosaur. The door opened at last and Ulyana ran in there as soon as it did. Hey! Behind the door was probably the main shelter room. There were several beds next to me, some devices near the farthest wall, lockers. Fluorescent lamps on the ceiling brightly illuminated the room. Where does the electricity come from? Are the backup generators still working? I turned off the flashlight to save the battery. Ulyana started to rummage in the lockers at once, taking out gas masks, packages, and various tools. Don't you have anything better to do? No! She looked at me with displeasure. I sat on the neatly made bed and looked around one more time. Right across the room from me was a door, the same as the one we entered. Could Shurik have gone through there if he was here at all? And why? Why the long face? Just tired, I honestly confessed. Then rest for a while. Ulyana jumped at me and pushed me in the chest. I reeled back in surprise and hit my head against the wall. What are you doing? I grabbed her arms and pulled her towards me. She lost her balance and fell next to me. Ouch! You started this. Ulyana stuck out her tongue and sat up. Well, what's next? There, the other door. Oh, sure. Shurik predicted a nuclear war and decided to hide beforehand, did he? Maybe he did. Maybe. The shelter is too close to the surface. It could protect against the radiation, but if the bombs fell close enough... You're so serious about these matters, she smirked. I really didn't know when to be serious with her and when to joke. It seems like the age difference between us really matters here. How big is it? 10 years? More? I sighed and stood up from the bed. Okay, let's try. But that door was less compliant than the first one. The bolts creaked, but the wheel didn't budge a centimeter. Seems jammed. Let me! Ulyana rushed at the door with a crowbar she got who knows where and applied herself to it with all of her unimpressive weight. That gave us a chance. I helped her and soon the door fell to the floor with a bang. The hinges turned out to be completely rusted. Seems that not everything was made to last back then. Behind the door there was a tunnel almost the same as the one we had come here through. Don't do anything stupid! I took Ulyana by the hand and stepped out of the room. It was another endless tunnel. The ceiling seemed to become lower, even though I logically realized that it did not change. Ulyana didn't seem to be bothered at all, though. She was humming as she walked. It annoyed me more and more. Looks like you're having fun. Of course I am, aren't you? No, I don't see any reason to have fun. We should find Shurik quickly and get out of here. He may not be here at all. Then why the hell... Look! Ulyana snatched the flashlight from my hand. There was a huge hole in the ground, a couple of meters in front of us. He may be down there! She walked to the edge and leaned. Some rails! It looked like there was a mine under this tunnel. The depth of the hole was low enough to let us climb out of it, so I knew what Ulyana would say next. Come on! I wanted to object, but she had jumped down, leaving me in complete darkness. Hey! I had to follow her. I don't know what they dug for here, but the mine had been abandoned for a long time. The planks had been damp, the rails were rusted, earth broke through the walls in some places. The whole tunnel leading into the unknown was suspicious. It looked like it was about to collapse and bury us. Come on! Ulyana desperately pulled on my arm. Where to? Why? What would Shurik be doing here? What if... She made a serious face. What if he's sitting here somewhere, injured and waiting for help, and we just turn around and go, leaving him to die? I estimated the height of the ceiling one more time and walked slowly after the restless Ulyana. Soon we reached the fork. Let's go to the right! Wait! I grabbed her arm. What's the matter? What if it's dead end? Or worse than a dead end? A whole labyrinth? Well, she thought. Then let's mark the starting point. Ulyana picked up a large stone from the ground and scratched a cross on one of the beams that supported the ceiling. Do you think that will help? It will! Probably I will have to choose where to go. I just can't leave it to a little girl. At last, the ray of the flashlight revealed an old wooden door in the darkness. Here we are! Where? Somewhere, I don't know. But she was right about something. At least we'd gotten out of the labyrinth. After all these turns and forks, I wasn't sure that we'd ever make it back out. On the other hand, why wouldn't this mine have any exits? Ulyana opened the door and stared into the darkness. So, you won't go first as usual? Well, okay. I stepped over the threshold. A small room was behind the door, maybe a storage room for the bomb shelter. There were bottles and cigarette stubs, which means that somebody had been here before us. It wasn't an encouraging fact by itself, but now I was certain that there was another exit from the mine, since they couldn't have come the same way as we did. The ray of light moved around the room, examining every corner. Suddenly, it lit up a human figure. It was Shurik, huddling up against one of the walls. Hey, there you are! We have been looking for you for all night and you... It seemed he hadn't even noticed us, just sitting and mumbling something. Shurik! Who's that? What do you mean, who? Your rescue team! Get up and let's go! I won't go anywhere with you, he mumbled. You lead me around these tunnels again. I know. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay right here. You won't get me. Stop with your nonsense. It looked like he's gone insane. No, you won't trick me this time. Stop it already. I took a few steps towards Shurik, but he jumped up at once and waved a metal rod. Don't come near me. Leave me alone. Calm down, it's me, Semyon. Don't you recognize me? Semyon? No, you are not Semyon. I noticed that Ulyana, who was standing next to me, had disappeared somewhere. You are not Semyon, and I'm going to... In the trembling light, Shurik's hand appeared for a moment, wielding the metal rod. I covered my head instinctively. Nothing. When I opened my eyes, he had already disappeared. Ulyana stood next to me and giggled, holding the metal rod. Just like a scout! Yeah, a scout. From somewhere far off, the devilish laughter of Shurik was heard. He ran away! Screw him! I don't care if he dies here. I spat on the floor and leaned against the wall. If it hadn't been for Ulyana, I wasn't prepared for that. Shurik might have not killed me, but he could have seriously injured me. To be left lying here injured would be equivalent to death. We don't even know when help will arrive. And would they be able to find me in this labyrinth? Why the hell did I agree to come here? Indulging that girl. You look like you are going to kill somebody. If a good candidate presents itself. Ulyana shuddered. No, not you. It might be nice to spank you, but there's no reason to kill you. She smirked. Yet. Oh, you. Okay, it is definitely time to get out of here. They can send their special forces, rescue teams, ghostbusters, whatever tomorrow. I don't care. Will we go back? I looked around the room once again and noticed a door to my left. Wow. The door was just like the bomb shelter, a massive metal one. I pulled the wheel a couple of times, but it just creaked dully. If I only had that crowbar. It doesn't work? Ulyana asked in a depressed voice. No. Actually, I didn't have any strength left. In another situation, I would strain myself, ask Ulyana to help, look for something to use as a lever, but now I just wanted to get out of this mine. I wanted to hope that there was a path of least resistance for us to take, and that meant hoping that I remembered the way through the labyrinth. Let's go back. Okay, she smiled and took my hand. We walked even slower on the way back through the labyrinth. Stones scattered under our feet, waters dripping from the ceiling onto our heads, feeling like drops of molten tin. Ulyana quieted down and followed me in silence. Did something happen? What do you mean? It's strange for you to be quiet for more than a minute. No, everything is all right. But something was wrong for sure. One fork after another. A minute ago, I was certain that at the next corner I would see the cross Ulyana had scratched before. I was wrong. My faith in my ability to guide us was melting away with each second. Well, whatever. I decided to distract myself with conversation. It's alright, it's just... What? It all went so wrong with Shurik, and now we are stuck here. You saved my life. You should be proud of yourself. I tried to encourage her, but Ulyana didn't seem to get it. But if I hadn't taken his metal rod away, he might have stayed. Whether he'd stayed or not, what's the difference now? We'd still have to get out from here, wouldn't we? Yes, but everything's alright. That psycho will find a way out for sure. I really was sure about that. Finally, we came to a tunnel on the wall of which was the cross. Ulyana cheered up a bit and we almost ran the rest of the way to the surface. You see! The full moon shined above us again, and the building of the old camp didn't look nearly so ominous as before, especially in comparison to the bomb shelter and the catacombs. That was cool, wasn't it? It looks like Ulyana's gotten her usual cheerfulness back. I'm not too sure about cool, but I'm glad we got out. So, shall we go and look for Shurik? What? I was speechless for a moment, unable even to finish the sentence. Are you crazy? We already found him. Tomorrow Olga Dmitrievna and the police can go down there and catch the caveman, to run tests on him. Well... No wells. Back to the camp, to sleep. I walked rapidly from that dreadful place, ignoring the furious Ulyana. Within 10 minutes we were already back at the square. Okay, that's all for today. Dismissed, soldier. Ulyana saluted and was about to leave when she suddenly yelled and started to excitedly wave her hands. Look! Look! I turned to the benches and saw Shurik lying on one of them. Oh my! It was really hard to wake him up, as if the caveman had decided to sleep for a year beforehand. Oh, what? Where am I? He mumbled in his sleep. Do you want to explain yourself now? Explain what? We've been looking for you all night, and you jumped at Semyon with a metal rod, and then ran away. Ulyana jumped around the bench, ready to explode. What happened? And why am I here? Shurik seemed come to his senses. Oh, do be so kind as to explain that. How did you get out of the mine? Why did you go there in the first place? Everything, step by step. What mine? There was such sincere surprise in his eyes that I started to doubt. He really might not remember anything. Where have you been for the last 12 hours? I don't know, Shurik said, and his face frowned with the effort of thinking. I went to the old camp in the morning. People say there was some old equipment there, for parts for the robot, and... He stared at us in confusion. And? And that's all. So you don't remember? I don't. Okay. I sat next to him and leaned back on the bench. The stars shone brightly in the sky. They remember everything, even what Shurik was doing in the bomb shelter. Post-traumatic shock. What? Such symptoms are experienced by people after heavy stress, after a disaster, for example, Shurik remarked with a smart look on his face. You should sleep now. Yes, but we'll speak tomorrow. Shurik looked at me for some time, but then he got up and slowly walked to his cabin without saying a word. So, what is it with him? He probably forgot everything that happened in the mine. He's lying. Look, why would he have to lie? So he wouldn't have to answer for when he tried to attack you with a metal rod, she said uncertainly. Doesn't look like it. And does it matter now? It does. We must find out. The criminal must be punished. If that rule was applied to you, you would have been placed under house arrest a long time ago, or worse. What does that have to do with this? I don't leap at people with a rod. It wasn't intentional. He's lying. He may be lying. I was really exhausted after today, especially this night, and I really didn't care whether was Shurik speaking the truth or just pretending to. It really looked like he doesn't remember anything. I'm going to sleep. Then Ulyana jumped out and stood on her tiptoes. Good night. You too. I don't know. Seemed like there was something special in the expression of her face that moment. I didn't care. The camp leader had been waiting for me at home. I thought you wouldn't come back. I would have expected any reaction from Olga Dmitrievna except that one. Since you went with Ulyana, aren't you supposed to worry about us? Why should I? You're okay. Oh, okay then. I had neither the strength nor will to argue with the leader, or to find out the reasons for her behavior. I took my clothes off and crawled under the blanket. It's all too much for a single person. Looking for a Shurik in the dungeons was a job for search and rescue professionals. Doing it with Ulyana for certified madmen. But it was, in a way, fun. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. Day 5. We ran with the last of our strength, like those who run for their precious lives, like a doomed person knowing that there is no hope to save his life, will still fight the inevitable and his own fate. I barely managed to close the heavy metal door behind me. I have no idea how deep this bomb shelter is, or if it's able to withstand a nuclear blast, but we have no other place to hide. She gripped my hand tight. Don't be afraid. Bits of the ceiling were falling and the walls were shaking. I was prepared for the worst. But that is the kind of thing that you can't ever be prepared for. But suddenly, complete silence fell. It rang even louder than the explosions. Maybe it's time to say goodbye, she was whimpering. I wanted to comfort her somehow, but realized that there is nothing I could do. Yes. You know, A horrible bang almost split my eardrums. It seems that I'm under a piece of collapsed ceiling, but I don't feel any pain. All I want is to not let her go. I woke up in a cold sweat, short of breath and gasping for air. It took me some time to come to my senses. It was a dream. It was just a dream. My questioning mind, however, refused to believe it. But who was that girl with me there? I didn't want to let go of her hand so desperately. Sadly, I couldn't recall her at all. The clocks was showing few minutes past 10. I slowly came to my senses as reality started to stake out its claim on my mind, and my stomach foully growled. All right, war is war, but lunch should be served in due time. It turned out that Olga Dmitrievna wasn't here. She must have decided not to wake me up. Well, thanks go out to our camp leader for this. After yesterday's adventures, I had to have a rest. Last night remained a blurry memory which I really didn't want to think about. It's now more important to find something to eat and to wash myself. Exactly, because a pioneer must always be clean and tidy. Though I would agree with this principle even if I wasn't a pioneer, and as a matter of fact, I am not. On my way to the washstands, I met Electronic. He started to wave his hands and ran up to me. Good morning! Thank you for finding Shurik. Without him I don't even... It's nothing. I was a bit embarrassed. No, really, don't be so shy. The country must be proud of its heroes. And what about Shurik? How did he look this morning? Is he all right? After yesterday's craziness, I thought such a question was completely valid. Yes, absolutely. The only thing is that he can't remember anything. Can't he? I wasn't surprised at all. He says that he went to the abandoned camp yesterday and then woke up in his bed in the morning. I mean, he remembers nothing between those two events. I see. All right then. You missed breakfast, right? Come to our club. We'll feed you. I have something special. Electronic smiled in a conspiratorial way. Thanks. I'll come, probably. I had to wash myself first anyway. We'll be waiting. He waved at me and left to carry out his own business. There was nobody near the washstands. The water turned out surprisingly warm today. It's been warmed up already, I guess. Having my face washed, I realized that it wouldn't be easy to wash the rest of my body here. Maybe I should go to the showers. But since there is nobody here, I turned the tap in such a way so water streamed parallel to the ground and started to take off my clothes. And what if somebody sees me? Well, I'll rinse and dry myself quickly and put on my clothes. The water, which seemed warm on my hands and face, felt bone-chilling cold on my body. The whole washing process took no longer than 10 seconds, and I started to wipe myself quickly afterwards. But I didn't manage to finish anyway. There were voices coming in from the direction of the footpath. The only solution came to me in a split second. I grabbed my clothes and dashed to the bushes. A moment later, Alisa and Ulyana appeared near the washstands. You could have done it by yourself. Why did you bring me here? Is it a big deal for you? Fine, let me. I peered at them and noticed that they were both covered in red paint. What a surprise. I wonder how they managed that. Alisa opened the valve and started to rub Ulyana's back. Take off your bra. What if somebody sees us? What, is there anything to see? She grinned. Okay, just be quick. It was true that there wasn't much to look at, but even so, I stared at the girls narrowly. It was a pity that they were standing with their backs to me. A minute later, Alisa managed to wash off all the paint. I'm done. Thanks. You're welcome. Alisa replied lazily. Listen, let me try on yours. She pointed at Alisa's bra. It won't fit you for sure. Well, I'd like to try anyway. But out here... There's nobody here, right? Ulyana looked in my way and smiled archly. I was absolutely sure she couldn't see me in these bushes, but... Enough with this nonsense. Ulyana wasn't listening to her anymore and grabbed Alisa's bra with a dexterous move instead. Now I have to confess, I had something to look at. I watched the two girls chase one another around the washstands with the bated breath. Alyssa covered her breasts with her hands, so I could barely see anything at all. I leaned forward and stumbled over a stone, falling out of the bushes. Alyssa and Ulyana stood frozen, staring at me. I tried to cover my nudity with my guilty face. The tableau lasted for a few seconds, then Alyssa took her shirt and somehow put it on in an instant. You! Her face gone from red to purple. It looked like she would explode in a nuclear blast any second. The only thing I wanted was to disintegrate into atoms and to get as far from the epicenter as possible. He was sitting there the whole time! So she noticed me then. You! And I accidentally, if you know what I mean. Alyssa rushed at me. Covering my butt with one hand and holding my clothes with the other, I ran in the woods. It seemed the best solution to me at the time, as showing up naked in the middle of the camp accompanied by two screaming girls wasn't a good idea. I ran without looking back, and stopped a few minutes later to catch my breath. It seems that there was no pursuit, so I managed to save myself, but at the cost of lacerated, scratched and bleeding feet, as I had no time to put on my boots. I sat on a tree stump and sighed. Some time later, having dressed already, I left the forest. I need to decide what to do next. My feet are hurting, so I should go straight to infirmary. But on the other hand, my stomach isn't going to wait either. Maybe I should accept Electronic's invitation, or head to the canteen in the hope of finding something left to eat there. I was desperately hungry. I always took good care of my health, and even better care at the times when something started to hurt badly. And now I was able to walk and my feet weren't even hurting much. So my feet will heal up eventually, while my hunger can't wait. I decided to take advantage of Electronic's invitation. In the end, knowing the local pioneers, it was smart to assume that there wasn't even a piece of stale bread left at the canteen. And the Cybernetics Club actually somewhat owe me. With such thoughts, I approached the club's building. I heard screams coming from it. I tried to listen closely, but couldn't figure out anything. Give it back! No, I won't! Ulyana was running around the room with a coil of wire in her hands, chased by Shurik. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but... Give it back! They didn't even give me a bit of attention. No, I won't! Shurik, completely caught up in the chase, slipped past me, almost knocking me down. Hey! Ulyana was running in circles around the room, laughing cheerfully. I wonder what she needs this wire for. Meanwhile, the head of the Cybernetics Club was looking fine even after yesterday's madness. One could even say he was looking fresh. But this probably wouldn't help him to catch Ulyana. She was smaller, more agile, and faster after all. She could easily drive him to exhaustion. Hey! Ulyana ran up to me and hid behind my back. Shurik in his turn left the club, slamming the door on his way out. He was offended, it seems. Hey, what's wrong with you? You won't catch me! She looked at Electronic, who was silently observing all this silly running, and stuck out her tongue at him. Semyon, take the wire away from her! And why do you need it in the first place? You don't have enough wire or something? He was trying to catch Ulyana, who was hiding behind me. He moved to the right, while she moved to the left. He moved to the left and she moved to the right. In the end, I got tired of this and grabbed the wire from Ulyana with one dexterous move. Give it to me! Give it back! She shouted resentfully. No, I won't! Stop horsing around! I held the wire above my head, so Ulyana with her height couldn't possibly get it. Thank you! Okay, fine! She snorted and turned away from me. Why do you need it in the first place? That's none of your business. Ulyana looked at me slyly. Do you want me to tell everybody that you... I shut her mouth with my hand and dragged her along to the exit. Okay, we need to go, I told Electronic while giggling stupidly. And what did you come for? Once outside, I let the kicking Ulyana free. Hear me out. You realize that it was an accident. Even more so, it was caused by you. I know nothing. Facts are facts. You were watching us. Oh, what would Olga Dmitrievna think? On the one hand, I did not want to care in the slightest what the camp leader would say, but on the other, everything was against me, and in my position it would be better to not get myself into such a situation. Fine, maybe we could make a deal somehow. She started to think. I know, I anticipated the worst. You bring me that wire. But what do you need it for? I need it for my needs. Okay, let's assume I get it. You won't tell anybody? I give you the word of a pioneer. I could hardly believe her. But on the other hand, it was just a coil of wire, so why shouldn't I try? Okay, fine. Deal! But you must know that... Yeah, of course, she interrupted me. Wait here. Saying that, I went back to the club's quarters. Electronic was building something with rapt attention. Now I'm done with everything. So I thought you could get me something as you promised. My voice sounded a bit sycophantic, which was enough to drive me mad. Of course, I'm not insisting, but... 1 minute! He tore himself away from his work and got a pair of buns from the drawer and a classic triangular pack of kefir. Be my guest! Thank you. While I was busy eating, Electronic didn't turn away from his device for a second. He was rolling up the wire, which I had taken away from Ulyana, onto the coil. And it was the wire she wanted. So, what's this? An inductor. Inductor? Join our club and you'll know everything. He looked at me and smiled slyly. I'll think about it. Of course, I wasn't going to join anything, but taking into account that he had fed me, I had to be polite. By the way, as I said, I have something else. Well, yeah. Wait a second. He went into the adjacent room and came back after a minute with some kind of package. Tan-ta-da! And gave it to me. There was a big bottle of Stolichnaya vodka inside. I get it, but it's still morning. Or does Electronic share the motto of get drunk in the morning, take the entire day off? What are you talking about? I'm not suggesting we drink it. We have it to clean the optics. Cleaning the optics, yeah, right. Internally. Okay. I gave him the package back. By the way, can you spare me this coil? What do you need it for? Probably I had to think about the reason beforehand. I just need it. But we can do without it as well. Do you? Well, never mind then. I can't just force him to give it to me, right? I'll go then. Come back anytime. Of course. The moment I want to have a drink. Walking out, I questioned myself why he wanted to show me the vodka in the first place. Ulyana ran up to me instantly. And so, have you got it? No. That's your own fault then. Do you need this wire at all? But you get credit for trying. What? I was surprised. Alisa would tell everything anyway. Ulyana laughed. She's really angry with you. I bet, I muttered quietly. Okay, see ya. She waved at me and ran away. Here I am in a stupid situation once again. No big deal. It's not the first time. Suddenly my hunger returned again. For sure, a meal of some buns and kefir was awesome, but it's not enough to fill me up. Luckily for me, I heard the bell sound calling pioneers for lunch. The day has just started and I've gone through so many things already. But I did it and now have the legitimate grounds to fill myself up. Today I wasn't the last one, so I could choose a free table. Lunch included pea soup and mashed potatoes with fish. It was a major disappointment to me as I don't eat fish in any form and hence will get fewer calories than usually. Soon Slavia and Lena come to my table. "Can we?" She smiled nicely. "Uh, yeah, sure." I stood up and pulled out a chair for her. "Please." I was in an excellent mood at that moment. "Enjoy your meal." Saying that, Lena began staring at me and continued for some time, but then, after realizing how odd she looked, switched to her plate. "You too." "Do you have any plans for today, Semyon?" "Nope." I gave her an honest answer, as indeed I had no plans. Except for searching for answers, but that was more like a global goal. "Do you want to take a boat ride to the island with us?" The island. Well, I think I've seen it from the pier. "For what?" "Olga Dmitrievna asked us to gather some strawberries. There are a lot of strawberries there and they are so delicious." I could imagine the taste without even eating it, just by looking at Slavia's face. "Strawberries. And what are those for?" "I don't know, but it's indeed a great idea." "Well, indeed it is. Moreover, I haven't been to the island yet." "Yeah, sure." Within minutes we were already standing at the pier. "Well, here's the boat." "Hang on, I'll go and fetch the paddles now." I was left face to face with Lena. "Do you like strawberries?" "Well, not really." "But they're tasty." Lena smiled. "I see." I didn't know what to say next, how to continue the conversation. If Slavia didn't come back, we could probably sit here till the evening without saying a word. "Here you go." She handed me a pair of hefty paddles. "Yeah, thanks." We got into the boat. I untied it, pushed off the shore and tried to start paddling. "And where exactly are we heading to?" "Right there." She pointed her finger at the island. "That island is named the closest one." I wonder what captain gave it such an original name. Well, the island is indeed close to the shore. "Aye, aye, captain." If only I'd know what was waiting for me ahead. I wasn't an experienced oarsman. I'd rowed a boat just once or twice in my entire life. It was less than half mile to the island, but we were making our way in zigzags thanks to my skills. By approximately the middle of the trip, my arms hurt so badly that I dropped the paddles to get some rest. "Well, aren't there any strawberries anywhere else? I mean, in more accessible places?" "But the tastiest ones grow there." Slavia gave me a puzzled look. "Is it hard for you to row alone?" Lena, unlike Slavia, understood everything straight away. "Oh, it's nothing." Anyway, I couldn't let a fragile girl help me. The rest of the way I spent concentrating on staying alive while getting to the island. Slavia and Lena discussed something, but I wasn't listening. That was too much for me. At last, we arrived. Completely exhausted, I got out on the shore and looked at the boathouse. It seemed so far away that I felt like a first person on the moon watching the Earth rise. "Here you go." Slavia handed me a basket. It was a small island, barely 100 meters long, and it looked more like a birch grove with even rows of trees covering its entire surface. A calm green sea spread beneath our feet, with wind causing lonely waves on its surface from time to time. This island looked like a lost paradise. It's no wonder that the most delicious strawberries grow just here. "We've got to split up. That way we'll do the job faster. Yeah, sure. But there are only 2 baskets, said Lena humbly. Oh, you're right, my bad. So how are we going to split up then? Let me go with you. Let's go. Okay, that's fine. Slavia grabbed the second basket and ventured to the opposite side of the island. Well, well, let's go? Yeah, Lena smiled. Just pay attention, don't leave a single berry behind. You too. So it was harvest time. Indeed, the strawberries here were delicious. I could probably eat them all if I didn't stab myself in time. Despite being wild grown, the berries were close to garden ones in size and had a rich red color, so it was clear that our visit here wasn't in vain. Lena followed me closely, as we had only 1 basket for the both of us. I felt like a real mushroom picker, examining each shrub and carefully pawing the grass. Well, you're much better than me. Am I? Frankly, I'm not even counting them. Yeah, right you are. The basket was already half full. You must enjoy nature, right? I do. The bright sun rays pierced the treetops and blinded me for a second. I sat down on the ground and leaned against the tree. Still, it's so beautiful here. Lena sat down next to me, so close that our elbows touched. Yeah. We just sat and enjoyed the moment. It seemed like time stood still. The wind gently shook the tree leaves, some bugs lazily hopped around the grass, and splashes of sunlight played on the faraway water surface. Lena put her head on my shoulder. I was surprised at first, but then I heard her regular breathing and thought that it's just a matter of course. Probably she felt drowsy and wanted to take a quick nap. I just sat there and didn't think of anything for a few minutes. But then words started crossing my mind with ultrasonic speed. Lena, so close, sleeping, so warm, so gentle, feelings. I gazed at her. She had such a serene, such a tranquil look on her face that it seemed that right now she's not here, but in some kind of better world. I don't know what would have happened the next moment if I didn't hear the voice of Slavia. Semyon! Lena! I shook my head from side to side a few times to come to my senses. Lena started to wake up. She opened her eyes and gave me an empty look. Have a nice dream? Huh? Suddenly realizing that she had dozed off leaning on my shoulder, Lena blushed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. Slavia came over to us, so Lena rushed to get up. So, how much have you got? I sighed. That's not a lot. Her basket was filled with strawberries to the brim. Well, it's enough anyway. It's time to get back. I grabbed the basket and we headed back to the boat. The way back took less time as I tried to concentrate on rowing and ignoring everything else. My only wish was to get back alive, as the first trip hadn't gone without consequences, and now my hands started to hurt after only a few sweeps of the oars. Having tied up the boat, I fell to the ground with no energy left. Slavia and Lena leaned over me. You could have said something if it was so hard for you. Yes. Never mind, it's fine. I'll just lie here for a bit and everything will be alright. Okay, then get those baskets to Olga Dmitrievna, please. We have something else to do. Yeah, sure. I was ready to agree with anything at that moment, just so I wouldn't have to get up. Slavia put the baskets full of strawberries next to me and headed to the square, happily chatting with Lena about something. The hardest part is done anyway. That's what I thought before I got up and took the baskets. After the rowing, they felt like cement bags, even while weighing barely more than a few kilograms each. So the trip to the camp leader's cabin took much longer than usual. I had to stop every 50 meters to have a rest. Once I finally made it, I put the basket on the ground and sat on the deck chair with difficulty. Olga Dmitrievna! Olga Dmitrievna, I've got presents for you! There was no answer. I barely managed to get up and enter the cabin. There was nobody there. If you don't need them, it's up to you. I lay down on the deck chair and fell asleep. I had a weird dream about the strawberry race. I was rowing a boat with my last ounces of strength, trying to escape huge berries that were chasing me. My hands were failing me, and I could barely see anything because of the sweat covering my face. Blood was hammering in my temples, but the strawberries were getting closer. They were baring their teeth at me. But wait, strawberries with teeth? Semyon! Semyon! I woke up. Olga Dmitrievna was standing beside me, shaking my shoulder. I see you got a rich harvest, didn't you? Yep, I tried my best. Okay, but that's not all. Seriously, I was just anticipating the lovely rest I was about to have. Do you even know what these strawberries are for? Not a clue. What an honest confession. We'll make a cake out of them. I see. Well, that makes sense. To honor the miraculous rescue of Shurek. And it's all thanks to you. It was clear that getting the strawberries wasn't the last thing left to do. And why, please tell me, if I am such a hero, why do I have to organize a celebration in my name all by myself? Well, I guess. So, I have an important task for you. We are missing yeast, flour and sugar, and need it all in the canteen before dinner. And those who will make the cake can't deal with it on their own somehow. I asked pitifully. Of course they can't. All of them are busy. And you are the only one in the whole camp who does nothing. While her words are partly true, that doesn't make it any easier for me now. Moreover, those words felt like a bullet to my head. So, write it down. You'll get yeast in the infirmary, flour in the library, and sugar in the clubhouse. Wait, oh. I have no time, I'm in a hurry. Good luck. She smiled slyly and left. Of course, there are a lot of strange things in this camp, but yeast in the infirmary? Okay, I can deal with that, but flour in the library? And sugar? No, it's way beyond my comprehension. I spat on the floor. I don't want to, and I will not believe this. Tell me, just tell me you are pulling my leg. I would not be surprised if a crowd of fat green trolls would appear here right now beside me, with every one of them feeling obligated to laugh at me. So maybe to hell with this cake. I weighted my options for some time. No, if such a major plan of Olga Dmitrievna's fell through, I'd been for a world of hurt. And it would complicate both my life in the camp and my search for answers, which I've stopped for quite a while. It seems I have no choice. It feels like I've gone through more things today than all the previous days combined. Thus, approaching the clubhouse, I'd even forgotten to think about how awkward it must be to look for sugar there. Shurik and Electronic were enthusiastically building something. They were so busy that they didn't even notice me. I looked closely. It was some kind of robot. Or at least the body of one. Moreover, this robot was female and had animal ears. I didn't want to make up theories about purpose of such a device for luminaries of camp cybernetics. Even though design looked practically workable, I had my doubts about this robot ever being able to conquer Earth, or at least being able to do anything on its own. But they seemed to be enjoying the process more than the end result itself. And that was something we shared, even though I didn't want to admit it. On the other hand, they weren't afraid of possible failure, criticism, or jokes. They were working towards their goal without paying attention to others, who would call it unrealistic or even absurd. Oh, it looks like I'm truly comparing them to luminaries of the sciences. Hey guys! I greeted them uncertainly. Oh, Semyon! Come in! We are always glad to see you! I was actually already inside. You know, sorry for what happened yesterday. I barely remember anything, but, well, never mind, it's okay. And what brings you to our humble abode? Electronic looked at me slyly. Sometimes I feel that he makes such a face when he knows something about the other person, something that he can use in the right moment. Sugar. I need sugar. An image from an ancient video game suddenly came into my mind, where some kind of unit, like a builder or something, cried out with all of its 5-pixel stature. Gold! We need more gold! We got it, said Electronic calmly. Why would you want it? I felt that I shouldn't explain to Shurik that they want to bake a cake for him. I shouldn't spoil the surprise. I don't know. Olga Dmitrievna told me to get some. Okay, hang on. Electronic disappeared behind the door into the next room. And why do you have sugar here? Why not in the canteen? When the food truck came last time, it was the last thing to unload. And given that our building is the closest one to the entrance, they decided to leave it here to save some effort. That's reasonable, isn't it? The door opened, revealing Electronic holding a huge bag behind him. I really don't know what the size of the cake will be, but it was obviously too much sugar. Well, thanks, but I don't need it all. But where would we put it? Electronic gave me a surprised look. We don't have a place for it. You asked for sugar, so take it. It seems that that previous smile of his wasn't there without reason. Maybe you'll help me then. It's not that far to carry. We're busy. He pointed his hand at the robot. I gazed at Shurik. He owed me after all. He hesitated and then looked away in shame. I sighed, took the bag and headed to the door. Thanks anyway, I said at parting, exerting myself. But I didn't make it too far. Just after a mere 20 meters, I had to put the bag down to have a rest. I had no idea how much it weighed, but it felt like more than 20 kilos. On the one hand, it was just 200 meters to the canteen. On the other hand, even such a distance with this payload on my shoulder, or alternatively in my hands, or on my legs, or under my arm, or even on my head, looked impossible for me to cover. And as I resigned myself to move in minor sprints with prolonged pauses between them, so I could get there by night at least, I heard a voice behind me. Maybe I could help you. I saw Lena in front of me. I don't think you can. It was one of those moments when I felt painfully how dramatically I was out of shape. I can bring a handcart. A handcart? Why didn't I think of that myself? Yes, that would be great. Wait here, I'll be right back. She smiled and ran in the direction of the square. What would I do without her? It's good that Lena isn't always that shy and can take initiative sometimes. I started to think. She seemed quite unusual now, with no trace of shyness on her face and actually the complete opposite, smiles and confidence. The offer to help wasn't something extraordinary by itself, but getting it from Lena. A few minutes later she came back with a smallish handcart. I put the bag down on it. Thanks. Don't mention it. She blushed and looked down. Oh, the Lena we all know is back. So I'll go then. Yes, see you. And thank you again, I shouted after her. Sometimes I felt like there are two different people living inside of Lena. But the second one, confident, happy and sometimes even bold, only appears when she talks to me. Or am I making things up again? I thought that it would be better if I get all the ingredients at once, so I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin with the handcart. If every other place on the cake ingredient list made at least some sense to me, then flour from the library made none. I thought hard about who would put it in the library and why, but couldn't find any sane explanation after all. Given Zhenia's harsh nature, I'd better knock first. Open! Zhenya peered at me closely from behind her glasses. What do you want? Don't think anything weird, but I didn't want to look like an idiot, and I decided to explain things carefully. I need some flour. Olga Dmitrievna said that it's here. I understand that it sounds strange to keep the flour in the library, but I was sent to you, and it's needed for a cake to celebrate Shurik's rescue. Yes, I have the flour. What's so strange about it? Zhenya replied with surprise. At that second, I felt like I'd been hit on the head with a heavy weight and lost the ability to understand anything at all. Flour in the library. Sure, what's so strange about it? We are in Wonderland. I'm Alice, and I'm gonna eat that magic mushroom and I'll be back home. Hey! Oh, yeah? I was daydreaming. Wait here, I'll be right back. She disappeared behind the bookshelves while I folded my hands and started waiting. A moment later, the sound of trapdoor groaning on its hinges reached me. Hey, you need some help? I inquired loudly. I'll deal with it. Zhenya barked out to me. It seems to be in the basement, so you'll have to wait a little. Okie dokie. A few minutes passed, but Zhenya still hadn't returned. I was starting to get worried when the door was suddenly flung open and Alisa came into the library. She looked surprised too, seeing me here. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here? I said rudely to her. Alisa was clearly a bit overwhelmed. Ah, what do I care? She snorted and headed to Zhenya's table. And why are you here then? Alisa measured me with her eyes carefully and almost opened the mouth to say something, but then seemed to change her mind and turned away, hiding her hands behind her back. Returning the book? I blurted the first thing off the top of my head. It's none of your business, she replied with a hint of hesitation. What book is it? Alisa was silent. Oh, come on, let me see it. I wonder what Miss High Voltage Giveaway reads. It's none of your business. Her voice was even less confident. Okay, I don't insist or anything. In fact, I was quite interested to find out what Alisa was reading. Moreover, I was quite amused to see a book in her hands. TV, movies, or a computer if one were available here. All these things seemed to be much more appropriate entertainment for a girl like her. But she had a book instead. My curiosity won. I struck at the right moment when Alisa was looking away from me and snatched the book. Ouch! She screamed. In the following second, her face took on such an expression that it made me question my decision. If I'm about to die, at least I will know what for. I held a copy of Gone with the Wind in my hands. That was the same book that Lena was reading that evening on a bench. I was so astonished that I completely forgot about my imminent death. Is it interesting? Yeah, Alisa answered without any enthusiasm, blushing. Okay then. I handed the book back to her. Alyssa threw it on the table and left the library quickly without looking at me. So human things are an alien to her. In the end, she too is a girl. After a quick review of everything that just happened, I concluded that there was actually nothing that strange. Finally, Zhenia's deep groan rang out, reaching each and every corner of the library. "Grab it!" I passed by the bookshelves and beheld the perspiring librarian sitting next to the trapdoor leading into the basement with a small sack next to her. Well, they might have some sort of a storehouse down there. "Thanks!" I took the sack and left the library. Thank goodness it wasn't too heavy, so I carried it down to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin without too much effort. I feel like I've visited the infirmary too often recently. But what can I do? That's how things pan out. I sighed and knocked on the door. "Come in!" the nurse said with trace of a sing-song accent. "Good afternoon. Olga Dmitrievna has sent me to get some—" I hesitated slightly. "Yeast." "Ah, sure." She gave me a broad smile. "It's just that I don't have any." Pioneer. "How so?" "She said that— Well, I had some, but now there's none left." I didn't even bother asking why she had it in the first place. "Well, don't you worry. You can have some aspirin, for example." That could be of some use to me, actually. "Where do I get it, then?" I sighed. "Take this." She opened a drawer and pulled off some kind of a bottle. I took a closer look. It was Ostankinskoye beer. "What's the matter? Beer is also a fermented product." She gave me a deep gaze. "Nobody will even notice." She had a point, but everything just looked so grotesque to me that I couldn't find anything to say. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Okay then." The bottle clearly wouldn't fit into the pocket of my shorts. "Well, thanks," I mumbled slyly, leaving the infirmary. Well, beer certainly could replace yeast. Even my limited knowledge of chemistry and biology was enough to accept this. But generally, walking around with this bottle in my hands looked like a silly idea to me, so I decided to bring it to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin and hide it there. But I had to reach it somehow without anybody noticing the beer. I hid the bottle under my shirt. And everything would have been fine, but Slavia called out to me at the square. Actually, she sprang out from behind me so suddenly that I even gave a start. "How is it going?" "What exactly?" "Your search for ingredients." "Ah, so you know already." "Yes, I do." Slavia smiled. "It's going all right," I answered, trying not to give away my unrest. "And what do you have there?" She pointed at the bottle sticking out from under my shirt. "Oh, this!" she got me. It's nothing." I blushed with a silly giggle. "It's time to go." I was almost running, leaving the square with the puzzled Slavia behind. It's great that she is the one of those people who don't ask unnecessary questions. But there are people in this camp who like nothing better than to poke their noses into other people's business. Passing the pioneers' cabins, I stumbled upon Ulyana. "What are you hiding there?" She gave me one of her cheeky looks. I thought there was no point in denying anything, so I replied in a provocative manner. "It's none of your business. I'm a cipher officer bearing a message to headquarters." "That's certainly a big message." I was carrying the bottle at waist height, so I was slightly embarrassed. "You want some help?" "I'll deal with it on my own." I walked past her confidently and proceeded on my way. To my surprise, she didn't say anything, nor try to pursue me. There was nobody at Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, so I successfully managed to stuff the bottle under my bed. Once I got outside, I sighed with relief. Really, I couldn't believe that I would ever worry that much about a single bottle of beer. Like I was back in high school. It's a good thing it's safe now. Even if somebody finds it, I'll claim that it's not mine. I could always think up a suitable excuse from my enormous experience. Finally, it seems that everything had been collected. I took the handcart with sugar outside and put the sack with the flour in it, followed by the 2 baskets of strawberries that somehow fitted in between. And the beer was hidden under my shirt, just in case. The day was coming to its end, so I had to hurry, as cake itself will need some time to bake. Of course, I'd rather enjoy lying down, closing my eyes and getting a decent sleep, but I just couldn't let Olga Dmitrievna down. Indeed, after all the trouble I'd gone to, I even felt personally responsible for the success of this event. Coming to the square, I stopped for a moment to catch my breath. It wasn't that the cart was that heavy, it ran smoothly without any noticeable effort required. It was just that any physical exertion caused pain to me now, both physical and mental one. I sat down on the bench and closed my eyes for a moment. "What's that?" I really didn't give a damn who it was. Probably just a fellow pioneer girl taking an interest in an unfamiliar companion in distress. "What are you talking about?" I asked her tiredly. She didn't reply. "Those are the ingredients for a cake. Do you like cakes?" "I don't know." "What, you've never tried cake?" "I don't know." Obviously the girl didn't get what I was talking about, but it didn't surprise me at that moment. I really wasn't interested in the conversation. I was so tired that I had zero intention of classifying external distractions and tagging them as either common or uncommon. "I see. Come down to the canteen later and have a bite." "Really?" "Really." "And what are they made of?" "What?" I asked indifferently. "These cakes." "Well, some flour, some sugar, various fillings." Now that's a strange question. Doesn't she know what cakes are made of? "And do you have it all here?" "Yeah, sort of." "And sugar?" "And sugar." "Could you lend me a little?" "What for?" I thought it was over the top. A sudden gust of wind made me grab the handcart instinctively and open my eyes. However, nobody was there. Am I daydreaming? I noticed, though, that the sugar sack was untied and a small heap of it had poured out. Could it be that she was scared by the wind and ran away? Having fixed the sack, I got up from the bench and continued on my challenging strawberry way. There wasn't a single person near the canteen. No wonder. Dinner was still an hour away. I brought the handcart to the rear exit and handed the foodstuffs to the camp cook. She must have already been told what to do with them, as she gave me such an unpleasant look. I am not sure how long it takes to bake a cake, but it seems she had to hurry. I just wanted to relax for the remaining time up until dinner. In short, I was so tired that I just sat on the steps and waited. My eyes closed themselves. I guess I got so tired throughout the day that I didn't even notice how someone came up to me until they patted me on the shoulder. "Hi!" Miku was standing before me. "Yeah." I didn't need a mirror to imagine the expression of skepticism and annoyance on my face. "Oh, excuse me, I must have interrupted you." "No problem, I was just sitting here." "Oh, all right then." Miku beamed with smile. "I was just coming to dinner. I thought that it's time already, and then it appeared to me that it's too early, but I decided to check just in case. Maybe it's not me who's mistaken, but the clock is." "Well, not the clock, Clocks can be mistaken. It's just that I misread it. She seemed to be ultimately confused now and fell silent. It's still about half an hour before dinner. Oh, that's great. Then I'll sit here and wait with you if you don't mind. Frankly speaking, I do mind. You know, I have some matters to attend to. I stood up quickly and left without saying a goodbye, ignoring Miku as I always did, while she screamed something after me. A minute later I got to the square and sat on the bench with the firm intention of finding a quiet and safe place here to wait for dinner. I think this is the first time in the last 4.5 days when I felt like this. I wasn't just irritated because of some insignificant details, but indeed, I was really angry. I've completely stopped caring about where I am and why am I here. I don't care about how to get out either. What's driving me mad is that I always have to carry out some stupid task given by our camp leader, and it's always me who gets into stupid situations and sometimes even ends up looking like a clown. If all of this is some alien trick or a plot of the universal mind, they better consult with their psychiatrist. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. And most annoying thing is that everything that happens seems to happen by itself somehow. I'd be happier not having to carry around bags of sugar that weighed a ton, but I had no choice at all. I mean, any other option would lead to much worse consequences than a muscle strain or a hurt pride. Who are you angry with? Ulyana was standing in front of me and smiled slyly. Nobody really, I answered absently, but my fists gave me away. Just like that. Okay, it's up to you. You better tell me, why did you run around the camp the whole day with some kind of bags? I had to, I've replied reluctantly. I guess it was food. Maybe it was. Ulyana was about to say something, but at that moment the bell rang, calling the pioneers for dinner. I sighed in relief and quickly headed to the canteen, leaving Ulyana behind. Semyon, thank you very much. For what? The camp leader gave me a friendly smile. For the cake, of course. Ah, sure. It was at that exact moment that I understood the true meaning of the saying, keep your thanks to feed your cat. You didn't tell anybody? This ought to be a surprise. Yeah, that's my boy. And now off you go to dinner. Olga Dmitrievna waved her hand, pointed at the canteen. I stepped through the doorway slowly and started to look for a free place. It turned out there were plenty today, so I got the chance to eat all alone. There was fish with mashed potatoes for dinner. What misfortune once again. I'll be left half hungry. And didn't we have fish for lunch? Is it a fish-only day today? Having pushed my plate with the fried seed well away, I laid my head on my hands and closed my eyes. But soon somebody came up to the table. Hey, are you all right? I'm fine, I replied without changing my position. Just tired? Yeah, a little. That's bad, Slavia said it seriously. Of course. You remember that we are going for the hike after the dinner, don't you? Have you prepared everything? What? Where? I opened my eyes and lifted my head up instantly. Lena was standing by Slavia. The hike! She was surprised. Didn't you know? No. I put my head down on the table and covered it with my hands. If only I could sing into the ground right away. The girls remained silent. I was left alone with my thoughts for some time, and that was fine by me. Maybe I could have sat that way until the end of dinner time, but the strong voice of Olga Dmitrievna was heard from the opposite end of canteen. Guys! To celebrate the miraculous rescue of our friend and comrade Shurik, we baked this cake for you all! I lifted my head idly and looked towards the camp leader. but couldn't see anything beyond the pioneers' backs. "A second! Just a second!" And nothing about me. Nothing about me rescuing Shurik or gathering the ingredients for the cake. As if that's how it ought to be. Well, it would be wrong to expect anything else from our camp leader. "Let's go, or we won't get our share," Slavia smiled. "Let's go," Lena agreed. "Yeah, sure." I got up reluctantly and tagged along behind the girls. As we approached the crowd of pioneers, Olga Dmitrievna was just putting the cake in the center of the table. "And now..." The camp leader wasn't able to finish as Ulyana rushed out from the pioneer crowd and dived into the cake. She managed to nibble it a few times before she was pulled away. She was kicking and screaming. I stared blankly from the outside at all this drama. Alisa smiling, Lena picking up some cream with her finger, all the furious pioneer around. I felt completely out of place here. I thought that if I closed my eyes now and opened them again, there I am, back to the safety of my apartment in front of a computer. I blinked, but nothing changed. Only the noise and the confusion became sharper. "Ulyana! That's the limit! I... just..." Well, in fact, behaving like this is a bit over the top even for her. Shurik broke into the conversation. Or is it a court-martial? "Please, Olga Dmitrievna, since the cake is celebrating my return, it's no big deal." He hesitated. "It doesn't matter." The camp leader turned to Ulyana. "And you! Today I'm going to punish you to the fullest extent, so you behave next time." "Ah, whatever." She snorted and turned back. "You won't be going on the hike with us tonight." "As if I wanted to." I was more than willing to switch places with Ulyana and skip the hike instead of her, but who knew? If I had have guessed beforehand, I'd have been the first one to berserk and smash the damn cake. After a couple of minutes of confusion, the pioneers started to disperse. "You have to get ready too. There'll be a lineup at the square in half an hour." I looked straight into the eyes of the camp leader, trying to express my attitude non-verbally, but it seems that I failed. "Don't be late!" Ulyana was sitting at the table when I approached her on my way to the exit. "So why did you do it?" She looked very upset, but she had a right to be so. "I wanted to," Ulyana replied abruptly. "So you are happy now?" "Of course I am. And you? Good luck with the hiking." She smiled mischievously, sprang up, and rushed out of the canteen. Well, a little bit of luck wouldn't hurt. "Walk and you shall reach." It was exactly this proverb that kept whirling in my head all the way down to the camp leader's cabin. Somehow I just couldn't manage to argue, to pretend that I'm sick, or to just skip it without reason. The events of this day taught me submissiveness, although sometimes whatever was happening made no sense to me. As I walked in, I had a thought. Well, in fact, how should I get ready? Clothes? I only have an overcoat and a pair of jeans. Anyway, I forgot to ask whether it's going to be an overnight hike or not. I couldn't think of anything better, so I grabbed the sweater that I had on me when I arrived in the camp. The night might be fairly chilly, and shuffled slowly up to the square. All the camp was already there, although it was about 10 minutes before the time Olga Dmitrievna had designated. I settled down near the edge and waited patiently. Night was falling. If viewed from the outside, what a fairly comical picture we would make. A crowd of pioneers lined up out of sheer habit, like they were awaiting a silent command from the bronze Genda. And all this happening in the scarlet rays of the sunset. And there he is, waving his hand and screaming, "Attack!" as roaring soldiers with red neckerchief charge into battle against some ghostly enemy. But Olga Dmitrievna showed up and started to talk instead of Genda. It seems everybody is here. Great! I was so tired today that I couldn't even think about anything, so I ended up just listening to the camp leader. Now, today we'll go hiking. It is essential for every pioneer to be able to come and rescue his comrade, to offer a helping hand in the hour of need, saving them from a hopeless situation. We have to learn to do all these things together. A whisper that ran through the pioneer crowd suggested that most probably this truly epic expedition would end in a clearing in the forest, several hundred feet away from the square. Somehow I thought so too. We'll walk in pairs. So, if you haven't chosen a partner for yourself yet, now's the right time to do so. Pioneers quickly caught on to the idea and started to match in pairs. It looked like I was the only one without a partner. Slavia was enthusiastically discussing something with Olga Dmitrievna, Lena was with Miku, Electronic was, of course, with Shurik. Well, it might be not a bad idea to go alone after all. Semyon! The voice of the camp leader pulled me out of my thoughts. I went up to her reluctantly. I see that you haven't found a partner. Seems like it. Then you'll join Zhenya. She's alone too. I was struck with that special kind of despair that only a true loner can experience. So it appears that I'm left with a prickly librarian that I wouldn't risk spending a couple of hours with even if I was paid for it. Although we both seem to be in the same boat now. I slowly approached Zhenya. Well, I guess we'll be going together. She looked up at me. Don't you even think that I'm glad, said Zhenya seriously. Why on earth you should feel glad? I asked naively. Never mind. It would be much better if you just shut up. It couldn't get any better than this. She turned her back on me and followed the other pioneers. I still haven't seen any special reason to walk in pairs. Anyway, we were walking on the well-trodden forest trail and it would be quite difficult to get lost here even if I wanted to. Moreover, while we'd already been hiking for half an hour, we weren't rushing into the depths of the forest, trying to face all the dangers that could test our courage and harden our pioneer spirits, but instead we were just walking around in circles. However, if we take into account that Olga Dmitrievna was our chief, this hike could be compared to a hobbit's march from the Shire to Mordor. Just as Zhenya insisted, I was following her at a distance in silence. The librarian seemed to be perfectly okay with it. Hey, don't you know when we'll reach our destination? Our what? The place when we settle down and set up camp. The whole point of this hike isn't to set up a camp, but the hike in itself. You don't get it. Yeah, it seemed that I didn't understand a thing about hiking. I guess you're right, but still. I don't know, she replied sharply and quickened her pace. I caught up with her and asked, Listen, why are you always so... I was about to say mean, but stopped short. I haven't done anything bad to you and I'm not going to. She glared at me in surprise. Always so... what? Well, unsociable, kind of. Or is it something about me? Oh, cut that stupidity out already. As you wish. I decided not to start a conversation with her for the rest of the hike. At last, Olga Dmitrievna decided to end this Sisyphean toil. It's time to halt! The place chosen turned out to be a quite large glade with a few tree trunks laid in a half circle to make an improvised arbor, with the remains of a campfire in the middle. Obviously, such hikes are a tradition of this camp. I was sent to gather firewood together with other boys. It didn't take long because there were a lot of branches and logs of various sizes lying around. Eventually, Olga Dmitrievna lit the fire using some old newspapers. I was eager to know what was written there, but couldn't discern anything other than Soviet symbols. Pioneers took their places on the fallen log benches and started to talk about things. It seems that the final goal of this event had been achieved. The only things missing were a pot of fish soup, aluminum cups of vodka and a guitar. But I wouldn't be surprised if all of these would appear somehow. "What are you thinking about?" Slavia sat next to me. "Oh, nothing special. Just enjoying the hike," I answered sarcastically. "You don't look too happy." "Well, I'm not about to jump for joy, sorry about that." "Okay, I won't disturb you." She sat with me for a while, but after realizing that I wasn't in the mood of talking, she left me to enjoy my introspection all alone. And all I wished for was to lie down in bed and fall asleep as soon as possible, but I was being surrounded by smoke and the useless chatter of pioneers around me instead. They were cheering and laughing and in general enjoying this warm summer evening. In the far side of the glade, I noticed that Lena was arguing with Alisa intensely. Intensely and Lena seemed like complete opposites to me. Slavia had left to go somewhere after our conversation, it seems. Electronic and Shurik were trying furiously to prove something to Olga Dmitrievna. Looks like I'm the only one who doesn't belong here. All I was doing was just watching the fire. There is a saying that claims that one could watch it forever, as well as running water. But there was also some third thing there. What was that? One could watch 3 things forever: burning fire, running water, and how other people work. The camp leader pulled me out of my daydreaming. "Semyon, don't you think it's too early to relax?" But what else would I need to do? I honestly couldn't get what Olga Dmitrievna wanted from me. "I don't know." She stopped for a moment. "But if there is something to be done, then do it without hesitation." She smiled ambiguously and went back to the fire to throw a few branches on. After those words, I am completely sure that she treats me like a personal slave. Or at least like I'm a free labor force, which is, strictly speaking, the same thing. I sighed and pulled my head down on my hands, hoping my torments would be over for today. Someone patted me on the shoulder. I looked up and saw Shurik and Electronic, who sat next to me. "What do you want?" I asked tiredly. "Don't be sad." "Is there anything better to do?" "Look, we've been discussing the possibilities for the advancement of the Cybernetics Club with Olga Dmitrievna. And there is a problem. We need more guys. If you could..." He hesitated. Advancement and those guys are incompatible with each other. I said nothing and started to look over the pioneers around me instead. "Well, I don't have time. Can't you see that I'm always busy with the camp leaders' errands?" "Yeah, I guess you're right. It's kind of embarrassing how it all went today with Ulyana." I looked at him with surprise. It seems that Shurik blames himself for that cake incident. "Yeah, it is." All the pioneers seemed to be here, but I couldn't spot Slavia anywhere. "I think she's angry with me." "Who?" I asked absently. "Ulyana! Maybe I should apologize." "No, it's not your fault." We sat silently for a while and then I stood up and said, "My legs are numb, I better take a walk." They made no reply. I made a few circles around our improvised camp, noticing the close looks of the camp leader following me. Looks like Olga Dmitrievna couldn't wait to come up with some kind of new task for me. I haven't found Slavia anywhere. Maybe I should go and try to find her. On the other hand, I felt sorry for Ulyana every time I recalled her upset face. Maybe this hike isn't the most entertaining thing ever, but sitting there all alone isn't any better either. But at the same time, I didn't want to go anywhere. I didn't think about Ulyana that evening at all. That thing with the cake, like it didn't even happen. Though I remembered well her resentful, disappointed face. Maybe in some other situation I would never have decided to go to her, but now a fine reason to leave this place and end this stupid hike has appeared. Recalling that Olga Dmitrievna told me to be prepared for new tasks, I decided not to ask for her permission, and after choosing a proper moment, I disappeared in the woods. Night fell on the camp. I mentally thanked the camp leader for not researching the land too well, since this meant civilization was only a few hundred meters away. Another long walk through the night forest was not in my plans. Soon I came to the square and hesitated. Won't it look silly? What would I tell Ulyana? Moreover, why would I go to see her in the first place? My head was so heavy and full that there was no room in it for the development of any ideas. If I could compare my brain in its prime to a broad highway full of speeding thoughts overtaking each other and causing giant chaotic crashes, then now it's nothing but a forgotten tiny path in a distant desolate forest, which is only used in times of absolute necessity. So it's better not to think about anything and just act. But where should I go? Maybe to her cabin? And what if she's not there? All of a sudden, something knocked me down and I fell to the asphalt. It's a good thing that I had time to stretch out my arms, otherwise I would have broken my nose. Gotcha! I quickly got up from the ground and saw Ulyana standing before me. What are you doing? I couldn't stop myself from shouting, despite my best efforts. You shouldn't be stargazing, she answered viciously. What if I had smashed my nose? Or had broken my arm? I said more calmly. Well, neither of those happened. Look, why do you always mock me? I already regret my decision to try and ease her loneliness. Was today's punishment not enough for you? Can you even draw a simple conclusions? It's entirely your fault. The smile instantly disappeared from Ulyana's face. What exactly is my fault? Everything! You mean that I am to blame all the time? Yes. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and turned away. Great. I suddenly wanted to get away from this place as fast as possible. But it was because of you I came here. What? I guess you are quite bored, given that everybody is hiking and you are alone here. I don't care, she yelled cheerfully. Well, if things are that way, what do you want to do? What do you mean? Well, if you came here because of me... Such a thought hadn't occurred to me, although I don't really know what I came here for. After such a greeting, I no longer want to do anything. Then it's up to me to choose, said Ulyana cheerfully and started to think. I stared at her for some time, but then I couldn't stand it. Listen, if you are again planning to... I know! Let's scare the others. We'll dress up as ghosts, for example. It's going to be so fun! I didn't find this funny in any way. Enough of that already! I began tiredly but broke off. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. After all, by the time she thinks it over and gathers all she needs, Olga Dmitrievna and the pioneers will already be back. If I came here because of Ulyana, then I need to play along. Perhaps you're right. What? She was looking at me with her eyes wide open. Are you going to agree just like that? Well, what's so wrong about that? And furthermore, if you insist. She studied me attentively for several seconds and then rattled off. Excellent! Then we need some bed sheets. We want to look like real ghosts, don't we? Probably. You go get them! Ulyana announced imperiously. Where do you think I'm going to get them? Take them from your cabin, obviously. It wasn't that obvious to me. So, you don't want to? She instantly made a gloomy face. Okay. I recalled the fact that there were spare sets of bed linen in Olga Dmitrievna's wardrobe, so maybe there was nothing to worry about. We approached the camp leader's cabin and I said to Ulyana, Wait for me here. Sir, yes sir! She rattled off and saluted me. It seemed Ulyana was entirely immersed in the game. I quickly found 2 clean white bedsheets. It's a shame they are going to get smudged. Here, take it. I handed one of the bedsheets to her. It's too large for me, Ulyana said after twirling it in her hands. No wonder, considering her height. Give it to me. I folded the bedsheet in half and gave it back to her. It's much better now. Follow me. She put the white cloth over her head and ran into the forest. Wait! I threw myself after her. Just a few minutes later, we were near the pioneers' campfire, hiding behind the trees. Now it was clear that the trick, harmless at first, was taking an unpleasant twist. For some reason, I was sure from the start that the hike would end before Ulyana took any actions, and now we were standing 10 meters away from the pioneers, dressed in bedsheets. We didn't look frightening at all, rather we looked comical. Get ready! On my command! Wait! Actually, I was joking when I agreed to all this. Think again. It won't do any good. You will get yourself put under house arrest until the end of the shift. And so will I. No retreat, no surrender. Are you ready? On the count of 3. I started scrolling through all possible outcomes in my head feverishly. There weren't many of them. First one. Me and Ulyana run out from behind the trees and start the pioneers laughing, resulting in me getting a considerable scolding from the camp leader and possibly something even worse. And Ulyana is sentenced to the highest measure of punishment feasible under the laws of the pioneer camp. Second one. I stay here and observe with the others how Ulyana runs around the glade in a bedsheet. She is sentenced to the highest measure, like in the first option, and I stay in relative safety. Third one. I do everything possible to prevent her from committing this act of moral vandalism, and no one suffers but her self-esteem. It all could have gone so well, but either those thoughts took me more than 3 seconds, or Ulyana shortened the count, so I hadn't managed to pull myself together in time when she sprang out into the glade, screaming inhumanly. As expected, all the pioneers laughed loudly. Someone even fell from the log he was sitting on and started rolling on the ground. I tried to save the day and yelled as loud as possible, so Ulyana would hear me, but not the others. Fool! Stop it! Come here! I don't know whether it was my persuasion that worked, or Ulyana understood that her performance had failed, but she ran in my direction quickly and, without pausing, hid herself in the forest. I didn't hesitate to follow her. Such a finale left a tiny chance that she won't be punished again. It's good that I didn't join in on that tragicomical act. Now I need to find Ulyana. It turned out to be not that hard, as she hadn't managed to get far. Ulyana was sitting on a tree stump, crying. I stood still, hesitating. Of course, such an outcome was to be expected, but now I had absolutely no idea of what to do or how to comfort her. And besides, I'd gone back to the camp intentionally, and I had agreed to participate in that show. But it just got worse. As well as that, I was tired unto death. At that moment, I wished it would all just cease to exist. I just wanted to close my eyes and appear elsewhere. Preferably in a quiet and peaceful place. But the sight of the sobbing Ulyana obligated me to take an action. I walked up to her and sat down on the ground. Well, what were you expecting anyway? I began philosophically. It was sure to end up this way. You're to blame for everything! You! Ulyana shouted in tears. So, what would have changed if I had sprung out with you back there? We both would have been laughed at, that's all. You always act this way. Always! Her sobbing was becoming louder and louder, and then she suddenly rushed at me and started pounding on my chest with her fists. The hits were not hard. It was more likely an attempt to take out the despair that had gripped Ulyana than a real wish to beat me up. Calm down already! I said firmly. She stopped crying for a second and hugged me. Maybe nothing would have changed, but it would have been more comfortable for me if we went together. I didn't know what to say, so I just patted her on the head. Can I stay like this a bit longer? Yes. At the time, she didn't seem like a dangerously explosive nuclear reactor in the form of a little girl, but just like a little sister of mine who'd messed things up. I wasn't mad at her at all. On the contrary, it seemed I too was beginning to care about the failure of the ghost play acting. It's all right. It's all right. We'll scare them properly next time. Yeah. I don't know how much longer we sat in silence. Ulyana stopped crying and I didn't want to disturb her as she had just calmed down. But I also had absolutely no desire to stay in the forest overnight. Hey, let's get back to the camp. I shook her shoulder gently, but there was no answer. Ulyana had fallen asleep. Hey! I shook her harder. No effect. At that moment I wanted to cry. Why does this always happen to me? Why do I get caught up in these foolish situations, always and everywhere? Even having suddenly appeared in a weird pioneer camp in the middle of nowhere, I don't get to become a subject in an experiment, a victim of a sick cosmic mind, or a participant in an intergalactic war on the side of a group of suicide-prone pacifists, like a regular hero of science fiction. No. Instead, I have to spend the night in a forest with a little girl in my arms who is muffled in a bedsheet. Next time, I rather have the monstrous experiments. I stood up and put the sleeping Ulyana on my back. Maybe there was a way to wake her up, but firstly, I didn't want to, and secondly, one more burden or one less. At that point, it made no difference. It's a good thing that she's not heavy. At the square, I stopped, put Ulyana on a bench, and threw myself down beside her, totally exhausted. Even a little girl is hard to carry for too long. The stars in the sky were shining brightly. Perhaps they give their light not only to me and this camp, but also shine on the city where I was born, and where my old home is. It was as if pain settled in my chest. I envisioned my old flat clearly, and a detestable burning started to make its way from my stomach to my throat. No, it was not wistfulness, more like a sad reminiscence. Because despite all that's happened, I felt more alive in less than 5 days here than I had for the last several years there. And now I really wasn't sure if I wanted to get back. Only one question still aided me: how and why I ended up here. It flared up yet again in my mind. I haven't spent much time seeking answers or even just thinking about my situation lately. My thoughts were occupied with everyday, routine affairs. And now, in order to break away and be able to wish to stay here for good, I need to understand the nature of this place. It's just that even a nightingale in a golden cage has a right to know how and by whose will he got in there. And after that, to make the choice whether to stay or not. I don't know how much longer I would have been devoted to existential thoughts, but Ulyana's loud snoring brought me back to reality. So small, but she snores so loudly. I sighed, put Ulyana on my back again, and headed to her cabin. I had no desire to explain everything to Alisa, so I just put the sleeping Ulyana on the porch, knocked at the door, and left quickly. I approached Olga Dmitrievna's cabin with mixed feelings. On the one hand, I had done what I intend to do. I had comforted and entertained Ulyana. On the other hand, the 2 crumpled bedsheets in my hands looked more like rags left over from some worn-out straitjacket. I opened the door softly and went in. "Semyon!" Olga Dmitrievna was sitting at the desk, and it seemed that she had been waiting for me. "Do you want to explain something to me?" "Well, just don't scold her again. It's my fault." Just like that, I became a hero to my own surprise. My tongue acted faster than my thoughts. Perhaps some of my best traits, which even I wasn't aware of, have shown themselves. Humanity as opposed to common sense. Really? Having started this, I chose to stick to my decision. Well, it was me who got the bed sheets, and I was standing behind the tree back then. Behind what tree? The camp leader looked at me in astonishment. So, what did you need bed sheets for? I realized my mistake. So, you are not talking about the forest thing. Semyon, I don't understand you. I wanted to know where you disappeared to so mysteriously during the hike, but now I would be interested in listening to your bedsheet story. But it was impossible that she and the others hadn't seen Ulyana's performance. The pioneers laughing out loud couldn't have been only my imagination. Olga Dmitrievna, I'm serious. Didn't you see someone in a bedsheet spring out at you recently? So it was you? She gave me a close look. No, it wasn't me. Couldn't she tell just from my height? But you are holding the bedsheets. Yes. I couldn't understand if she was playing me for a fool or she really didn't know what this was all about. Olga Dmitrievna, let's act like this conversation never happened. I'm too tired for today. All right, go to bed. To my surprise, she readily agreed. Of course, I was astonished by such a reaction, but I decided to use the moment. I wrapped a blanket around myself and turned to face the wall. But I couldn't sleep. There were no thoughts, my head was aching, but I still couldn't manage to fall asleep. I rolled to the other side, and images of the day started to flash before my eyes. I shut my eyes tight to drive them away, but it didn't work. Suddenly, I heard a knocking at the window. Olga Dmitrievna seemed to be asleep. I dressed myself and walked outside. Ulyana was standing before me with a tricky smile. How did you manage to carry me to the cabin? Wasn't it hard? Not really. What have you come for? I couldn't sleep, but at that moment bed seemed to be the only place where I could reside from no suffering, which is why Ulyana's sudden visit didn't please me at all. How was she? Did you get scolded? No, I avoided it somehow. That's great then! I always get lucky! That's for sure. My eyes began closing despite my will. It seems that slumber has finally come upon me. Look, I'm very tired. This won't take long. Close your eyes. It was the easiest thing to do, and I didn't even want to know what she needed it for. Maybe that way she would leave me alone sooner. I closed my eyes. And in that moment I felt a brief kiss. My eyes opened by themselves, but Ulyana was already running away, waving her hand to me. I stood still, benumbed, and I couldn't even manage to shout anything after her. I don't know for how long I stood like that, but eventually the night chill cleared my stupor. I shivered and went back to bed. This time I didn't want to sleep. I wanted to think it all through, but my eyes, which had begun to close as I was standing before Ulyana, seemed to issue a command to the rest of the body, and I fell asleep before I realized what happened. Day 6. I can't say that my morning was good. Instead, I woke up absolutely broken. The room was filled with a bright sunlight. Outside the window, birds were lightheartedly chirping. I reluctantly dragged myself into a sitting position and stretched. I slowly started to recall the events of the previous day. A trip, a silly ghost game, Ulyana falling asleep, and a kiss. I blushed immediately. It was so surprising that I'd been knocked out of reality for a while. The main problem is how should I treat her now? At first glance, nothing special had happened, but besides, she's the last girl in the whole camp from which one could expect such actions. She seemed to me at best to be a little sister, nothing more. But for her, apparently, I was more than a big brother. Though perhaps I just imagined all that, and there was no hidden meaning, deep motives, or allusions to far-reaching conclusions in this kiss. Just an expression of gratitude. Ulyana is definitely capable of extraordinary deeds, and could easily turn simple things into complicated ones. Finally, I decided to put off the matter till the time I could meet her face to face. The clock showed 11, meaning Olga Dmitrievna didn't wake me up for breakfast. However, I shouldn't worry. There wasn't much time left till lunch. I took my bag of washing accessories and went to do my water procedures. I didn't meet anybody on the way. Probably all the pioneers are busy with their own things. The place near the basins was deserted too. Just 5 minutes later, I again stood in front of the camp leader's cabin, thinking of what to do next. Nothing worthwhile having come to my head, I sat in the deck chair and possibly could have stayed there until lunch, but I was drawn from my trance by a familiar voice. "Hi!" I looked up and saw Slavia, who was smiling at me sweetly. "Hi! You overslept again?" "Seems like it." "That's no good." "Perhaps. And where are you going?" Actually, I was not really interested in Slavia's agenda for today, but I wanted to keep the conversation going. "Well, I've got some things to do." "I see." Silence followed. She was about to leave when suddenly I said, "Mind sitting with me for a while?" "Sure, why not?" Slavia said nearby. "Something's worrying you, isn't it?" "No, why do you think so?" "I can read it on your face." She laughed softly. "Not really." Although probably Slavia was right. Something really was worrying me. Obviously, I worried about last night's events. "Listen, do you have any little brothers or sisters?" "I do." "And how do you get along?" "Pretty well." She smiled widely. "And you?" "No, I don't," I said after a short pause. "So why are you asking?" "I don't know. Just... Do you always understand them?" "I try to. Sometimes I just cannot make out what children want." Suddenly I stopped for a moment. Slavia doesn't know that I am actually much older than I look. To her, I am still a child myself. "Those who are younger." "Why?" "Well, I cannot always understand the motivations of their actions. They often behave illogically." "Weren't you as old as them some time ago?" She looked at me with surprise. Of course I was. At that moment it seemed to me that it had been a very long time ago. And when I looked at Ulyana, that time turned into a gulf of years. "Well, think of yourself at that time." "I was different. At least it seemed like that to me." "If so, good for you." Slavia laughed again. "And you? Did you also do stupid things?" "It depends on what age are we talking about." "Well, let's say the age of 14, for instance." "Well, different things were happening," she said thoughtfully. "Okay, that's nice, but it still doesn't make anything clearer." "Maybe that's the way it should be." "Maybe." Slavia stood up, wished me goodbye, and left. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The sound of the bell calling the pioneers for lunch woke me up. Although the sound was quiet and was coming from far away, my body worked like a clockwork automaton, and in due time I was standing near the door of the canteen. And that's where I met Ulyana. Hi there! Yeah. I already ate! She laughed brightly and ran away. I didn't stop her. After all, I had nothing to say to her. I took a meal and was already heading to my favorite place in the corner when suddenly someone grabbed me by the hand. Sit down right here! Alisa's voice sounded menacing, but at the same time somehow pleading. What happened? I've got something to discuss with you, she said with a slightly softer tone. Okay. I sat down next to her. So what's the subject? You were there yesterday, when she played that dumb prank with the bedsheet. It was pointless to lie to Alisa. Yeah, I was there. That's... She laughed out loud. Why on earth did you do that? Alisa instantly became serious and gave me a level look. Why don't you ask her? No, I'm asking you now, so you have to talk. I don't know, I rasped. Or you better tell me, why didn't the camp leader react? How should she react? I think you know. I looked at her skeptically. Well, she just did not realize who it was. Well, I must admit, Olga Dmitrievna's deductive abilities leave much to be desired. And then, it was you who brought her back last night? Nope, Shakespearean elves did that, I said mockingly. What's the problem with that? No problem at all. Alisa stared at her plate and started to eat with concentration. Also, she ran off to somewhere during the night and came back in that happy mood. And? Don't you know anything about that? Even if I do, why do you care? She gave me an intense gaze. Well, I do care. I would have never thought that she could be concerned about someone besides herself. Nothing like that happened, if you'd like to know. Nah, it's not about that, Alisa replied shortly without looking at me. Probably it was a bad idea to bring up this subject. By the way, what's that like that? What do you mean? What you just said. What's that I just said? I tried to joke around to confuse her. Hey, listen to me. I'm watching you. Oh, I'm so scared, I said roughly, took my tray and left the table. I definitely wasn't afraid of Alisa's words, even though they sounded like a threat. In fact, I was more interested by her concern for Ulyana. Of all the local inhabitants, she was surely the last one you would expect to worry about another person. I walked out of the canteen and into a real furnace. The sun blazed so ruthlessly that nobody could stay under his scorching rays. It was time to find some cool and shady place. And the beach seemed like the best place for this. Oddly enough, the beach was not crowded. Perhaps most of the pioneers were scared of the scorching heat, or maybe they just decided to take a nap after lunch. I didn't bring my swimming trunks, so I just sat under the umbrella and began to watch the swimmers. There was no one I knew, and it was better that way, as I had an opportunity to sit quietly and think. 5.5 days have already passed since my arrival, and what has changed? There were a couple of unexplained but completely harmless events, but all in all, it was just a regular pioneer camp. And this was making me even more frightened. What's going to happen next? Another day, another week, and what's going to happen after the session's over? I've got nowhere to return to. Maybe in this time I hadn't been born yet. Or even worse. After thinking all this for a few minutes, I went back to yesterday evening. Strange, but I worried about it much more than before. On the one hand, I wanted to say something to make the situation clear, but on the other hand, I avoided any meeting with Ulyana by all means, afraid of making a fool of myself with the wrong word or gesture. I closed my eyes and dozed off for a while. When I woke up, I saw Lena by my side. "How long have you been sitting here?" I asked in surprise. "Not too long." Strange that she did not wake me up. "Did something happen?" I don't know why, but my sixth sense was telling me that she's eager to say something but doesn't dare. "No. What about you?" "Neither." "Are you sure?" "Of course." I smiled. "Then what do you want to talk about?" "Why would you think I want to talk?" "It seems like it." "Nah, not really." A long silence ensued. "Do you have any little brothers or sisters?" "No. What about you?" "I don't." "So why would you ask that?" "Sometimes I think that I don't understand children at all." "Me too." Lena's face didn't express anything. "But it's probably got to be like that." "What do you mean? How should I treat them then?" "Treat them the way you think is right." "Well, that's the whole idea. I don't know what is right and what is wrong." "The more you think about it, the more you'll regret the mistake." "Well, that's true, but it doesn't help." I was somewhat surprised by such profound words from Lena. Of course, she said all that with a trace of shyness or modesty and without inappropriate openness, but still. "You mean that I should follow the first idea I get off top of my head?" I laughed. "As the saying goes, your first thought is the right one." "Do you believe that?" "I don't know." We sat there for some time, then she stood up. "Well, I've got to go." "Thanks for the conversation." "Don't mention it." Lena smiled faintly. I lay down and stared at the burning sun. Your first thought is right, huh? And what if my first thought was to kiss her back? By the way, what was the first thought that came to me at that time? I tried painfully hard to remember, but nothing worked. Not even scraps of thought surfaced in my brain. However, in that situation I could only follow Lena's advice, since it all happened so suddenly. The sun was setting slowly, so I rose and went towards the canteen, as my stomach told me that even the participants in such a fantastic story should have regular meals. Somebody called to me at the square. It was electronic. He ran up to me, caught his breath, and said, "Semyon!" "Yeah, that's probably me." "Take it!" He handed me some kind of key. "What's this?" "It's the key to our clubhouse." "And why would I want it?" "Olga Dmitrievna asked me to, considering that I will not be returning there today." "So give it to Shurik." "He has his own business." "So take it yourself." "I can't." "Why not?" "Listen, just take it." "Why would I need it? What am I going to do with it?" "You'll give it back to me later." "Listen." "Well, I have to go." He shoved the key into my hand and ran. No matter how you look at it, he is definitely strange. However, I didn't pay significant attention to this event and just put the key in my pocket. I got to the canteen even before dinner. Fortunately, it was already open, but no food was being served. I took my favorite seat in the farthest corner and concentrated on playing with the toothpick. Soon I got the feeling that someone was standing next to me. I raised my eyes and spotted Olga Dmitrievna. We just stared at each other for some time. "Do you need something?" Finally, I broke the silence. "You know, Semyon." "Sure, I understand everything, but—" "What?" I asked, surprised. "Did you think that I didn't notice your absence last night?" "Absence is quite an overstatement. I'd rather say I just went out for a moment." Well, so what? What's the matter? I thought that it was nothing too, but I was determined to check. The camp leader's expression was increasingly heading towards a frown. So, have you checked? I still couldn't understand what she was up to. Yeah, I checked. And you know what? For a true pioneer, it's just unacceptable. It's shameful. It's disgraceful. Especially with her. She flushed red with exertion. I don't even want to hear your pitiful excuses. A vague idea of what she was talking about dawned on me. So, what happened? Would you care to explain? And now you've got the nerve to play innocent. You, with Ulyana. Now it all became crystal clear. I've got two things to tell you. First, I started getting steamed up. Nothing of that sort happened there, and I am the last one who has any relation to this situation. And you think that? Second, I rudely interrupted her. Who told you that? In fact, the answer was obvious. Ulyana would not do that, and if she had decided to once again play the trick on me, she would have done it much earlier. From the time spent here, I'd begun to understand her well. And that leaves only one possible candidate. Why does it matter? No, it does. Would you care to explain your behavior then? Olga Dmitrievna seemed to be a little taken back by my vehemence. There's nothing to explain. I quickly got up and headed to the exit of the canteen. Semyon, wait! I heard the camp leader's weak prattle behind me. If you act decisively with her, then she's not that confident. So now I have to get things straight with Dvachevskaya. While her pranks hadn't concerned me, or only concerned me indirectly, I could bear it. Just thinking about it, I'd even started to consider her not such a bad person. I met Slavia at the square. Do you know where Alisa is? Yes, I do. What's the matter? Just tell me. My words sounded obviously rough, but it seems that she didn't pay any attention. She's at the music club. Slavia was right, and I met Alisa near the music club. However, she was accompanied by Miku. Mind explaining yourself? I didn't waste time on pleasantries. No. What makes you think so? Alisa gave me a cute smile. Oh, Semyon, hi! How nice that you are here too! Maybe then three of us can play something. I have a new song and, it's so funny. I'm sure you like it, I promise. Or we can choose something old. Miku interrupted the conversation. Could you? What? She looked at me with the smile of an uncomprehending child. From that moment, I understood what exactly she had in her mind. Little rabbits, teddy bears, pussycats, but no sign of intelligence. I need to talk to Alisa. I said in a tone that brooked no disagreement. Okay, maybe later. It looked like she was upset, though I didn't care. So, I don't understand what you mean, Alisa said, offended. And anyway, I have to go. She turned around and got ready to leave. Hey, not so fast! She stopped and turned on me. I'm not here to kill you. My words sounded like a joke, but Alisa flinched. Who told the camp leader that Ulyana came to me at night? I don't know, she pleaded piteously. We discussed it this morning, didn't we? She said nothing, but continued to look at me with fear in her eyes. And most importantly, what's the purpose of telling 1,000 lies? I really don't know what you are talking about. Her eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, I felt as if I'd been struck by lightning. What if she isn't guilty? And why did I immediately think of her? Anyone else could easily have seen us at night. You never know. Even Ulyana herself could tell anyone. Are you sure? I asked harshly. Yes. I thought for a second, and this time was just enough for Alisa to escape. Now the only true solution is to ask Olga Dmitrievna again. I found her on the canteen porch. By that time, the sun had nearly disappeared behind the horizon. You came back after all, she began. Olga Dmitrievna, could you tell me honestly, who told you about it? I've just spoken to Dvachevskaya. It's not her. Ulyana wouldn't do it herself. So who? In fact, I myself didn't realize why I needed to know this. Initially, I was just mad at Alisa, but now... Well... She hesitated. Some strange girl. But this still doesn't... A strange girl. Well, yes. Not from our camp, it seemed. Why did she tell you about this? How should I know? Olga Dmitrievna, but this is... I took a deep breath and turned away. Just why does she have to obviously lie? Although, maybe she's trying to protect somebody. Let's say. Damn. I cannot even imagine. Alright. I said quietly and walked briskly away from the canteen. I had absolutely no desire to continue listening to Olga Dmitrievna's stupid lies. Our so-called camp leader. I walked aimlessly, completely lost in thought. Are you on guard duty? I heard a cheerful voice from behind. It was Ulyana. Nothing special, just... Seems like there was no chance of finding out who Olga Dmitrievna's informer was, and yesterday's incident was hushed up somehow, so I decided not to think about it. What do you have planned for the evening? Nothing, I guess. After all my frantic attempts to uncover the truth, I felt some inexplicable guilt before Alisa and Ulyana. What exactly the guilt before Ulyana was about was completely unclear though. Then I have a suggestion! What is it? I brought a video cassette from home! Her eyes flashed conspiratorially. And? I couldn't even remember when the last time I had watched or heard something recorded on cassette was. With a cool movie on it! Where would we get a VCR here? This word came to me from the past, and I decided to test whether my guesses about which time period I had been placed in were right. At the Cybernetics Club, of course! There's nothing there, I said confidently. What about in the back room? She was right. It could be there. Well, maybe. But anyway, it's too late and everything is closed. That strange feeling of guilt I felt in front of Ulyana wasn't giving me a chance to refuse immediately. We can get in there through the window, she grinned mischievously. Well, you know, maybe you're right. Wish we could get a key, mused Ulyana. But I had one in my pocket, and I just remembered about it. Now that you mention it, yes, I've got a key. Next time I better think before I speak. That's good! Then I'll quickly run to get the tape. You wait here and I'll be right back. She disappeared before I could even open my mouth. It's strange that she wasn't surprised that the key to the Cybernetics Club mysteriously happened to be in my pocket at the right place and time. But in any case, I have to decide what to do next. The most right and logical thing would be not to go anywhere with her. But my guilt got to me. Though it seems to me that there could be nothing criminal in watching a movie with her. But on the other hand, with Ulyana, even the most harmless things can turn into three-ring circus. At the very least. I was already starting to forget about what had happened this evening, about my frantic attempts to get the truth from Alisa and Olga Dmitrievna. In just a couple of minutes, she returned. Having second thoughts? I looked at Ulyana and felt a bit uncomfortable. Are we going? Listen, you know, your ideas are, let's say, not entirely safe. And in the end, everything will end badly again. Are you scared? No, I'm not. I'm just a grown man and I'm not interested in such games. Grown man! She laughed. Indeed, I forgot that I look 17 at most. What makes you think so? It's really hard to accept, but I had nothing to say to that. Thinking about it, the whole time I spent here I did not display any particular forethought, nor life experience, nor cold, balanced assessment of the situation. Though the other question is, did I ever show those in that life? And in fact, even if I think, I would recall some examples, of course, but okay, let's go. I was so offended by Ulyana's words that I asked, "And what is a grown man in your opinion?" "One who is responsible for his actions. One who does not do anything without thinking about the consequences. A person who is capable of taking good care not only of himself, but also of others." "And all that doesn't describe you, that's for sure." I tried to laugh it off. "I'm not pretending to be like that anyway," grinned Ulyana. Yes, she was absolutely right. I do not possess any of those qualities. But I always thought that not being 17 is all that's required. It seems that, in general, there is no difference between me and other people, and if I wish, I could be exactly like they are. Is that all wrong? In fact, no, because in this camp I try to behave in a most logical, sensible and proper way, like an adult. But if even Ulyana says differently, then how can I get out of here? We went in. It took some time for Ulyana to find the light switch. Presto! Well done, bravo! I exaggeratedly clapped my hands. Hey, stop making fun of me! She pouted. Okay, what's next? Here! Ulyana went up to the door to the second room, hesitated for a moment, and pushed it open. There wasn't much space inside. Seems more like this room was used for storage. Boxes piled on top of each other had formed some sort of Alps in miniature. Various devices scattered here and there reminded me of the chaotic brainstorm raging in the head of a scientist. Bookshelves on the far wall made it clear that this was not a simple storage for unused junk. To my right, there was a TV set with a video player sitting next to it. Interestingly, they were not Soviet. I'd bet they were Japanese, at least going by their appearance. Not very surprising, in those days, or more accurately for me, these days, imports already existed. What did I tell you? Ulyana smiled triumphantly. Yeah. Have you seen anything like that before? I have. Perhaps I've got a VCR too. Probably it's lying somewhere on the mezzanine in my house. Seems like you're not surprised at all. Why should I be surprised? A Japanese TV set, a video player. You look like you often see such things. Not too often lately, I agreed lazily. You are so gloomy. Nevertheless, okay, take it. She handed me a cassette. I turned it over in my hands, but did not find any sticker or labels on it. So, what's on it? I don't know exactly, mused Ulyana. But I'm sure it's something very interesting. Soon, the logo of well-known American film company appeared on the screen. Hey, here, watch! Ulyana even started fidgeting impatiently. I'm watching. A few minutes later, I realized that the tape contained a famous film from the 80s. It was about a robot from the future sent to kill someone in the past, so in the years in between, a hero wouldn't be born. Interesting coincidence. You could say I was sent from the future too. So what? My mission is to kill someone from among the local residents? I could not help laughing. What's so funny? Ulyana looked at me reproachfully. Oh, no, nothing. Seems as if you don't like the movie. The movie's alright. I've seen it several times. How can that be? Her eyes widened in surprise. Well, my friend gave me a cassette. Hmm, Ulyana stared intently at me. Anyway, keep watching. I pointed at the screen. When the film was about halfway through, I heard someone trying to open the front door. It is said that when a person has one of their senses weakened, the others are amplified. I was quite blind, but could hear perfectly. "Lights off!" I whispered. "What?" "Turn off the lights!" Ulyana realized that this wasn't the time to argue with me and rushed to the switch. Meanwhile, I pressed the pause button. I heard footsteps in the other room and saw a flashlight flickering under the door. I wonder who decided to sneak into Cybernetics Club at night. "They are not here!" It was a voice of Olga Dmitrievna. Soon the front door slammed shut, and I sighed with relief. "See that? Again, that's because of you." "What?" Ulyana stared at me in surprise. "Why else would she come here at night? She's definitely searching for us. Alisa likely doesn't care about your absence, but I'm registered at the camp leader's cabin." She thought for a while. "Well, so what?" "So what? Why are you constantly looking for a trouble? It's almost as if you like it." "It's more fun this way." "Is it fun when you are constantly scolded and punished?" "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." She laughed merrily. "Eventually, there are also rules." "Well, up until now, you have evaded serious consequences, but who knows what could happen next? It could all end badly." "You grumble like a granny," she said, offended. "And who said recently that I could not be called an adult?" "Forget it. Let's finish the movie." I decided not to argue with her. In the end, we are already on Olga Dmitrievna's list. An hour later, an hour earlier, does it really matter? At each scary scene, Ulyana jumped, screamed, and grabbed me by the hand. I was not so keen on the film, but still pretended that I was also interested. Apart from the evil robot, there was a good man sent from the future to prevent his evil deeds. Maybe I am not here with the goal of becoming a ruthless killing machine, but on the contrary, to change or prevent something. To prevent some event, for example, or to stop someone from some wrongdoing. The analogy is fairly interesting, but it's not based on any real facts. I don't have a shotgun in my hands, I'm not wearing a leather jacket, and I haven't got motorcycle to ride. I don't even have sunglasses. "Look! Look!" The next chase with shooting and the destruction of various types of wheeled and propellered vehicles was unfolding on the screen. "Do you think the good guy will win?" Of course, I knew the answer. "Obviously! Good always triumphs," she said seriously. If we consider that Ulyana often succeeded in her silly adventures, the meaning of the word good gets seriously twisted. "Wait, but you've already watched it." "Yeah, just wanted to know your opinion." Soon the film came to an end. During the final scenes, Ulyana ran around the room, trying to get a better view of everything happening on the screen without missing anything. "Huh!" she gasped with a relief when the ending credits started. "Liked it?" "You need to ask?" "Of course!" "That's good." "And I can see you didn't really." She squinted slyly. "Well, it's a film for kids after all." "Oh, really?" "Well, yeah, so what?" "Nothing." She yawned and sat on the floor with her back against a pile of boxes. "It's probably time to go to sleep." "I'm tired and I won't go anywhere." "As you wish." "I'd better go then." "Hey, wait!" Ulyana immediately jumped up and grabbed me by the hand. "Will you leave me here all alone?" "Well, if you want, should I carry you to your cabin?" I said uncertainly. In the end, I was already experienced at that. "No, I want to sleep here." She rummaged in the box next to her and pulled out some sort of blankets and pillows. Again, the same story, I sighed. Just think, Olga Dmitrievna is already looking for us, and if we spent all night here... Well, firstly, she's looking for you. That has nothing to do with me, laughed Ulyana. Even if that's so, then you'll be caught too. What makes you say that? And even if I do get caught, that's okay, I'm used to it. Why are you so stubborn? It's only a couple of 100 meters to your cabin. As well as that, you couldn't say that Ulyana was completely exhausted. I'm so tired. She wrapped herself in a blanket, turned away from me, and began to diligently fake loud snores. Okay then, see you tomorrow. I tried to leave, but Ulyana grabbed my hand again. Well, now what? She didn't say anything. She looked as if I'd scared her. Right then, what I should do was completely unclear. Our little cassette adventure was idiotic from the beginning, but now it was beyond my comprehension. I had no idea what the logic behind her actions was, what the meaning and motivation was. However, despite all this, I couldn't firmly say no. Something stopped me. Maybe a sense of duty or pity, or the patience which must be shown when communicating with children. Okay, what do you want from me? Go to sleep with me. Seems like I've seen it somewhere already. Well, let's assume. I turned off the light and nested beside her. Good thing it was summer here, otherwise sleeping on the wooden floor would not be the best idea. The lack of a mattress is not even worth mentioning. Why did you agree so easily? I could hear resentment in her voice. You asked, so I did. In fact, I was completely convinced that Ulyana will fall asleep quickly, as always, and I will carry her to her cabin. Basically, it's a good plan despite the fact that I will again serve as a beast of burden. Hey, talk to me! Just sleep. You are the one who wanted to. Just talk! About what? Tell me about something interesting about yourself. Funny stories from your life. My life is not that action-packed. Nothing to recall at all? Even if I had something, telling her was not the best idea. Nothing at all. It can't be that bad. I turned to Ulyana. She was lying with her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. It can, trust me. But that's so boring. From time to time. She was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, But here you had fun. Oh, that's true. I laughed. Will you remember this camp? First I need to get out of here. Of course I will. And the others? I will. And me? And you. I said it all with an absolutely even tone and, to be honest, without really thinking about the meaning of her questions. And I will, whispered Ulyana. Immediately I felt her head dropping on my chest and her hand wrapping around my neck. Comfortable? Yeah, she murmured. You haven't found a better place? She shook her head slightly. Well, let her lie like that. In the end, maybe she'll fall asleep faster. Probably no more than 5 minutes passed before I decided to check on her and lightly tugged on her shoulder. What? She asked without looking up. I noticed an unusual note in her voice. Why aren't you sleeping? Look who's talking. Time was passing treacherously slowly. I decided to wait at least another 10 minutes before the next time I checked. But the seconds seemed to be hours. My eyes began to slowly close. I struggled to stay awake. I blinked for a moment and woke up, only to realize that my state was close to unconsciousness. Maybe just close your eyes for a minute. What's so terrible about that? The thought flashed through my head, and immediately I drifted off. Day 7. There are probably worse things in life than falling asleep while being cuddled by a little girl. And now the door opens and armed men leap towards us. I can't make out what they are screaming, but their intentions are clearly far from good. Nah, I'm not scared at all. Rather, I'm embarrassed, or even ashamed. When I opened my eyes, it took me some time to realize where exactly I was. It was dark in here. Only a dim light was gleaming under the door. Why do they make storage rooms without windows? Although obviously that's the way it should be. But why on earth would anyone bring a TV set and a VCR in here then? I cursed the architects of this building in my mind and shook Ulyana by her shoulders. Come on, get up now! She stretched, and as we were lying together, I could see her sleepy eyes even in the dark. What? Let me sleep! Ulyana tried to turn away, but I firmly grabbed her shoulder with my hand. I don't know what time is it, but regardless, it would be smart for us to get out of here. Not now, later, she whispered, half asleep. I said, wake up, come on! I jumped up and easily pulled her to her feet. Ugh, moaned Ulyana with frustration in her voice. I started to look for the light switch, but then suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. My heart sank. Why so early? We have a truckload of work to do, no time to waste. You know that we have to do it all before the departure. Alright, fine. It looks like our two amped-up cybernetics are paying a visit to the clubhouse before the break of dawn today. Shush! I whispered to Ulyana. And what's the... She didn't manage to finish her sentence as I silenced her with my hand. Well, I understand all that, but we might at least have waited until after breakfast. Oh, do you have something else to do? Not really. I heard some hesitation in Electronic's voice. Sure you don't want to head off to the library bright and early again? Hadn't the slightest intention, he replied fretfully. Oh, yeah, sure, if you say so. Soon the work clicked off behind the door. I could hear hammer strikes, machine rattling, and Electronics buzzing. Electronic and Shurik were discussing their own matters, so I wasn't paying much attention. I was more interested in knowing when they'll finally leave the building. Rather soon, breakfast time is coming. But if we take Shurik's passion into consideration... Let go of me! Ulyana finally wrestled her way out, but didn't raise her voice after all. Why can't we just leave? She asked under her breath. And what do you think? It's all fine? Well, what's the problem? Well, we've spent the whole night here together. And it's obvious what they'd assume, considering I take the precaution of closing the door. So? What do you mean, so? I tiredly sighed. Just trust me. I know that it doesn't matter to you, but it does to me. Okay, fine. We'll keep hiding here, agreed Ulyana resentfully. I was prepared to wait for a long time if necessary, but barely a couple of minutes later, the front door opened and somebody came in. Good morning, guys! Good morning. Morning. It was Slavia. I just wanted to ask if you happen to have any sticky tape. We do, somewhere, I replied Shurik thoughtfully. Take a look in the back room. These words gave me goosebumps, and I grabbed the door handle in stranglehold. Slavia approached the door from the opposite side and tried to pull it open, but I was straining against the door with all my strength. It's locked. It can't be. We never locked that room. Let me try. Shurik yanked the door handle, but nothing happened, although it took a lot of effort for me to hold it steady. It's stuck. Give me a hand here. In a few moments, they were trying to open the door together with electronic. I grasped the handle as if my whole life was depending on it, but regardless, this was a short struggle. My hands quickly gave out and I let go. The door slammed open and the bright sunlight blinded me, so I couldn't see the startled face of Shurik, Electronic and Slavia for the first few seconds. Good morning. Morning. Ulyana was standing behind me, so I couldn't see her, but I could feel the embarrassment in her voice. And what are you doing here? Asked Shurik almost as if he wasn't surprised. Well, to tell you the truth, we were watching a movie. Ulyana brought the tape and you have a VCR here. Shurik distrustfully stared into the depths of the back room. I gave Ulyana a nudge in the side until she got the message and displayed the tape. And what's the movie? A barely visible grin crossed Electronic's face. Just a regular film. A thriller. The latest thriller. Then I imagined what he and others were thinking right now, and I was overwhelmed with rage. If you think we... Nothing like that. That's all my fault. Nobody's accusing of anything, said Slavia without looking at me. At least there's one sensible person among all present here. Yet, she added under her breath. What? Everything was exactly as he told you. Ulyana joined the conversation. We were just watching a film and then felt sleepy. It was so late. We didn't think of anything. Just a stupid situation. Come on, enough. Electronic tried to pull off with a jest. I think Olga Dmitrievna will be the judge here, Slavia said in a cool voice. Hey, wait! Why take this to the camp leader? Who else? But you see, we are telling the truth. I am not the one to judge. Damn it, then who? You have seen everything with your own eyes. That's for the camp leader to decide, Slavia said quietly and turned to go. Just wait! I appeared before the door in a single bound and blocked her way. Listen! This is none of my business. Slavia was trying to avoid my gaze. It seems like she's also uncomfortable about the situation. I am just obligated to. Whom are you obligated to? Why do you need to do this? Because... She was unable to find the words to finish. So you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to tell anyone anything. No, she said nervously, but then raised her head and gave me an intense gaze. I'm sorry, Semyon. Just leave her. Let her go. I turned my head to Ulyana. This fraction of a second was enough for Slavia to slip out of the clubhouse. Wait! Just wait! I yelled at her as she ran, but it had no effect. Pursuing Slavia in a futile attempt to prevent her from going to the camp leader made no sense. If she intends to, I can't exactly tie her up. She can't prove anything anyway, Ulyana chuckled. Who cares whether she can prove anything or not? Don't you understand your position in all of this? In any situation you are involved in, your guilt is a foregone conclusion. Moreover, in a case like this, well, we are responsible together then. She smirked trickily. Exactly. I left the building and sat on the stairs. Well, we'll be on your side just in case, right, Shurik? I think so. I don't clearly understand what happened here, but presumably nothing that worrying. Okay, we are going for breakfast. Soon we lost sight of them. Let's go and eat as well, Ulyana said cheerfully. Food is all you think about. Why bother crying? What will it change? She was right about that at least. We just have to wait for the camp leader's decision. Let's just go. We headed to the canteen. All the camp had gathered for breakfast, except Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia. It might be for the best, I guess. What are you thinking about? Ulyana asked me cheerfully when we took our food and sat. The same thing. Come on, stop worrying about nothing. Maybe it's nothing for you. Well, really, what was particularly bad about that? Every situation can be interpreted from different angles, and especially if you have a reason. Come on, what's the worst that can happen? You know, our camp leader, she's a bit eccentric. Accent? Well, maybe so, but we didn't do anything like that. Anything at all. I hope she believes that too. My relationship with Ulyana had improved dramatically lately. At first, I only saw her as naughtily, ill-mannered child, but now I started to see the good sides of her character. Although they weren't too many. And now, just when everything was starting to work out, a hard conversation with the camp leader loomed ahead. Maybe I just dreamt everything that happened, and Slavia's reaction this morning was just caused by surprise. Enjoying your meal? Olga Dmitrievna was hanging over me. She looked at me menacingly. Yes. Would you mind explaining your behavior? Mind explaining what? Well, for example, how you happen to be in the Cybernetics Club utility room. Where did you get the key? What were you even doing there? I recalled the circumstances in which I obtained this cursed key. I should speak to Electronic about that. If Slavia told you our version, we were watching a film, Ulyana claimed seriously. The whole night, the camp leader asked sarcastically. Then I just fell asleep and Semyon stayed with me. And so there was no chance for you to go to your cabins. Not even a tiny one. And what are you going to say? Well, it sounds really stupid, but she's right. You expect me to believe that? Well, it's the truth. I can't really accuse you of anything. The camp leader started slowly. But on the other hand, this entire situation is beyond normal. Pioneers must not behave this way. And there are too many inconsistencies in your story. We get it, I agreed fatalistically. I will do the following. Ulyana, you are on detention. You will be confined to your cabin, and I will decide what to do with you later. I looked at Ulyana attentively. Contrary to my expectations, she didn't look upset. Clearly, I do not think this is your fault, but to be fair... Great! You know where to find me in case you need me! She stood up instantly and headed to the exit. Olga Dmitrievna didn't try to stop her. There's always too much trouble with her. And she got you into all this. I don't really get what she got me into. And you seem to be too harsh on her. Show me another pioneer like her. The camp leader laughed. When she receives detentions for misbehaving, that's another story. But here... Actually, I don't really understand what was indeed going on, but my duty is to look after your moral character. And this situation is suspicious. Highly suspicious. And how long are you going to keep her imprisoned? I don't know. Olga Dmitrievna pondered for some time. Today is the departure. But in these circumstances... What? What departure? I jumped at the word. The term is ending today. This is the last day. What? It was the only response I could squeeze out. The last day. Meaning I'll finally be able to leave this damn camp. Maybe it's time for my suffering to end, and I'll get back to my ordinary reality. But why so suddenly? Sudden for who? I talked about it in the lineup. She has a point. At the lineups, I was usually sleeping or looking around and didn't really listen to the announcements. And at what time? At about 5 o'clock. Don't forget to get ready. I hardly have anything to pack. She stood up, took a tray, and was going to leave. So, what's going to happen to Ulyana? I don't know yet, I told you. She will probably leave later. How's that? Not with everyone? Well, yes. Is that normal? I was truly surprised. What's wrong with it? I don't know about wrong, but it's quite strange for sure. Well, I still have work to do. I dug aimlessly at my porridge, which had gone cold long ago. Departure. The possibility of getting out of here. But on the other hand, Ulyana. I myself felt guilty before her. In the end, she was penalized while I, at the same time, wasn't. That's not fair. No, it's not like I wanted to share her misery, but I don't think that it's fair that she sits there locked up. Well, there is still some time before leaving. It should be quite enough to make the situation clear. First, I decided to talk with Slavia. I hope she has calmed down. I'd gotten used to finding Slavia at the square, so I went there without any doubts. Why exactly there? Because in this camp I predominantly met her there. But there wasn't a single soul near Genda's haven. I stood there for a while, looking at the monument, then headed to the library. It makes sense that Zhenya could know where her neighbor is right now. After knocking at the door, recalling my previous experience, this was not a useless mannerism. I went in. Zhenya distracted herself from her book and looked closely at me. What do you want? What's wrong? Why did you react like that? I can't even come in? What? You came here for no reason? I doubt you wanted to read something. Well, no. The classics of Marxism-Leninism weren't my favorite literature. I wanted to know where Slavia is. Why do you want to know? She said that as if she was sure that the conversation is over, and thus she proceeded with her reading. Well, since I'm asking, clearly I need to know. Should be on the pier, Zhenya answered indifferently. Thanks. Learning what I wanted to know, I hurried out of this stronghold of malice. Yes, Zhenya has a tough spirit. At least I have issues understanding her. On the pier, some pioneers were pulling boats into docks, while others were running around with oars or ropes. After looking closely, I noticed Slavia, who sat quite far away, near the water. Cleaning up? I asked the most neutral question that came to my mind. Yep, she answered without turning. Listen, I... Want to talk about Ulyana? Well, yeah. Honestly speaking, I had no idea what to talk about. Slavia found us in the storage room, got it wrong, and told everything to the camp leader. Now it's not her concern anymore, if you think about it. On the other hand, it would be a waste of time to talk to Olga Dmitrievna now. Maybe I just subconsciously wanted to understand Slavia's reasoning, to be able to absolve her somehow. So what did you want to say? Well, Ulyana got punished. Maybe she won't even live with us. No wonder. I just wanted to explain to you that nothing special happened there. Frankly speaking, I don't know. I just had to report everything. So you did. Did it leave anyone better off? I mumbled to myself. Of course I'm not sure that it was right, she said confusedly. Well, what's done is done. Do you think it's possible to get Ulyana freed from house arrest? You are worrying about her so much. Slavia finally looked at me and smiled. Not about her, about justice. While I was a bit confused, I found the right answer. Well, you know our camp leader. I do, that's for sure. Just wait, she'll calm down eventually. Yes, I guess that was the best decision. Yes, you are right. I stood near her in silence for some time. Slavia didn't seem eager to keep on talking. Still, there was some sense of incompleteness, but faced with the idea of this uncomfortable situation lasting for several hours, I decided not to be the burden. Okay, I'll go then. See you, she smiled. In the middle of the square, I stopped to think. There's still a lot of time till departure, and I have nothing to do. Just yesterday, when it seemed like I was stuck here forever and had lots of time, even though there was actually very little, I felt the need to think and act faster. But now that I've got only 5 hours left till I leave this camp forever, I have not the slightest idea on how to spend them. I decided to visit Ulyana. After all, even if she isn't allowed to leave her cabin, that doesn't mean I cannot pay her a visit. I knocked gently. "You are not welcome here!" An angry voice sounded from behind the door. I pulled on the handle and entered. "Hail, prisoner!" "Oh, it's you!" Ulyana said disappointedly. "And what, am I the only one who isn't welcome here?" I tried to smile. "Why did you come?" "Well, I thought that you'd be bored here all alone." "I'm fine." "Where's Alyssa?" "As you can see, not here." "Come on, why are you so angry? In the morning you were in a much better mood." "Angry? Me?" "Not me, that's for sure." "You have nothing else to do, so you came here, right?" "Yeah, my bad." I sighed theatrically and hung my head. "Well, sit down then." I sat on the opposite bed. "So, tell me something." "Let's come up with a way to prove to Olga Dmitrievna that we did nothing wrong." "I did nothing wrong," Ulyana corrected me. "You seem to have nothing to do with it." "Okay, let it be." "But why?" A tricky question. It feels like we swapped our roles. I was suggesting a stupid plan while she was a voice of reason. "Well, because we did nothing wrong." "What's the matter with you anyhow? I'll just stay grounded for a couple of hours and that's it. We have to depart soon anyway." She flopped down the bed and stared at the ceiling. "Well, sure, but..." I tried hard to cheer her up, but it looks like I haven't succeeded so far. "Want to do something, maybe?" "It's lunchtime already." I took a glance at my watch. "Yeah, right." "Here's a job for you. Since I mustn't go out, go and bring me something to eat." "Sir, yes, sir." I saluted her and hurried out of the cabin. Recently, I'd started to think that finally something has clicked in Ulyana's mind. Maybe the punishment had an effect on her, or possibly it was something else. And my attitude towards her has changed. Her wrongdoings used to make me feel nothing but irritation, but now there was also understanding and sort of sympathy. After all, I used to be a child too. Perhaps if one explained to her what is right and what not, she might be able to avoid many mistakes. In the canteen, I had an argument with the cook who refused to give me a double serving. However, everyone in the camp already knew about Ulyana being grounded, so eventually my powers of persuasion won out over dietary standards. Soon I was sitting at Ulyana's cabin and tucking away meatballs with potatoes. "Just like a last meal." "What are you talking about?" "Well, every death row prisoner has a right to make a last wish. Thus, my last wish is a lunch like this." To my surprise, the food was really delicious. "What would your wish be?" "Well, to not be executed, of course." She laughed. "You can't." "Why? If you can wish for anything." "Well, you can, but within certain limits." "That means it's not for anything." "Well, okay then, it's not anything." "Then it's not interesting." "Well, I believe being a death row prisoner is hardly meant to be interesting in the first place." I grinned through my teeth. "I wouldn't know. I never went through that experience." But if you think about it, that's almost my situation. This camp is my cell. For several more hours I'll stay under arrest and then I'll face uncertainty, just like I would after death. The only difference is that I had more options. If I wanted to attend lineup, then I'll do so. If not, then I didn't. What are you going to do next? What do you mean? Well, after the camp. She looked at me in surprise. Back to school, of course. Yes, only for me leaving this place is kind of like crossing a barrier, a frontier, the end of something, and then the beginning of something else. A week ago, it was terribly hard for me to realize that I'd been pulled off my usual world and brought to God knows where. But then I got used to it. And here we go again. Basically, the only difference is that now I face not a sense of fear and horror, but a blunt, sinking feeling of uncertainty. And you? I'll find something to do. Something? She burst into pearls of laughter. Yeah, what's the matter? You should have gone to a circus school to be a clown. Why? One can't help laughing when looking at you. But why? You always act like some kind of a martyr, a new messiah for all the Russians. Well, there was quite a bit of truth in her words. I have my reasons. I mumbled and turned to face the window. What reasons? Various. Why are you so curious? Have you forgotten that I'm a child? She grinned archly. Well, half an hour with you is like a terrible torture for me. Look who's talking. You are just one really nasty-tempered person. What makes you think so? You are always deep in soul-searching, trying to find out something, analyzing everyone around you. I gave Ulyana an amazed look. I would never have expected such a little girl to be capable of such mature judgment. And that's it. At the very least, I know how to behave myself, and I don't end up grounded. It's a matter of chance. She grinned. Yeah, sure. If last night... She stopped short. Last night what? Nothing. No, finish what you started. She just opened her mouth when steps were heard behind the door, and a second later Olga Dmitrievna entered the room. Ah, there you are. That's even better. She seemed confused and lost for words. Well, I reconsidered this morning's incident. It's not like it became much clearer, but it doesn't look like a big deal. So, Ulyana, you are officially not grounded anymore. If only you did the right thing from the start, I muttered. Did you say something? No, nothing. Departure is coming. Time to pack your stuff. Saying that, she left the cabin. Now you see how it all turned out. Yeah, I sighed. Are you going to pack? Yeah, I guess so. And you? It's not like I've got much to pack. Indeed, it was the truth. Care to help me then? Okay, sure, why not? She started to pull her clothes out of the cabinets and stuck them on her bed. Watch it, you'll mess up everything. It's okay, I'll wash them at home. T-shirts, skirts, shorts, dresses, shoes, trainers, underwear. The pile of clothes was growing and growing. You really brought all this stuff here all on your own? Considering Ulyana's constitution, it was hard to believe. Yes, of course! She laughed. Come on, give me a hand! I've started to pack up the clothes into a big bag. I tried to pack things carefully at first, but after realizing that it's pointless, resorted to just stuffing everything in to make it all fit. At last, there were no more clothes on the bed, and we even somehow managed to zip up the bag. So, that's it! Yeah. I looked at the clock. It was about 40 minutes till the departure time. You know, it was fun. Meaning? Well, the last week was fun. Ah, yeah. I said absent-mindedly. Don't you think so? Why? It sounded sort of insincere to me. Well, I must admit that I'm not exactly walking on air, yeah. But what didn't you like? It's not like I can spit out everything at once. You see, a few moments were, how can I put it, a little unexpected. Ah, you're so boring, said Ulyana and turned away from me. Well, what did you expect from me? You sound like you've got absolutely nothing to remember later. Yeah, there sure is plenty to remember, I gleamed. Yep, that's what I'm saying. She looked closely at me. That made me a bit uncomfortable. What now? And me? Will you remember me? Sure I will. Everyone. Everyone. And you most of all. I saluted, springing up to attention with my hand over my heart. That's better. However, do I really have something to remember about her? Yeah, we had a lot of adventures, but who is Ulyana for me? Just a noisy kid from another reality. On second thoughts, do I really care that much about my situation now? From the very first moment I appeared here, everything changed tremendously, so right now I was just curious what's going to happen next. Sure, the unknown is not the most pleasant perspective, but I must admit that it's a breathtaking one. Whether I will return to my world or not, it's not up to me anymore. It means that I don't really have any choice. I have to adapt to the local living conditions. And one of those conditions was sitting right in front of me, smiling broadly. You know, you are not as silly as I first thought. Why do you think I'm silly in the first place? She said in an offended tone. Just kidding. You and your jokes. Alright, it's time. Let's go, Ulyana said happily and pointed at the bag. Yeah. I shouldered her belongings. The weight almost made me bend in half. I was thankful for the fact that the bus stop was just a few hundred meters away. I shoved her stuff onto the bus and then hurried to get my own humble luggage. After some time, all the pioneers were here. Everyone's here? Began Olga Dmitrievna. You are leaving our camp today, and I'd like to tell you something in parting. She was visibly nervous and desperately lost for words. I hope that you'll remember the time you've spent here for a lifetime, and that you'll retain only pleasant memories about Sovionok. I also hope that you became at least a little bit better, managed to learn something, and found new friends. Just come back next year. The camp leader turned away. It seems she was trying to hold back her tears. I wasn't expecting her to get so emotional, but I completely agreed with everything she said. Perhaps it was the first time that her words haven't just passed by my ears. Soon enough, everyone boarded the bus. I took the last seat next to Ulyana. The first row was taken by Slavia and Zhenya. Then, a little closer to us, Lena, Miku, Electronic and Shurik were playing cards. Alisa slouched in her seat alone 2 rows from us. There was no partner for her. It turned out a bit embarrassing for your neighbor. It's fine. You helped me to get ready and brought my stuff here. I looked at her closely. It seems this little demon had changed her attitude towards me in a radical way. Could it be that I'm a friend to her? An odd word that seemed to have lost its meaning for me ages ago. I can't recall any of my acquaintances, when I still had them, who I could call friends. Maybe even back when I was at school. And now someone considers me a friend. Anyway, what does it all mean to me? I always felt more comfortable thinking about abstract stuff, distant perspectives and global matters than of simple, ordinary issues. And indeed, during all the time I've spent in this camp, I've managed to become close friends with Ulyana. She awakened those long-forgotten feelings in me. Because this is what it means to be buddies or friends. I smiled and tousled her hair gently. And what's that for? She puffed her lips. Just because. Pervert. Will you marry me when I grow up? Sure. I'll hold you to that. Okie dokie. Let's go join them at cards? Why not? We gathered around the suitcase that was being used as a table. Soon Alisa joined us. I was laughing a lot, cracking jokes, and just enjoying being in a state one usually calls happiness. A simple happiness, here and now. Right now, this bunch of pioneers that I've managed to befriend in this short week were a million times more important to me than finding out how I came to this world and how to get out of here. In the end, should I even bother trying to get back? It was getting dark. The game was long over, and the pioneers had returned to their seats. I had no idea how long would it take to get to the district center, but it seemed like an eternity. From beyond the bus windows, only pitch darkness was looking back at me, almost consuming the entire world, compressing to only the size of the Icarus's cabin. Anyway, the surroundings were the least of my concerns now. I was enjoying the moment. It seems that this reality is completely normal. And does it really matter how I got here if things turn out this great? I became another person and met new friends. What are you thinking about? About life. And how it's going? Just awesome. Ulyana laughed quietly. I don't have a place to return to, so I can choose any life path I want. Yes, we will part ways soon and I will probably never see most of them again, but we will still stay friends forever. A pleasant warmth flowed through my body. I felt like a kid again. Ulyana put her head on my shoulder and quickly fell asleep. Sometimes you may feel tired not only because of hard work or sad feelings, but also because of fun, joy, and happiness. You may probably even want to continue, but have no energy to, with your soul demanding time to rest and your body asking for calm. I fell asleep with a smile on my face. It felt like I hadn't slept at all. It happens all the time. You just close your eyes and fall asleep. The hour hand makes several turns. The morning comes and you wake up, but it feels like you just blinked. I yawned so wide that I almost broke my jaw and jumped up because of the pain. Something was wrong. Though not something. Everything was wrong. I was back in my apartment. But how can that be possible? I began to panic and I started to run around my room in the hope of calming myself down. Physical tiredness can often overcome an emotional one. My head was empty. Fear and terror took over my whole being, and some kind of song was floating in my mind. Maybe a prayer, or maybe just an incoherent jumble of thoughts designed, if not to calm me down, then at least to distract me from my panic. It was about half an hour before I collapsed on the floor, exhausted, and fixed my eyes on the ceiling. It seems like I had not gone anywhere. The old chandelier looked down at me unkindly with its dusty lamps. The cracks in the plaster were in the same places, and the unstuck wallpaper hadn't slipped down even a little. Was it really a dream? But it can't be. It just can't be. I spent an entire week in that pioneer camp. I was definitely there. I remember everything perfectly, from my awakening aboard the bus right up to the departure. Neither dreams nor hallucinations can be that real. Somehow I stood up, went to the kitchen, filled a glass with water and returned to the room. The blood was still hammering in my temples, but at least the terror of the first few minutes was gone. Or had just taken a break. I concentrated on the last thing I remembered, It was the departure from the camp. The night, the bus bouncing over the bumps, the dirty, murky glass beyond which almost nothing was visible, and the pioneers. I'd been absolutely positive that I would never return, or just didn't think about it. Anyway, I was prepared for our arrival at the district center in a few hours and was already considering options for my further actions. Or not? Damn it! I roared and pulled on my hair with all my strength. I can't remember! The last hours in that world merged into a monotonous mirage, as if a drunken Renoir was completing his painting with a roller instead of a brush. But it's not that bad. Wait a minute, why would it be bad? On the contrary, everything's fine. I would even say perfect. I've broken free from that goddamn world and returned home. The most important thing now is not to end up there again. It might happen. Surely it could. But it might not happen as well. Indeed, I have nothing to worry about now. Everything will be fine. Obviously, I was just seeing things. Exactly. I was seeing things. It doesn't matter that everything felt that real. Something like that just can't happen. It can't. I claim with all due confidence that it just can't. Modern science claims it's impossible. Not allowed. I laughed loudly. An inner voice tried to stop the verbal diarrhea spouting from my mouth, but it didn't succeed. It feels like my speech and thoughts are separating to exist on their own, independent from each other. My brain prompted me to calm down and try to analyze the situation, while my tongue simply tried to ease the stress by throwing new and new meaningless words out into the air. Finally, I was somehow able to pull myself together. I pulled the curtains open and looked out the window. The night city looked exactly the same as it did a week ago. The view brought me back to reality, at least to some extent. After all, if everything is now normal and nothing suspicious or supernatural is happening, then wasn't it just a dream? Essentially, there are only two options now. I can agree that it was just a dream and calm down. Or I can trust my own feelings and accept that the camp, the bus and the pioneers were real. Either way, whatever I choose, I won't get any answers. It's funny, I was looking for these answers for a whole week, or at least pretending to, and found nothing. But I broke free from that weird world anyway. And what now? The enigma remains and additional questions have surfaced. In the end, I was exhausted and fell onto the bed. In a few seconds, I was snoring blissfully. Much time has passed from the moment I came back from Sovionok, and a lot has changed in my life. The first week, I was racking my brains trying to summarize in detail everything that had happened, creating graphs and diagrams, writing to forums discussing paranormal phenomena. I even planned to visit a psychic. In the end, it resulted in nothing, just as one would expect. It's no wonder. I was just a human being, but these events, obviously, were the affair of a supreme mind. If a caveman found himself in the early 21st century, even he would understand more than me. Well, at first he would think that a cell phone that transmits someone's speech dozens kilometers away by the will of God is a miracle. But one can get used to it. Maybe if he completed secondary and higher technical education, he would even be able to understand how mobile communications work. It's a basic, exaggerated example, just as unreal as everything I experienced. I am unlikely to even understand how it worked or who was behind it, and I doubt that I could get used to it if it were to happen again. But one question troubled me ever since. Why? Why me? What did I, or did I not, do to deserve this bad or good luck? Sure, in sci-fi novels, wonders often occur to quite ordinary people, but that was just a matter of chance. But I was absolutely positive that these events have occurred for some reason. Just like a random sci-fi hero who traveled 1,000 years forward in time, leaving him in the wrong time and place. But in the future, no one knew him. Everyone thought that he was just a madman. But in my situation, they were expecting me at the camp. At least the camp leader was. How should I respond to that? Maybe I was picked out at random to be studied later on. Even so, the question why not only still stands, but rather becomes even more important. After not finding any sufficient explanation, I returned to my usual existence. But now I wasn't just sitting at the computer 24/7 wiping the F5 button free of dust. New interests came to my life. But what they were I couldn't tell myself. And suddenly I wanted to get a higher education. Not to find a job or not because it's necessary, just because I remembered how much fun I had during the first year of education. Chatting with course mates, days of light-hearted youthful fun, plenty of the energy that I lacked so much over the last few years. A truly great man once said, "Any man who reads too much and uses his own brain too little falls into lazy habit of thinking." It's hard to argue with that logic. An ordinary man will not sit around because he is lazy, but because a given subject is just of no interest to him. For instance, I am not interested in knitting. So does it mean that I am a slacker if I don't make a couple of woolen sweaters per month? But feeling too lazy to open a book, that's something I can understand. Although I like reading, when I start thinking that I have to get through a huge novel, page by page, and even if it's interesting, even if it absorbs me so completely that I can't turn away, that part will only come later. For now, all I need is to get a book from a shelf and open it. But I feel too lazy. I don't know what exactly influenced me, but about a half of my time, instead of the 5 to 10% of it from before, I was occupied with something useful. I read, wrote, studied something new, and engaged in sports. At least I exercised in the morning. Sometimes I thought that it was the influence of the camp. One can't rule out that possibility. For all 7 days there, I was participating in social activities, verbal communication with others in amounts that before would have caused terror and severe introversion in me. On the other hand, it is not so easy to change one's personality in a single week, especially for someone as stubborn as me. But it's easy to point them in a new direction, show them a guiding line. However, I'd never believed that it would be possible with me. Anyway, I enjoyed these changes so much that I tried not to think about their causes. What the hell? Nobody would worry about the why if he managed to hit the jackpot by betting his last pair of trousers. In summer, I re-enrolled at university and studies started in autumn. Time passed. I eagerly attended lectures and seminars and studied for tests and examinations with the level of enthusiasm that I wouldn't have expected from myself. I managed to become a part of the group with a surprising ease. Although I was older than most students, it didn't trouble me. Maybe it's because of my natural immaturity or changes in my personality, I didn't know for sure. Most likely the answer is somewhere in the middle. The joy of communicating with people, lost many years ago, returned. It was easy to get along with others. Their problems didn't seem so distant and trivial to me. Normal life, which before I had considered just a grey, depressing mass, started to shine with new colors. Sometimes it seemed to me that I turned into a doll, became one of a billion identical tin soldiers standing in straight rows on a shelf in a toy shop. But in this shop, apart from the glowing showcase that sparkled with fancy writing describing new season's offers and Christmas discounts, was a storage where all the defective products were thrown. A teddy bear without a paw, firefighter's truck in need of a mechanic, a transformer who looked more like a microwave than a mighty robot, jigsaw puzzles which assembled into trippy postmodernism pictures. My place used to be among these broken toys. And while some of them could take refuge in charity drives or an orphanage, my only fate was being dumped and recycled again. So I couldn't help enjoying such changes in my life. It was the last lesson of the hardest subject this term. Most students didn't like it. Because of its difficulty and the hard-to-understand teacher, I suppose. But I found a kind of pleasure in dealing with tables, graphs, and diagrams. Counting the figures by pieces, I arranged them into columns and lines in the right order, summing up, subtracting, dividing and multiplying, and using them to get a precise picture of any event. No number would avoid my attentive gaze. All of them would be captured, calculated, analyzed. Each of them would get an index number and a place in their proper cell. After its arrival, every digit will be assigned a bunk, work uniform, and off-duty clothes and will be sent to perform its designated task. Some will be digging the trench from 9 to 5, some will march off to face the trends, and some will be trying to hit a linear regression on the shooting range. What are you thinking about? Reluctantly, I stopped writing and gazed at my classmate. Taking notes on the lecture, as you can see. Oh, just screw it. Just read the workbook afterwards. I'll read the workbook as well. I'm always astonished by you. What's so astonishing? You are planning to gain a first-class diploma, aren't you? Never thought of it. Don't tell me you really find it interesting. I remembered that just a moment ago I'd imagined myself emblazoned on a banner borne aloft by a regiment of digits and couldn't help smiling. You wouldn't even need all this stuff. Everything will be needed, at least for general development. The classmate grinned sarcastically. I bet you never read even a single book in your whole life. So what? He asked challengingly. Just state an effect. And you are always somewhere up in the clouds. He was right about that. Although I'd regained part of my lost social skills, I often slipped out of the touch with reality, dreaming of something else. You say it like it's a bad thing. And there's nothing wrong with not reading books either. Human beings can't have only material needs, I said philosophically, mocking him. Oh, you're such a downer. Ah. The lecture was approaching its end, and I began to plan out the rest of the day. Need to buy some groceries and later finish a project and send it to the client. And then I got to write down notes. And then in the evening I can just read or watch something. Unless someone phones or writes to me. There are no urgent matters, so I can spare some time for my mates. 5 whole minutes to go. I looked at my phone and realized that it's exactly a year after I returned from the Sovietnok pioneer camp. My soul felt warmer from such thoughts, and I smiled blissfully. It's not often anymore that I recall those events. Obviously, one can't just forget something like that, Those moments of something bizarre and extraordinary that are engraved in my memory forever. Normally, even the happiest moments fade and just reminiscences of them remain, nothing more. But the week spent in Sovionok was different. I remembered everything in perfect detail. The terror of the first minutes after waking up in the bus. The first day. Heart full of surprises and amazing acquaintances. Cheerful and carefree pranks with Ulyana. Just take that trick with the ghost, for instance. The best Soviet comedians would envy it. And the pioneers had such expressions. They were dying laughing. It sure would be nice to meet Ulyana in real life. Well, she's not always perfect. She's hyperactive and she doesn't have any idea about good manners, but one doesn't meet such a sincere, carelessly cheerful and energetic person very often. Maybe she gave some of that energy to me. The bell rang. My classmate stood up, said his goodbyes and left. I started packing my exercise books and textbooks into my backpack when I suddenly heard someone's voice in front of me. "Excuse me, is this the 34th lecture hall?" "There's a sign on the door." "No, there's not." Girl's voice sounded offended. "Someone must have removed it." "So, is it the 34th?" "Yeah." At last I closed the backpack and raised my head, intending to stand up. The girl looked terribly familiar. "Haven't we—" "Yes, I thought the same." She looked very surprised. "But I don't remember where I could have met you." "Neither do I." "What year are you in?" "First year." "Oh, still pretty much green." The girl smiled. "Everything is still ahead of me." "As if I'm already past everything." "And what about you?" "Fourth." "So, is it difficult to study?" "For the first year it is." "I knew it," she said in an upset manner. "But it gets easier with time. It's always easier when you get used to it." "Sometimes I'm too lazy to do things." "Yeah, that also happens." "Did you still have any stuff from the first year? If you share it, it will be easier for me to prepare for examinations." Obviously, I had nothing. My first year was finished a long time ago. But I suddenly felt a strong desire to ask for her phone number, so I lied. "Yes, maybe. But I'll have to check." "That's great." We exchanged our telephone numbers. "My name is Semyon. What should I call you?" "Ulyana." And then I realized who this girl reminded me of. Exactly, she's Ulyana, just around 5 years older. For a moment I was lost for words. "What? It's an ordinary name." "That was Lenin's name," she said, pouting. "No, just... Have you ever been to a pioneer camp?" "When I was a kid." "Why are you asking?" In the blink of an eye, all the events that happened in Sovionok flashed in front of my eyes. So it wasn't a dream. "Although they were just summer camps, not pioneer ones," Ulyana added. "So you weren't wearing a uniform?" "The one with the red neckerchief? Of course not. Fashion police alert!" She laughed loudly. "But why are you asking?" I was about to tell her everything, but then realized that she will just consider me a psycho. After all, this girl was much older than the Ulyana I remembered. Maybe she just looks like her. "I had a dream, and I think I saw you there. A kind of déjà vu." "Déjà what?" "It's when one sees something for the first time but believes that he has seen it before." "Well, now that you mention it..." Her face became serious. "I think I've seen you somewhere as well." "Definitely. Maybe it's that thing you just said. An interesting coincidence, don't you think? I don't know. Anyway, I'll give you a call. See ya! She laughed and ran out of the room. Appearance, behavior, way of talking. She's definitely that exact Ulyana. So, does that mean the dream is coming true? I can't help but enjoy it. And, above all, I'll see this forever cheerful girl again for sure. Every story has its beginning and its end. Every story has its own outline, synopsis, contents, key points, a prologue and an epilogue. And there is no book which, if you read it again, would not reveal new details you didn't notice before. Every story has its beginning and its end. Almost every.